The daughter of a conglomerate vice president was bullied to death, but the man not only publicly forgave the perpetrators in front of all media, and even adopted a mentally ill girl. However, it wasn't because his maternal instincts exploded. He just didn't want to go through legal procedures, but wanted to take revenge with his own hands. And when the bullying incident was exposed, the entire society was in an uproar. Those perpetrators not only abused her for a long time, but also threatened her with nude photos not to tell anyone. Unable to bear the burden, she eventually chose to jump off a building. When people discovered that the vice president of the largest conglomerate was the deceased's father, he held a press conference. But at the press conference, he publicly forgave those perpetrators, and even asked the police to treat them leniently. The entire internet was instantly in uproar, cursing him for being cold-blooded and heartless. Some even said he wasn't a qualified father, but no one expected that it was just an act. The vice president had long been heartbroken. He didn't not hate them, but hated them to the extreme. He didn't plan to leave revenge to the law, because he had other plans and they were much more ruthless. Not long after, he adopted a girl of similar age to his daughter, named Karma, meaning karmic retribution. She was an experimental subject who escaped from a North Korean laboratory, a complete psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. The vice president didn't treat her as a daughter, but as a hunting dog. He had Karma transferred to the same class at the school his daughter once attended. The goal was clear: revenge. And Karma was also very willing. She could both repay the adoption debt and enjoy the pleasure of torture and killing. Soon, Karma transferred to that high school. Those perpetrators were still living carefree lives, bullying others every day, and the story that followed unfolded like the gates of hell opening. The girl used as a revenge tool was an experimental subject who escaped from North Korea. Inhumane experiments caused damage to the girl's frontal lobe. She therefore lost her sense of shame and pain. During her escape from the laboratory, she viciously killed 13 experimental personnel. While being received in South Korea, she brutally knocked down several prison guards. Her combat ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. After Vice President Lee adopted her as his daughter, he trained her for a full year before letting her transfer to the same class as his deceased daughter. On the first day of transfer, Karma's cute appearance attracted classmates to welcome her. Everyone was curious that she didn't have any North Korean accent. Karma said she often watched Korean dramas to learn. Since everyone wanted to hear a North Korean accent, she could demonstrate once. South Korean classmates very happy to meet you all. The humorous accent immediately made the whole class burst into laughter, while the glasses girl, who was often bullied nearby, was extremely envious. Because just yesterday, she was bullied by the eldest daughter of Lingyun Trading Company's president. The classmates nearby didn't dare report to the teacher, because the vice president's daughter's experience was a cautionary tale. Today, the glasses girl looked at Karma, feeling a hint of jealousy. But before she could think more, the bullies appeared, scaring her to almost wet her pants. The curly-haired girl asked Karma if she wanted to join her gang. The main storyline officially began. In Vice President Lee's daughter's diary, the curly-haired girl was the #1 bully. After reading her information, Karma couldn't wait to experience the taste of torture and killing. But Vice President Lee told her not to rush, because before that, there were more important things to do. Looking at the curly-haired girl who suddenly hugged her, Karma agreed to join her gang. To celebrate the new member, the curly-haired girl started bullying the glasses girl again, directly putting a black garbage bag over the glasses girl's head. Karma asked her why she was doing this. The curly-haired girl said the glasses girl accidentally knocked off her phone, although it wasn't broken, to prevent this from happening again. She planned to train the glasses girl to walk straight even with her eyes closed. The requirement was simple: just walk from here to the podium without hitting the desk, but every time she hit something, she would get beaten. Then the curly-haired girl pushed the glasses girl out. As expected, the glasses girl hit the desk corner after just 2 steps. The curly-haired girl excitedly kicked her from behind, making her fall directly onto the floor. But this wasn't over. The curly-haired girl added several more kicks. Classmates all pretended not to see. The curly-haired girl invited Karma to join the bullying game. The class monitor nearby finally couldn't stand it. Just as she was about to intervene, she found Karma took the initiative to say, "Bullying classmates is wrong. Please apologize to her immediately." As soon as these words came out, the whole class was stunned. The curly-haired girl was furious and cursed, immediately kicking Karma, and this ushered in the horn of revenge. It turned out this was exactly Vice President Lee's plan. As long as Karma successfully became a bullying victim, then he would have justification to send the curly-haired girl to that place. But he instructed Karma to endure for at least a week before fighting back. Just as Karma almost couldn't hold back and was about to retaliate, the teacher suddenly came in saying it was time for PE class. She had no choice but to endure for now. In PE class, the curly-haired girl secretly smoked with chopsticks and used used the glasses girl as a mount. She also put the lit cigarette below her, saying it was to compensate for her glasses. Then, several people heard footsteps, but before she could extinguish it, they found it was just the class monitor. Hearing the monitor tell them to restrain themselves, the glasses girl thought the monitor came to help her, but unexpectedly she picked up a cigarette and lit it. It turned out she was also one of Vice President Lee's daughter's bullies. The glasses girl was immediately dumbfounded. The usually quiet monitor's true face was actually the leader of this group of bullies, and the monitor had just told them to keep a low profile because they had killed someone a few months ago. If something happened again, it might implicate herself. After all, not everyone was as saintly as Vice President Lee. Looking at her high and mighty appearance, the curly-haired girl was furious because since middle school, the monitor had always acted like a quiet, good student, pushing all the dirty work and bad reputation to herself. But once in a place with no one around, she would expose her perverted nature. Before she could react, the monitor suddenly called her, asking why she was glaring at her. Did she want to die? Then advised several people not to bully classmates in front of her. After all, bullying others would also cause withdrawal reactions. Then advised the glasses girl not to tell on them. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Then stepped on her hand. The glasses girl cried out in pain and quickly begged for mercy, saying she would keep quiet. Only then did the monitor reluctantly lift her foot. The glasses girl instinctively pulled back her hand, causing the curly-haired girl to lose balance, falling heavily, then viciously kicking the glasses girl in the face. Looking at the monitor laughing at her nearby, she secretly gave her the middle finger behind her back. The monitor then looked at Karma. Her pretty face made her very unhappy. She must punish her severely. Coming to the physical fitness test, looking at Karma's handsome figure standing in front of the soccer ball, many classmates became little fangirls. This scene made the curly-haired girl even more excited. After all, she had long wanted to change toys. After all, if you're going to keep a dog, there must be the pleasure of taming it. And she looked like she had no backing. Her figure was also very frail, but before she could finish thinking, Karma kicked the ball. A huge cannon sound echoed throughout the playground. Before the curly-haired girl could react, Karma made another fierce kick, but this ball hit the goalpost, and after bouncing back, it almost exploded the little gangster girl's head. But before she could get angry, the little gangster girl was immediately too scared to speak, just wanted to advise the curly-haired girl to forget it. But the curly-haired girl was already fired up, swearing to torture Karma severely after class. In a blink of an eye, they were back in the classroom. As soon as she entered, she asked Karma if she knew who her brother was. "Do you have the guts to kick me like you kicked the ball?" However, Karma just smiled slightly. "If the ball isn't on the ground, how should I kick it? You're really cute." The curly-haired girl was so angry she was about to slap Karma, but just then Karma punched her and sent her flying. The monitor was also dumbfounded, and Karma really felt great. Beating people felt great. The screaming sounds were so pleasant. She could only silently apologize to Vice President Lee in her heart for ruining his plan, but there was no way. Her nature was just like this. "Oh, right. Now the ball is on the ground. I can start kicking." The girl stepped hard on the bully's head, asking her what kind of shooting technique she wanted to be kicked with. Was it a spinning ball, or using the toe to directly kick through the back of her head? Just as she was deciding, the little gangster girl suddenly appeared behind her holding a chair. However, Karma just slightly lowered her head and dodged the attack, and caused the little gangster girl to lose balance and fall hard to the ground. Karma immediately laughed. Although loyalty is good, if you want to be loved, you need to wait in line. If you want to cut in line, then as you wish. Screaming sounds spread throughout the entire corridor, scaring classmates into trembling. It turned out Karma just used her hair to tie her hands behind her back, then grabbed her head and slammed it hard into the desk. Once wasn't enough, twice, 3 times. Not only were the classmates scared silly, the monitor who rushed over after hearing the noise was also confused. But she just said, "I'm going to call the teacher," and left. The little gangster girl kept begging for mercy, but what answered her were only fists and kicks. After dealing with the little gangster girl, Karma turned her gaze to the girl nearby, scaring her into retreating repeatedly, saying she hadn't done anything. But actually, among those who bullied the glasses girl, there was also her figure. Karma kept approaching her. The girl was so scared she slipped and fell to the ground. Then she noticed the utility knife that had fallen nearby, immediately picked it up threateningly, telling Karma not to come closer. Karma just smiled slightly. "If you have the guts, try cutting me." The girl didn't dare move at all. Seeing her so weak, Karma continued approaching her. The girl finally couldn't help but strike, but Karma just tilted her body slightly and successfully dodged. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The dumbfounded girl switched to stabbing, successfully cutting off a few of Karma's hairs. Karma grabbed her arm with her backhand. A simple over-the-shoulder throw threw her so hard she instantly lost strength. But this wasn't over. Karma also grabbed her hair, quietly whispered in her ear, "Don't worry. Dizziness is normal. I've killed people, so I know when people will die. Let's continue playing." Then Karma delivered another violent kick, making her face slam hard into the cabinet before she could recover. This time she was probably really going to die. The frightened classmates all panicked, afraid they would be next. Karma told them not to worry. "I'm doing this for the people. And speaking of which, shouldn't you all thank me?" As soon as these words came out, the curly-haired girl was scared into trembling. Karma asked her how long she planned to play dead. "And I'm not a bear." While Karma wasn't paying attention, the curly-haired girl crawled to the door, but found the door had been locked long ago. So something comical happened. So satisfying, so satisfying. "Didn't you always want me to kick you? How do you think I'm doing? But save the compliments for after I stop." The fierce punches scared the classmates into not daring to move. Karma's pathological degree was the same as other murderers. She loved seeing blood and screams. But what excited Karma most was the human face when losing consciousness. The rush of pleasure to the brain made Karma cry out, "Curly-haired girl, you're really beautiful now." A subordinate frantically burst into President Lee's office, but seeing President Lee's calm demeanor, it seemed he had long anticipated Karma would cause trouble. Seeing his subordinate's confused expression, President Lee couldn't help it either, to be honest. "I want to see those murderers' death faces even more than Karma. But since this has already happened, let's handle it." Meanwhile, Karma, who was pulled away, saw the monitor. The two locked eyes. The girl had beaten the bullies severely. But when the bully's mother came to the door, she casually took off her jacket, revealing cigarette burn scars on her body. The curly-haired girl was immediately dumbfounded. "I don't remember when I ever burned her with cigarettes." And this was exactly Karma's backup plan, just in case. She had burned herself with cigarettes several times on the way to school. Anyway, her body couldn't feel pain. Looking at Karma's evil smile, the curly-haired girl realized she had been tricked. And what her mother cared about was actually that the curly-haired girl hadn't quit smoking. Karma continued to add fuel to the fire. The curly-haired girl had a bright idea, asking Karma if she knew what cigarettes she smoked. "I just came to Korea. How would I know what brands of cigarettes there are?" Wonderful. Too wonderful. Feeling that she was in the wrong, her mother could only shift the topic to the beating. After all, the other two were injured more seriously. Learning that the dean had contacted Karma's guardian, she immediately grabbed the phone to start scolding. But President Lee just said calmly, "I'm very busy. If it's about discussing compensation, my secretary will notify you of the time and place," then hung up. Her mother was immediately dumbfounded. "Like father, like daughter. Although I don't know who your father is, I'll make you suffer for the rest of your life." Karma smiled. After the mother and daughter left, Karma also guessed that President Lee was very angry. "But stepfather, wait and see how I torture this woman even more satisfyingly." Meanwhile, the monitor also discovered something was wrong with Karma. She thought she was a village girl full of justice, but from the current perspective, she was clearly targeting the curly-haired girl. What she said about punishing the bad was more like an excuse given to her by someone else. Today's incident was definitely not accidental. Then the curly-haired girl came. As soon as she arrived, she questioned the monitor why it took so long to call a teacher. "With this time, I could have called a truckload of teachers." The monitor thought for a moment. "Because I don't have a truck driver's license, so I couldn't transport teachers over." The curly-haired girl was speechless. "I think you were deliberately late. Because once Karma saw you bringing teachers, she would definitely rush up to hit you. And with your personality, you definitely wouldn't just take a beating. Then all the teachers and students in the school would know your true face." The monitor was speechless, directly throwing the book at her face, then kicked her. This strength was definitely not inferior to Karma's. The monitor asked the curly-haired girl, "If I was deliberately late, what can you do to me? It seems I just haven't disciplined you for a few days. You forgot that you are trash in terms of both family and background. The only thing you can rely on is your school bully brother. Go find him and act cute while you still can." Watching the curly-haired girl's departing figure, the monitor thought of President Lee again. After all, the reaction of someone whose daughter died was very abnormal no matter how you looked at it. If Karma was President Lee's person, then the school bully's counterattack today would expose it. Then it would be in time to think of countermeasures. On the other side, the curly-haired girl felt even worse, because even the school bully was laughing at her. The curly-haired girl quickly acted cute, asking him to take revenge, but he wasn't interested at all, unless the person who beat you is hot enough. The curly-haired girl was extremely speechless, immediately took out Karma's photo. The school bully's eyes immediately lit up. It turned out he was also one of President Lee's daughter's bullies. The girl was surrounded by the school bully's gang, and a bullying scene was about to unfold. However, Karma's casual punch sent the nearest lackey flying. The others were immediately immediately shocked speechless. It turned out that under equal conditions, female strength was only 60% of male strength, but Karma, who had been modified in the laboratory, could freely control adrenaline. Therefore, every punch Karma threw was comparable to a boxing champion's power. At this moment, all the lackeys didn't dare move. Some even wanted to go home to find their mothers. Hearing this, the school bully couldn't hold it in. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Hurry up and attack. But Karma suddenly noticed the wall nearby, immediately ran toward the wall. Using the inertia from running, she actually ran on the wall. After simple adjustments, she assumed a jumping posture. Before everyone could react, Karma delivered a heavy knee strike to one of them, then grabbed his hair and delivered very fierce follow-up attacks. The lackeys were all dumbfounded, but one of them turned grief and anger into strength, continuing to charge at Karma. But Karma's second ability was that anything appeared very slow in her eyes. Correspondingly, she also had reaction speed far beyond ordinary people. After testing, Karma's reaction time was 27 milliseconds, 10 times faster than ordinary people. Therefore, even facing group attacks, she could easily handle them. Then one lackey suddenly hugged Karma. Another one wanted to rush up for revenge, but Karma just twisted slightly and dodged, and even gave him a kick, then reached below and grabbed hard. The man immediately loosened his grip in pain, but Karma didn't plan to let go. Instead, grabbed even harder, until it was completely crushed. The lackey from before was completely scared, immediately turned and ran, cursing crazy while running, but how could Karma easily let him go? She got up and sprinted a few steps, flew up with a kick, kicking him until he lost mobility, falling hard in front of the school bully, constantly begging the school bully to save him. But the next second, only the leader brother is left. Looking at Karma's excited face, the school bully was completely stunned. He thought she was a soft persimmon to be kneaded at will. He didn't expect her fighting ability to be comparable to a boxing champion, knocking down all his lackeys with just a few punches. At this moment, not only the curly-haired girl felt fear, the school bully also wanted to retreat. How could such a terrifying guy be defeated? But Karma saw through his intention to run at a glance. If you want to escape, then try it. I'm also very good at hide and seek. No matter where you run, I'll catch up and beat you up severely. The school bully was scared to the extreme, raised his fist planning to fight Karma desperately. But what Karma didn't expect was that the school bully still had some skills to become the boss. Although she dodged several punches in a row, the school bully successfully seized the moment when she was in the air and punched Karma hard in the arm, making Karma retreat a full 5 meters. Looking at the bruise on her arm, Karma became even more excited. Now I'm going to get serious. The insulted school bully was furious to the extreme, clenched his fist and threw 2 heavy punches, but Karma easily dodged them both. Instead, Karma seized the moment when he punched, preparing to crush his liver severely. Although the school bully blocked with his arm in time, the terrifying impact still transmitted to his body through his arm. The school bully was in great pain, retreating several steps. Karma was also somewhat surprised that he could block her surprise attack. The school bully really couldn't understand where Karma got such terrifying power. But if Karma only had this level, thinking about it, he started laughing. Karma was also puzzled about what he was laughing at. Because I think you're not as difficult to deal with as I imagined. Karma was speechless. When I first came to school to establish dominance, I fought with the boss from the neighboring high school. That guy was 185 centimeters tall, weighed 115 kilograms, and his punches were even more fierce than yours. But in the end, I still won. Can your small frame be more durable than him? Saying this, he charged at Karma again. After throwing 2 quick punches, he found he could actually keep up with Karma's speed. It seemed she was tired after all. She had just gone through a battle royale. The school bully didn't give Karma any chance to breathe, constantly consuming Karma's strength. Sure enough, when Karma was dodging, she accidentally tripped over the skateboard behind her. Seeing Karma expose a weakness, the school bully concentrated all his power in his fist, throwing his full-strength punch. The next moment he found Karma had disappeared. Looking up, he found Karma had somehow appeared several meters away. Before he could figure out the situation, Karma's fist was already in front of his face, and this was exactly Karma's third terrifying ability. Extremely strong leg, explosive power. So in ordinary people's eyes, Karma seemed like she could teleport. The curly-haired girl was going crazy with anxiety. If even the school bully couldn't beat Karma, then the next one to suffer would be herself. But the school bully pushed her away. If you want to fight, go fight her yourself. Karma was also somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to be quite tough. I'm getting more and more excited. The school bully immediately started brainstorming since fists couldn't win, then play dirty. Her fighting style had a high center of gravity. If he attacked her lower body, there might still be a chance. Thinking this, the school bully got up, pretending to punch. But suddenly he hugged hugged Karma's leg, making her fall hard, and took advantage to strangle Karma's neck. "You're dead, you bitch!" Just as she was about to be beaten up, unexpectedly her feet suddenly exerted force, making the school bully lose balance and fall. Karma took advantage to lock his thigh with a flip, instantly reversing the situation. The school bully didn't understand how he suddenly ended up on the bottom. The next moment, Karma performed the very classic armbar. If not considering physical fitness, Karma's fighting was quite ordinary, but Karma's Brazilian jiu-jitsu was used to perfection. So combined with her reaction speed rivaling a leopard, ordinary people couldn't possibly beat her. If it really happened, it was only because she found it fun and was holding back. Karma asked him, "You want to fight ground combat with me? Does that mean you're mentally prepared for broken bones?" The school bully quickly begged for mercy, but Karma just reminded him, "I'm going to make my move." So she applied slight pressure with both hands. The sound of bones cracking, combined with the school bully's screams, filled the entire street. The three who had been beaten finally realized how lightly they were injured. They immediately turned and ran. The school bully didn't expect that the people he had protected for so long would scatter when disaster struck. Karma couldn't help but complain, "The curly-haired girl really has no loyalty, but you're not much better. And just now, I suddenly thought of an interesting idea. Break all your limbs and make you into an interesting human tumbler." The school bully quickly said, "Breaking just one hand, you can still make amends. But if I become disabled, can you bear this consequence? Can you take this responsibility?" Karma didn't understand what responsibility meant, because she lived purely to feel the pleasure of torture and killing. With continuous screams, the school bully completely became a cripple, lying on the ground with twisted limbs. Karma was extremely excited. What a beautiful scene. Like admiring her own work, the girl viciously kicked the school bully in the crotch, asking him if he had thought of today when he violated others before. The school bully thought she was a friend of some victim, coming for revenge. "You're really stupid. I just came to this school. Where would I have friends? It's purely personal hobby. And I've always been curious why even the strongest men would scream when attacked in the crotch. So I looked it up in the encyclopedia. It turns out testicles are equivalent to female ovaries. So next, you'll personally experience the pain of severed intestines. After all, having learned new knowledge, I've always wanted to experiment personally." The school bully was about to cry, but his screams made Karma even more pleased. Finally, with a hard squeeze, she successfully sterilized him. The scene at this moment was like a devil descending. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl and the other two couldn't run anymore. They were also curious why the school bully made no sound. Strangest of all, on such a big road, not a single person could be seen. Otherwise, they could at least call for help. The curly-haired girl whimpered. It turned out the school bully had made arrangements in advance to avoid being disturbed while doing things. The little gangster girl was speechless. Really brought it on yourself. The black-haired girl suddenly realized that Karma was nowhere to be seen, scaring the curly-haired girl into quickly turning around. Sure enough, only a ground full of thugs remained. She immediately got goosebumps, only managing to squeeze out 2 words, "Run quickly," and her premonition was indeed correct. Before running 2 steps, Karma suddenly appeared in front of her riding a balance bike, directly knocking down the curly-haired girl. Rolling several times, the curly-haired girl hugged her calf and screamed crazily in pain. "Why don't you watch where you're going when running? You can't blame me for this. You ran into me yourself." The black-haired girl asked in horror how Karma appeared from the front. "I saw this skateboard was quite fun, so I went around in a circle, and the real show is just beginning. Make sure to excite me, little girls," looking at Karma, who seemed like a demon. At this moment, the little gangster girls had only one thought: escape. And Karma just sighed, lightly twisted the throttle, and caught up. Then grabbed the little gangster girl's hair, making the other two look on dumbfounded. "Why are you running? Don't you know wheels are faster than legs? If anyone else wants to use asphalt for exfoliation, just say so. I'll help you get it completely clean." The three immediately knelt down in unison. "Tell me, what were you planning to do after stripping me naked just now?" Seeing all three remained silent, Karma told the curly-haired girl to hand over her phone. Seeing the curly-haired girl dare to ask back what she wanted the phone for, Karma kicked the curly-haired girl's thigh, making her scream in pain. "When I tell you to hand it over, just hand it over, don't talk nonsense." Only then did the curly-haired girl obediently hand it over. After flipping through the photo album, Karma was stunned. Sure enough, she saw many photos of barely clothed girls. "Are you crazy? Why do you have so many girls' photos?" Seeing the curly-haired girl not answer, Karma kicked hard again. "Were my photos also about to be among them? Were they to be used as leverage to threaten me?" The curly-haired girl could only admit due to the pain. Only then did Karma lift her foot. To be honest, Karma didn't understand what was so important about this. After all, having been forced to experiment, she had long lost her sense of shame. But seeing how much these people valued it, it gave Karma an idea. "It seems I've thought of a plan that can replace stepfathers." Then she returned the phone to the curly-haired girl, but before she could catch it, it fell to the ground. The curly-haired girl was immediately dumbfounded. "Oh right, I suddenly have a dream. From today on, my dream is to be a photographer, because after looking at your photo album, I feel taking this kind of photos must be very fun. I'll give you two choices. Either cooperate obediently with my photo shoot, or I'll knock you unconscious and take them by force. The black-haired girl quickly begged for mercy, saying she could do anything except take photos. But Karma directly kicked her. It seems you choose the second option. The other two felt like they had encountered a demon. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. The curly-haired girl gritted her teeth and fainted. In the end, it was still President Lee cleaning up after Karma. The original plan was to use Karma's lack of pain sensation and shame, let her be bullied for 2 or 3 weeks, then hold an anti-bullying court. As long as they bribed the judge in advance, the curly-haired girl would be sent for community service. The location would be that island dedicated to serving disabled people, and the true face of this island was actually just a ghost facility, and the curly-haired girl's siblings would experience what hell was like. 200 hours of intensive interrogation. Then they just needed to have an accident happen to the ship returning from the island to destroy the evidence. But now Karma had ruined this plan. Actually, Chief Bake felt from the beginning that Karma was unreliable. It seemed they could only reconsider their strategy. And at this time, Karma actually came in humming a song. Chief Bake was furious. Do you know how important this revenge plan is to President Lee? Why did you have to mess everything up on the first day? Karma just smiled faintly. Because I have a more perfect plan. Chief Bake still wanted to scold, but was interrupted by President Lee anyway. Let's go into the office first. But unexpectedly, as soon as Karma entered, she was pinned down by President Lee's bodyguards. I heard you caused trouble on the first day. So many big men dealing with me, one weak woman. Isn't that a bit excessive? But compared to a person, you're more like a beast. Anyway, as your stepfather, I'm very disappointed in you. I know you have unavoidable reasons, but I'm also forced into this. I warned you before not to cause trouble. It seems you prefer eating bullets, right? The stepfather threatened his adopted daughter with a gun, asking if she had any last words. Feel free to say them. Karma said Chief Bake's plan was garbage. Clearly, you said before that you wanted to return the harm your daughter suffered to the bullies exactly as it was. If we follow Chief Bake's plan, it absolutely can't be done. Seeing President Lee's confusion, Karma continued, because Chief Bake's plan lacks the humiliation element. Think carefully about the content in your daughter's diary. What disgusting things did the curly-haired girl and others do to her, forcing her to crawl into the men's bathroom in front of the whole school? This kind of extreme humiliation is the debt the curly-haired girl must repay. And this sense of humiliation only works when there are onlookers present. This is the most perfect revenge, but you want to send her to an isolated island. It's really too merciful. To be honest, I'm somewhat disappointed in you. Clearly, you appear to spare no means for revenge on the surface, but you're afraid others will notice something. Your so-called revenge is really too perfunctory. Have you forgotten your original intention? President Lee didn't answer immediately, but thought for a while and asked, your brain damage should make you unable to feel shame, so how can you feel the other person's humiliation? I can't feel it, but I can savor it, which means as long as I see the twisted expressions of little girls, I'll feel extremely excited. You have to believe, I can take revenge to the extreme, but the prerequisite is that it must be completed at school. President Lee only thought for a moment before agreeing to Karma's proposal. Although your argument seems quite convincing so far, if you dare to play any tricks next, I'll make sure you eat a bullet. Karma then laid out her entire plan, leaving both President Lee and Chief Bake stunned, though President Lee seemed satisfied enough. Since that's the case, they'll go with Karma's plan. First, they need to contact the curly-haired girl's parents, but right now he needs to talk to Karma alone. Seeing President Lee planning to face Karma by himself, his subordinates all felt it was dangerous. But under his stern orders, they had no choice but to obediently leave. Karma, now freed from her restraints, stretched lazily and was about to say something endearing. But President Lee only asked her, do you know why I'm no longer holding a grudge? Karma thought President Lee had approved of her plan. But actually, it was because Karma was the only one in this household who fully understood what kind of revenge President Lee wanted. So Karma's plan was very much worth considering, which is why he decided to entrust the entire revenge plan to Karma. But you're not allowed to act on your own without permission again. Karma obediently agreed and bowed to thank President Lee for giving her this opportunity. As she spoke, Karma pulled out a USB drive from her pocket. This was the audio recording President Lee had asked her to make earlier. President Lee didn't expect the evidence to be obtained much faster than he had anticipated. Oh, I recommend you listen to recording number 6. The sound of the school bully's balls getting crushed is absolutely exquisite. President Lee immediately plugged the USB into his computer, and instantly the school bully's screams echoed throughout the entire room. Karma didn't expect President Lee to be this type of person too, listening to the screams while shedding tears. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the school bully's mother had a breakdown breakdown, and the curly-haired girl's father was desperately going around making connections from the situation, preparing to sue Karma regardless of the consequences. After hanging up the phone, the father was heartbroken and nearly in tears, but the curly-haired girl didn't dare tell the truth, because Karma held something she feared most in her hands. Always remember that your leverage is in my hands. The curly-haired girl could only say through tears that she was fine. Just then, the father's phone rang. The caller claimed to be Karma's guardian. After a brief conversation, the curly-haired girl's parents came to the agreed-upon building. They thought the other party was there to reconcile, but the moment they pushed open the conference room door, they were stunned. Long time no see, Eunjin's father. I'm Karma's stepfather, Lee Myung-jun. When the bullies' parents came knocking, they were shocked to discover that the person their daughter had been bullying was actually the heiress of the largest conglomerate. Although internally shocked, the man still gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to question. Are you here for revenge because your daughter died? President Lee just calmly replied, you're overthinking it. I already publicly forgave the bullies at the press conference. How could I possibly want revenge? But the man didn't believe it at all. If you want to prove it wasn't you, you must give me satisfactory compensation. Otherwise, as soon as I expose your use of minors for revenge, you'll lose your chance to become the conglomerate's president. President Lee just glared at him. Fine, then I'll tell you my compensation plan now. I heard your company recently wants to expand into the Southeast Asian market, so I'll provide full support from the conglomerate. Before the man could react, President Lee turned his gaze to the curly-haired girl's mother. I heard you're very interested in our conglomerate's luxury brands. If you're willing to reconcile, I'll immediately upgrade you to VVIP status. The mother immediately expressed her anger. What kind of shallow person do you think I am? But President Lee just continued with the compensation terms. I heard your family has a history of cancer, especially the curly-haired girl's grandmother, who just had colon cancer surgery recently. But cancer can always recur, and our conglomerate's cancer hospital has the most advanced technology. We can promise to provide lifetime free medical benefits for your entire family. Of course, lastly is the most direct compensation. President Lee snapped his fingers, and his subordinates walked in carrying several briefcases, filled to the brim with cash. Although money cannot make up for the pain we've caused you both. This is roughly $2 billion. And besides that, I also plan to compensate you both with a luxury apartment worth $5 billion. Do you think this amount is sufficient for now? Unexpectedly, the man suddenly started laughing. You read people well. It's just my son missing one testicle. I was already worried he'd cause trouble someday anyway. Might as well take this opportunity to cut off the other one too. But the woman suddenly whispered something in his ear, because her intuition told her things weren't this simple. The man replied, don't worry, I know there's definitely something fishy about this, but just follow my lead. Then the man asked President Lee, do we need to write up an agreement right away? But President Lee said before that, he had two conditions. First, the bullying incident must be kept strictly confidential. The man readily agreed. Next came the second condition, which was revealed as the door opened, and that was to let Karma continue studying at school. Through this incident, you should know that my stepdaughter cannot adapt to Korean life, so she needs friends around her who can help her. I hope the curly-haired girl can play this role. Since I heard you're close with the principal, would you be willing to lend me a hand? Before he could respond, Karma spoke up. I'm very sorry for the violence against your children, and to make up for my mistakes, I hope you both can give me a chance. I promise that even after graduating high school, I'll continue to maintain my friendship with the curly-haired girl. You can also consider this as a bond between our two companies, so I'm very earnestly begging you both to agree. Looking at Karma's serious expression, both of them showed greedy looks. Success! Finally succeeded in obtaining the right to torment the curly-haired girl at will. Don't celebrate too early, you two. Someday I'll make you pay back 100-fold. Karma smiled slightly. It seems the compromising photos in my hands haven't been exposed, and now I essentially have double insurance. Finally, I can get my revenge without any obstacles. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl was somewhat excited, thinking Karma would be kneeling before her parents right now, crying and begging for mercy. After all, her brother had become a cripple. As long as Karma gets abandoned, the one who laughs last will definitely be me. Every night, the conglomerate's vice president would be awakened by nightmares of his daughter being bullied. Although he didn't want to read his daughter's diary, the contents could constantly remind him of the torture his daughter had endured while alive. And the revenge plan officially entered its second phase. He asked Karma why she wasn't sleeping yet. Karma said, just thinking about being able to toy with the curly-haired girl at will from now on makes me too excited to sleep. President Lee didn't say much, only hoping Karma could destroy everything about the curly-haired girl. Karma grinned. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The next day, the entire entire school was in an uproar. Even though Karma had just crippled the school bully yesterday, she could still come to class completely unharmed today. The curly-haired girl also didn't understand why her father told her yesterday that she must get along well with Karma and that she absolutely had to do so, leaving her completely confused. But no matter how angry she was, she didn't dare say no. Karma suddenly stood up, startling the curly-haired girl into trembling. Yoonjin, bring your little followers and gather at the lockers. The monitor was also confused about what was happening. As the three gathered, the curly-haired girl timidly asked what she wanted to do. Karma said, "Don't be afraid. Let's get along well from now on. To show our reconciliation, let's play a game. The dog walking game that everyone from young to old enjoys." The curly-haired girl was completely dumbfounded. Black hair quietly asked, "It's not what I'm thinking, right?" Karma said, "Of course not." She just sighed. Then Karma said it was putting dog collars around their necks for a walking game. The classmates couldn't believe they were playing this big at school. So next, let me explain the roles you'll be playing. Sihi looks like a mischievous sprite, so she's a beagle. Ye-yoon has a longer face, so she's a Doberman. Finally, cute Yoon-jin, you're definitely a Chihuahua. The curly-haired girl couldn't believe it and immediately slapped the collar away. Karma said heartbrokenly, that collar was quite expensive. The curly-haired girl hadn't figured out the situation at all and threatened Karma, saying she'd tell her dad. Karma replied, "You don't want to play this game? That's fine, but my disappointed heart needs comforting, so I need other things to change my mood." The curly-haired girl quickly asked what it was. "I heard you often post daily photos on social media. What do you think I should post? Think carefully about those photos we've taken together. It should be fine for me to upload those, right?" The curly-haired girl was so scared she immediately grabbed Karma's phone and started apologizing frantically. "Don't push your luck. Friends should support each other, not oppose each other at every turn. It seems you don't want to be friends with me. If you don't play with me, I'll upload the photos." The curly-haired girl was truly frightened. Then Karma picked up the collar from the ground. "So next, let's go for a walk together." The girl was fitted with a collar and crawled slowly around the school. But none of the watching students stepped forward to stop it. Instead, they applauded, simply because she was originally a damned bully, who even caused the vice president's daughter to commit suicide by jumping off a building. This scene was exactly what she deserved. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding students, the curly-haired girl finally couldn't help but curse out loud. "Once my brother recovers, you're all finished." But before she could finish speaking, Karma interrupted her, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. "How can a good dog bark randomly? Do I need to get you a muzzle?" Karma asked the little delinquent nearby why her expression looked strange. "If you find filming boring, then come play the beagle role." This scared her into shaking her head frantically. "Students, don't be afraid. All the activities I'm conducting have the participants' consent." "Oh right, Chihuahua. You need to crawl faster so we can make it to the boys' class before the break ends." The curly-haired girl was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Seeing she didn't want to go, Karma said, "What's this compared to? Dragging someone into the boys' restroom, like a certain someone did." The curly-haired girl didn't understand how Karma knew about this. Dogs don't talk. If you don't want to walk, your master will mercifully drag you along. So the two of them headed toward the boys' class like this. The boys who saw them couldn't believe it. "Are girls making short videos this bizarre now?" Another person said, "This is obviously school bullying." The curly-haired girl could only crawl while wiping away tears. Just then, a blonde guy blocked their path, asking what was going on. Karma said, "Can't you see? I'm walking my dog." So Karma introduced to the curly-haired girl, "This blonde is my first male friend since coming to Korea." The curly-haired girl didn't understand how the first-year boss could be hanging out with Karma, and was even mocking her together with Karma. She even handed him the leash to try walking her. The curly-haired girl was almost breaking down. "What are you to be walking me?" the blonde just said helplessly. "The dog can actually talk." Karma even threatened, "Why do you keep stimulating my urge to upload?" The blonde yanked hard, making the curly-haired girl instinctively cry out. "That's right. Now you're making sounds like a proper dog should." The curly-haired girl still wanted to threaten the blonde with her bully brother, but the blonde wasn't scared at all. "Always bringing up your brother. Do you want to die? Besides, I heard you're the one who had your brother come discipline us." Thinking about the torture during that time, my hands are getting itchy. Seeing she still wanted to explain, Karma stopped her. "Look at the queue ahead. Those are all people who were beaten up by your brother. You better prepare yourself mentally. Come on, everyone line up here. One pull of the dog leash costs only 1,001. High volume, low profit." Everyone was dying to go first, and they almost had a stampede incident. Painful sounds immediately filled the entire hallway. After it ended, Karma was in a good mood and asked the curly-haired girl if it was fun. She was already numb at this point. Suddenly, Karma turned her gaze to the monitor, praising her for still studying even during break. This scared her into trembling. "I heard that dogs become smart after staying in school for 3 years. So if you go bark next to the monitor, you'll definitely be able to bark out the test answer answers. Come on, start your performance. If your barking is too half-hearted, I can't guarantee where these photos will end up circulating. The curly-haired girl immediately started barking frantically. Watching the curly-haired girl's ugly performance, the monitor chanted in her mind, "Can't see, can't see!" But as the curly-haired girl barked louder and louder, the classmates all rolled their eyes, and the monitor couldn't stand it anymore, angrily breaking her pen. She asked Karma what she was trying to do. "I'm walking my dog. What's wrong with that?" "Don't worry, my chihuahua doesn't bite. I'll make sure to get her properly vaccinated too." The monitor didn't want to deal with her at all, and immediately left the classroom. Karma also showed an interesting smile. The monitor was now certain that President Lee was definitely behind Karma, and the next target would be herself. She had to think of a countermeasure. The bully suddenly had an interesting discovery. Since nicotine is more toxic than potassium cyanide, that means this cigarette in my hand is more dangerous than potassium cyanide. Yet here I am, clearly alive and well. It's unfair to talk about toxicity without considering dosage. So I want to try what happens through ingestion. Don't be too scared. Eating 2 cigarettes definitely won't cause immediate problems, and as long as you spit it out in time, you'll be fine. Then she had the curly-haired girl hold her down. Although extremely unwilling, she could only fearfully comply, so she stuffed the cigarettes in like that. Moon Yi-jin, the second daughter of a hospital director, and she was Karma's next target. This person was naturally bad, and only acted maliciously in private, which was truly despicable. Apparently, she originally wanted to attend sports school but was forcibly dragged to medical school by her director father. Perhaps this could be put to good use. Then she asked Karma for suggestions. Sure enough, Karma immediately had inspiration. "But do you approve of my methods, stepfather?" So every break time, Karma would stare intently at the monitor. The monitor finally couldn't stand it and slammed her desk, asking Karma what exactly she wanted. Karma remained playfully smiling. "Did you already notice that there are only the 2 of us left in the classroom?" Only then did she turn around in horror. Indeed, there was no one else in the classroom. The monitor said everyone must have been scared away by Karma. "That's too harsh, monitor. It's lunch break now. Everyone just went to eat." The monitor shouted what she really wanted to do. Karma just teasingly said, "A murderer can still concentrate on reading books?" The monitor was only stunned for a moment. Then Karma said, "I didn't kill anyone. That person committed suicide. You really have no shame. And who do you think caused her suicide? Truly worthy of being monitor. You look just like a refined scoundrel." The monitor angrily turned and left, and in the following days, Karma continued her daily harassment of the monitor. "Monitor, I'm so bored. Please play with me." She chanted in her mind, "Can't hear, can't hear." Seeing no response, Karma suddenly pulled out a pen and scribbled all over the monitor's book. This made her curse on the spot. Karma said aggrievedly, "I was just trying to help, but you're treating me this way. That's too much." Speechless, she immediately turned and left, but Karma followed. The classmates also noticed the monitor wasn't quite right, because they'd never seen this side of her before. Meanwhile, by the trash can, the monitor was frantically cursing Karma's parents, and even kicked the trash can out of shape. Soon calming down, she quickly looked behind her. Fortunately, she didn't see Karma's figure. What puzzled her more was how Karma had picked the lock on her locker and destroyed her 80,001 reference books. But thinking this was just the beginning made her imagine the terrifying prospect of being cornered. But right now, the most important thing was figuring out how to stop Karma from exposing her true nature. Was there really a way to fight such a terrifying monster? But suddenly she realized something was wrong. Looks like I haven't exercised in too long. With Karma's build, how could she possibly beat so many strong guys? So I'm sure that must be a rumor. The real fighters must be thugs President Lee hired. This might all just be a bluff, so I don't need to be afraid at all. As long as I use all my strength to collect dirt on her, I can even use her as a spy planted next to President Lee. Thinking this, the monitor relaxed considerably. After all, in a girls' high school, few could beat her. Just 2 years ago, she won the Youth Taekwondo World Championship, dominating throughout. If not for her father forcing her to go to medical school, she would have already gone abroad to compete for the national team. The monitor, preparing for revenge, pushed open the classroom door and found classmates giving her strange looks. Before she could figure out what was happening, a classmate leaning against the classroom door was still gossiping about her. With the monitor's terrifying appearance, it would be weird if she wasn't a delinquent. Another person quickly reminded her the monitor was behind her, and she was shocked into silence. The monitor also calmed down, smiling as she walked in and asked what they were chatting about. "Why is the whole class talking about me behind my back? You idiots." After cursing, the monitor began looking for the source of the rumors. Could it be Karma? But she was just a transfer student who had just arrived. She couldn't possibly make classmates believe her immediately. And this was definitely just the beginning. Thinking this, she immediately turned toward the curly-haired girl. And seeing how she didn't dare lift her head, the monitor immediately confirmed it was her. The next second, she pushed her to the ground and pressed her foot against her neck. "I warned you before not to talk nonsense. Seems like you can't understand human speech at all." Then came a beating. "You better prepare yourself mentally. After I'm done dealing with Karma, it'll be your turn, you idiot." Strictly speaking, the current situation was all because of Karma. Karma. She had to torture her severely. The next day, the monitor began her plan. Karma curiously asked where she was going. The monitor said it was their turn to clean the laboratory. Karma was puzzled. She hadn't heard the teacher say anything about this. The monitor said seriously, "Why ask so many questions? Just follow me." Karma chuckled coldly. "Looks like there's going to be some fun again." Once in the laboratory, while Karma was looking around, the monitor quietly locked the door. Karma asked what they were doing now. The monitor said to move the basket on the floor to the table. While Karma walked away, she went to a cabinet and looked at the hydrochloric acid inside. Just as Karma asked where to move the basket, she grabbed the hydrochloric acid and splashed it at Karma. But Karma just sidestepped and dodged it completely. But the next second, she was kicked. Seeing Karma take her move, the monitor really didn't expect her reaction to be so fast. Seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Karma's mouth, the monitor became even more confident. "An opponent like this is worthy of me using my full strength for fun. Let's have a good fight today, sister." Karma excitedly wiped her mouth. "You're finally willing to play with me. I'm so happy, monitor." Seeing Karma's defensive stance, the monitor realized Karma must have trained too, though she didn't know how capable she was. But she definitely wasn't as skilled as herself. Seeing Karma standing still, the monitor chose to attack first. The moment she approached Karma, the monitor kicked out with powerful force, but Karma easily dodged it. The reason she was called a monster by outsiders was because she could perform 130 kicks containing her full body weight per minute. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but the power contained was enough to easily shatter ordinary people's bones. But she quickly discovered a problem. Even though Karma seemed to be at a disadvantage, her expression showed no panic at all. And her responsibility was more perfect than imagined, meaning her attacks just now were completely ineffective. "If this continues, my stamina will definitely be depleted first." Karma suddenly laughed out loud. "How can there be an idiot who corners the enemy but stops attacking? Did you already realize that your proud kicking techniques are useless against me?" The monitor's heart jumped when she was called out. Then Karma threw an ordinary punch. Although it caused no damage, it already let the monitor feel Karma's terrifying speed that was like teleportation. Karma just smiled slightly. "Now it's my turn, monitor. You better prepare yourself mentally." Another punch, and the monitor was already struggling somewhat. What was more terrifying was that Karma's punch had actually created wind pressure. Only then did she finally realize something was wrong. So scared, she stomped hard and retreated several steps. But suddenly, Karma's voice came from beside her. She turned to look and realized what she'd just seen was only Karma's afterimage. Before she could react, the monitor was instantly sent flying several meters. Her bones were really hard, though, taking one of Karma's punches without disfigurement. Karma couldn't help but praise her quick reactions. She was now completely dumbfounded. This exaggerated punching power and speed. Was this really human? Even without letting her guard down for a moment, she couldn't capture Karma's movement trajectory at all. "Now it's your turn to be cornered, monitor." But in such a narrow space, how can you perfectly display your taekwondo advantages? Although panicking inside, the monitor still forced herself to calm down and look for opportunities. Right now, Karma had obstacles on both sides, so her attacks would definitely only come from the front. As long as she was more careful, she could definitely find a chance. Sure enough, she immediately caught Karma's small movement and successfully seized this half-beat opportunity to deflect Karma's attack with one kick. But Karma remained expressionless. The monitor was stunned too, but having gained experience, she became much more confident. Karma looked down and found her foot was getting restless. Seeing Karma hesitate to attack again, the monitor delivered another powerful flying kick. Karma clicked her tongue. It seemed Karma was getting anxious because she couldn't get close. If she wanted to step on the table to attack, she'd be kicked down with one blow. Although the monitor's thinking was optimistic, Karma's operation was something she couldn't anticipate. In that instant, Karma seized the opportunity and swung with full force. With the crash of the monitor hitting the equipment, Karma was truly angry. "So you have long legs, huh? If you're not satisfied, get up and keep fighting. That punch just now was my real level. If you hadn't defended against it, you'd be in heaven right now." The monitor realized Karma wasn't bragging. It was a powerful fact. Having lost her fighting spirit, she now only wanted to escape, but Karma grabbed her hair and casually threw her backward. "You just said you wanted to have a good fight, so why do you want to run now? Besides, I have a performance I want to show you." With a forceful swing, she easily dismantled the door lock. The monitor was completely dumbfounded. This person was definitely not human. "So now let's seriously have a good fight, my dear monitor. You better prepare yourself mentally." Karma smiled coldly and told the monitor to get up quickly. "I'm not done playing yet." Looking at Karma like a demon, the monitor began thinking of countermeasures. She quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze falling on a conical flask behind her. After brief consideration, she picked up the conical flask and threw it at Karma without hesitation. Although it didn't hit, she didn't stop. She was now like playing playing dodgeball. Seeing none of them hit their target, she angrily tore open her school uniform with her bare hands, then wrapped it around her fist and used all her strength to smash the glass cabinet behind her with one punch. Just as Karma wondered what she was doing, the monitor reached toward the broken glass and hurled it at her. Due to the large quantity, quite a few shards still scratched Karma, and she narrowly dodged the hydrochloric acid attack. Karma was now truly angry, but the monitor shamelessly held several bottles of hydrochloric acid, uncapping them all and squeezing hard, creating two terrifying streams of liquid. Although Karma was already very fast, she still got splashed with some on her body. When more hydrochloric acid came, Karma grabbed a nearby chair to block most of the acid, but her thighs still got splashed with some. Seeing the hydrochloric acid running low, Karma casually threw the chair over. "Are you done playing? Now it's my turn." The monitor, out of ammunition, raised both hands wanting to surrender, but Karma was never someone who showed mercy. Seeing Karma charging toward her, she kicked the chair from earlier, but Karma still dodged it. When Karma looked up, the monitor was already holding the chair ready to smash down, but it was still futile. More outrageous was that she actually seized the moment the chair fell to kick it with her terrifying flying kick toward Karma, causing Karma's arm, ribs, and collarbone to fracture. The monitor also clearly heard the sound of bones cracking and her confidence soared. Injured this badly, she definitely can't fight anymore. However, just as she pressed her advantage, Karma's casual punch sent the monitor flying several meters. She couldn't understand why Karma's fighting power hadn't decreased at all despite the bone fractures, but she'd never guessed that Karma felt no pain at all. "You actually dared to fracture my bones. You better prepare yourself mentally." The monitor was almost breaking down. What kind of normal person can still move freely with broken bones? Just as Karma was about to strike, knocking sounds suddenly came from the door. The monitor didn't expect this. Shouldn't the teacher be in a meeting at this time? But this was perfect. She could finally escape this demon. However, Karma just smiled. "Time is tight. Looks like I only have one chance to strike." The monitor quickly started talking to buy time, then took a defensive stance. As long as she held out until the teacher came in, she could successfully escape. "You know, monitor, boxing isn't actually my specialty. My real forte is the kicking techniques you're so proud of." As the monitor was shocked, Karma also kicked her arm, but suddenly she found it didn't hurt at all. Just as she was excitedly preparing to counterattack, Karma suddenly leaped into the air, grabbed the monitor's head with her left hand, and delivered an elbow strike that sent her straight to hell. Watching the monitor fly several meters away, Karma smiled slightly. "I deliberately let you grab my foot, returning your first move to you in my own way." The knocking outside was getting more urgent, but it looked like it would still take some time to get in, so in this spare time, let me play with you properly. When the monitor slowly opened her eyes, she was horrified to discover she had passed out. She quickly looked around for Karma's figure, only to suddenly realize her opponent was somehow on top of her. Just as she tried to struggle, she realized her hands were firmly controlled. Hearing the monitor's incessant shouting, Karma only felt annoyed and immediately lifted her back. The monitor was shocked and blushed with embarrassment, but Karma just casually picked up glass shards from the ground, mimicking a salt-sprinkling motion as she evenly scattered the fragments on her back, then pulled down her clothes and pressed down hard with her knee. The intense pain made the monitor roll her eyes on the spot, her piercing screams echoing throughout the laboratory. But Karma continued rubbing her back, accompanied by the crunching sound of glass shards. The monitor shed tears of pain and angrily called Karma a bitch. "How dare you curse at me? You really don't want to live." Then she pressed her entire body down. "I said if you begged me, you might suffer less, but why are you cursing me and adding to your punishment? Have you been too comfortable as a spoiled young lady and forgotten your survival instincts?" The sound of breaking down the door came again. The monitor couldn't understand why they couldn't even open a door after so long. Karma threatened her the door will be opened eventually, but when they see this mess here, your good student persona will be completely ruined. But if we clean up beforehand, there's still a chance to salvage the situation. So next, I'll use you as a human mop to clean up the scene. Looking at Karma's terrifying smile, the monitor was completely dumbfounded. But she was powerless to resist and could only keep begging Karma for mercy. But Karma wouldn't waste words with her and immediately tried to press her head to the ground. But just then, the laboratory door was finally broken open. Seeing this horrific scene, the teacher immediately stepped forward to stop Karma. Karma clicked her tongue. "Such a pity. Just a little bit more." The monitor breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the laboratory in complete disarray, the academic director was very angry. "Do you know how much equipment you've damaged? You will both be disciplined." After hearing the monitor's name, the director was shocked to discover she was this month's top student in the practice exam, so he unilaterally judged that the monitor must be the victim. When he was about to ask Karma's name, he found her somewhat familiar. Karma smiled slightly. "Did you forget we just met at the academic office a few days ago?" The director was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed as he put on a different face. "Oh my! How is your stepfather doing?" The monitor couldn't believe what was happening. A teacher teacher nearby said this wasn't the time for small talk. They should go to the hospital first. But the director just told him to shut up quickly and also told another teacher to leave immediately. Then he flatteringly asked Karma what was going on. And Karma said she was just playing around with the monitor. Then asked the teacher to keep this matter secret. Then turned to look at the monitor. You were supposed to be punished, but considering you brought honor to the school, I'll let it slide this time. But if you dare bully our Karma again, I absolutely won't show mercy. The monitor was so scared that she quickly nodded in agreement, then instructed the teacher to handle the scene, and flatteringly helped Karma out. The teacher was furious. So they're just leaving me alone to clean up? The monitor was stunned for a long time. At this moment, Karma also felt the monitor's gaze, casually pointed at her, then put her thumb by her neck, making a throat-slitting gesture. The monitor was scared silly on the spot. It seemed she had completely become Karma's plaything. The monitor, who had completely become a plaything, was about to break down. What shocked her even more was that Karma actually said in her direction that she wanted to find someone for a celebration banquet after school. At this moment, not only did the monitor's heart tremble, even the curly-haired girl behind her was shaking with fear. Both of them prayed in their hearts, hoping Karma would choose the other one. Then Karma suddenly slammed the table. I've decided who I want to go to the celebration banquet with. That person is the curly-haired girl's little followers. Hearing that the devil's claws were reaching toward them, those two little delinquents almost wet themselves on the spot. The curly-haired girl quickly asked Karma, "What about me? Do I need to go too?" Karma smiled slightly. "Why are you disappointed that I didn't invite you?" The relieved curly-haired girl immediately turned and left the classroom. The monitor was confused why Karma didn't choose herself or the curly-haired girl. Logically speaking, neither of them should be on Karma's revenge list. Whatever. As long as it's not me, I should escape quickly while I can. Karma just silently watched the monitor leave, then turned her gaze to those two trembling little delinquents. Are you two hugging each other doing a static electricity experiment? What are you staring at? Hurry up and pack up to go home. I have many questions I want to ask you. By the trash can. Both were trembling with fear. The questions I want to ask are very simple. As long as you answer honestly, you can go home alive. Ha ha ha! I'm just kidding, don't be so scared. By the way, are you from the same middle school as the curly-haired girl? Both nodded repeatedly. Then you should also know President Lee's daughter, right? Both nodded again. From now on, you must tell the truth. Does her death have anything to do with you? Both quickly denied it in panic. Karma's face immediately darkened. Do you think I can't find out if you lie? Not only have you been best friends with the curly-haired girl since first grade, but you're also good friends with another perpetrator, Jiang Yaxian. The little delinquent was about to cry. She did have a good relationship with her, but later they grew apart. And that Jiang Yaxian, I only met her once. Because she's an even more terrifying person than the monitor, I didn't dare get close. Seeing that the little delinquent wasn't lying, Karma was quite disappointed. Her playthings were reduced by 2. What a pity. I believe what you said, but you need to run an errand for me. From now on, I'll focus on dealing with the monitor. But then no one will be watching the curly-haired girl. So I plan to outsource the job of bullying the curly-haired girl to you two. Both were too scared to agree, but Karma just reminded them, don't forget what kind of photos I have of you. And if you can do what I assign well this semester, I'll delete them after the semester ends. Both immediately nodded eagerly in agreement. Oh, and everything I just said must be kept secret. Both immediately played dumb. What did we just talk about? We don't remember. And this part was also a task assigned by President Lee. His daughter originally had quite a few friends, but they all distanced themselves from her after she was bullied. She persisted alone like this, just to protect this useless father and the entire group from that monster. The burden on her shoulders was too heavy, so I must give the curly-haired girl a gift. Give her the pain my daughter once experienced, and that bone-deep loneliness. Today, the little delinquents started their work. Seeing the two ignoring her, the curly-haired girl still wanted to get closer, but the little delinquent just slapped her hand away. Stop pretending. We got in trouble yesterday because of you, but you ran away by yourself. We won't associate with you anymore, just like how you abandoned us yesterday. The curly-haired girl was furious. If it had been me left behind yesterday, you would have run first too, breaking up friendship over this. Are you even human? Besides, the evidence in Karma's hands was all filmed by you guys. In that case, we're completely done. Then she left the classroom in grief. The classmates were buzzing with discussion. This drama was too explosive. The monitor was also watching with cold sweat, though she really wanted to drop out immediately. But if she dropped out, the one who would be hurt would definitely be her family business, and the family would definitely hand her over to President Lee to protect the business. Her terrifying father would definitely do that. Now she could only rely on herself. Yesterday, Karma was beaten by her and got a fracture. She would definitely rest today. She must think of a solution while she's not here, but before she could start thinking, the classroom door was casually pushed open. Sorry, Karma is late today. All the students were dumbstruck. The monitor was even more stunned. Karma walked directly to the monitor's side, scaring her into a cold sweat. By the way, monitor, from today on, I'm going to sit next to you. Please take care of me. me. The monitor felt doomed. Now, even during class time, she would have to endure Karma's torture. Karma casually placed her backpack on the monitor's desk. There's a gift I prepared for you inside. The monitor was puzzled about what was inside. Unexpectedly, the backpack started wriggling by itself. Go ahead and open it, my dear monitor. It'll definitely give you a big surprise. Looking at Karma's expectant eyes, the monitor felt her scalp tingling because she discovered that something in Karma's backpack was actually wriggling. Combined with Karma's expression, the monitor could almost be certain that the bag definitely contained something terrifying. The monitor angrily shouted, "Get lost!" Karma looked at her expressionlessly. "It seems I'll have to open the gift for you myself." Karma's hand was rummaging in the bag. Along with a sound of water flowing, Karma smiled slightly and actually pulled out a pine leaf crab. Not only were all the classmates stunned, the monitor was also confused. Has this guy gone crazy? And this is still alive. Karma just smiled and said, "Pets have always been the best diplomatic gifts since ancient times, but the monitor didn't think so. Can crabs even be considered pets? Besides, it's an aquatic creature. This is animal abuse right now. It seems you're a bit ignorant." Monitor, crabs can survive on land too. And isn't it ironic for you to say animal abuse? Seeing that the monitor didn't want to deal with her, Karma brought the crab claw closer, and it obediently clamped down hard, making the monitor scream in pain. And the crab claw gripped tighter and tighter. It took the monitor a while to react and shake it off. She immediately cursed at Karma, asking what she was trying to do. Karma started explaining that cancer in English is called cancer. This word comes from the ancient Greek word for crab, because crab shells and tumor spread patterns are similar. And there's also a theory that the pain of cancer is very similar to being pinched by a crab. So don't you think crabs are the key reason why a certain female student jumped off a building? The monitor was immediately stunned. How much does this guy actually know? So monitor, you should have guessed what game we're going to play next. My little crab will frantically pinch your thighs during class time. The purpose of this experiment is to see whether you, monitor, can overcome the pain and focus on studying. The monitor was speechless. Is this guy an idiot? Then I'll just report to the teacher on the spot. And looking at the crab's condition, it probably won't last through the first class. Let me see how you're going to torture me. Soon it was class time. Karma was still very focused on watching the monitor's every move. Then she brought the crab close to the monitor. The little crab pinched down. The monitor almost cried out, but she quickly composed herself and stood up, reporting to the teacher that Karma was pinching her with a crab. But the teacher just looked at Karma with a dark expression and found her looking at him innocently, then told the monitor to sit down quickly, saying such jokes weren't funny. The monitor was immediately dumbfounded. Does my word as a top student have so little credibility? So she steeled herself and directly kicked Karma's desk flying. Before the teacher could react, she told the teacher to look at Karma's hands. See for yourself. What is this if not a crab? The teacher was immediately surprised and speechless. But after calming down, he just peacefully told Karma to play after class, then told the monitor to restore the desk and continue class. The monitor was immediately full of question marks. What the hell is going on? And Karma just turned to look at her, showing an evil smile. It turned out that before class started, the academic director had a meeting about Karma's situation, because President Lee had donated a lot of funds to the school, so even if Karma caused trouble at school, they must treat her leniently. Only then did the monitor realize that President Lee must be pulling strings behind the scenes. That's why the teacher was so tolerant of her. Then Karma brought the crab close again, but this time, the monitor decisively stepped back several steps, shouting, "Don't come near me, or I'll tear your crab apart." Karma just smiled. "If you can crush its shell with one punch, I won't bully you anymore." The next second, the monitor raised her fist to smash the crab, but Karma just leaned back to dodge the attack, and smoothly wrapped her legs around the monitor, trapping her tightly. Then applied force with both legs. The monitor's ribs were about to break. "You shouldn't be able to move now. I'm going to start pinching you to my heart's content." Then she brought the claws up. At this moment, the monitor couldn't dodge even if she wanted to. The maximum grip strength of a pine leaf crab is 10 kilograms, which doesn't seem like much, but pressure depends on contact area, meaning the pain the monitor was experiencing at this moment was more than 20 times that of a clothespin. Hearing the monitor's screams, the teacher didn't turn around immediately, because the academic director had said in the morning that if Karma caused disruption to normal classes, at most, they would both be sent out to kneel as punishment. Only then did the teacher angrily tell both of them to go out and kneel with hands raised. The monitor couldn't understand why she, clearly the victim, also had to kneel as punishment. President Lee was going too far, and wasn't he afraid of public opinion backlash? She then turned to look at Karma. "You bitch, why aren't you raising your hands?" Karma just smiled. I'm raising them very seriously, can't you see? And you're too obedient with no one watching now? Why are you still raising your hands?" Only then did the monitor lower her hands. But before she could relax for 2 seconds, another pinch landed on her thigh. "Be careful of traps when solving problems, monitor. Besides, I and the crab are still watching you. You must obey your punishment, and I'll also punish you on behalf of the teacher." The monitor quickly told her to wait, then screams echoed throughout the hallway. Time quickly came to the next day's break. Watching the monitor's departing figure, Karma had another evil new idea. When the monitor returned, she found classmates covering their noses and retching, and her backpack was stuffed full of Karma's little crabs. Worse yet, the birthday wallet her boyfriend gave her didn't escape either. The monitor was trembling with anger. At this moment, Karma leisurely spoke up. "As you can see, this is the little crab's funeral. I thought for a long time about how to bury it, and finally decided to use your backpack as the urn. After all, it had quite a good time playing with you while alive, but you still cruelly killed it. What do you think, monitor?" Seeing the monitor trembling with rage, Karma's lips curved up slightly. "This is just an appetizer. There are bigger surprises waiting for you, like the food torture menu the stepfather prepared for you," just as Karma was proud of her masterpiece. The next second, the monitor directly smeared the crab on her face. "I heard crab innards are rich in nucleic acids and can activate cells. They're especially good for the skin. Since you like it so much, use it yourself slowly." Before she finished speaking, Karma suddenly grabbed the monitor's arm. Before she could react, Karma threw her hard against the blackboard, then raised her fist, and under the monitor's shocked gaze, punched the blackboard behind her. The blackboard instantly cracked with countless fissures. "Don't you understand what restraint means? Why do you always force me to teach you a lesson?" The monitor seemed to give up completely anyway. "Even if I don't do anything, you'll still cause me trouble, so I might as well torture you severely." Karma's face immediately darkened. "Then you better prepare yourself mentally. Sooner or later, I'll make your eyes shed red tears." She then glanced at the other people in the classroom. "If the teacher asks about the blackboard, just say the monitor did it." Then she angrily left the classroom. The monitor was just slightly stunned, then suddenly let out a pig-like laugh. She really doesn't dare go too far. It seems President Lee has already warned her not to cross legal boundaries. Choosing to act at school actually trapped her. From the current situation, President Lee plans to resolve me within the school, but this actually makes me safer. So next is my last chance to fight back. Let's see who the final person standing will be. Soon it was break time. The monitor hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Next, she just needed to record Karma's violent behavior, then expose it together with President Lee, and you'll be finished. Coincidentally, Peiduya's grandmother is a director at a major media company. Let's see how long Lee Myung-jun can last under media impact. But just as she was feeling proud, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. After looking around, she rushed toward the man. It turned out to be the monitor's boyfriend. The monitor asked him why he had time to come here today. The boyfriend immediately noticed the wounds on her face. The monitor explained that she accidentally got them and quickly changed the subject. But the boyfriend suddenly became serious, asking if she was involved with delinquents. The monitor was immediately stunned. "Which bastard was spreading rumors?" "My friend's sister goes to the same school as you," she said recently. "There's been a group of crazy women causing trouble, making her afraid to go to school, and rumor has it you're one of them. So, do you have anything you want to explain to me?" Seeing the monitor didn't refute, the man was extremely angry. "You should know how much I hate delinquents. What's even more ridiculous is that I actually heard rumors about my girlfriend eating cigarettes for classmates. So aren't you going to explain? Hurry up and refute me. Tell me I got it wrong." So the monitor gritted her teeth and began her Oscar-worthy performance, tearfully saying those were just rumors, and even took off her jacket in front of him, revealing the wounds inside. Saying she'd been bullied recently, the man was left speechless by her explanation, then quickly hugged the monitor and started apologizing frantically. Seeing that she finally got through it, the monitor became even more angry. The rumors were spreading much faster than she expected. She needed to think of a countermeasure quickly. After all, such handsome and considerate men weren't easy to find. If they broke up because of this, she would definitely kill Karma first, then commit suicide. However, she didn't know that at this moment, Karma was watching all of this from a tree. The monitor pulled her boyfriend to a KTV, and after some intimacy, the boyfriend slowly spoke. "Since I already know you're being bullied, I definitely won't stand by and watch." But the monitor showed a troubled expression. "The bully has powerful backing, so I beg you not to do anything. I don't want to get you involved, and I've already thought of a countermeasure. But before that, you must trust me unconditionally and never be swayed by any rumors." The boyfriend nodded without hesitation. On the other side, President Lee was reminiscing about his deceased wife and daughter, recalling his daughter's life bit by bit. His heart ached like a knife, and his eyes darkened accordingly. "I must make the perpetrators pay back this pain 100-fold. I will personally prove that hell truly exists." At this moment, Karma and the Chief Bake walked in, bringing new intelligence. The Monitor's boyfriend is the ace of the senior tennis team, practically a perfect male god. Excellent in both studies and sports, but his only flaw is being indecisive and easily influenced by others. He and the Monitor have been dating for 2.5 years. They first met at a competition 2 years ago. Because the Monitor was forced to give up entering sports school, she became very dependent on her boyfriend. He could be said to be the Monitor's only spiritual pillar. President Lee was puzzled about what the revenge plan had to do with him. Karma's lips curved up. "Because he is the key figure for us to destroy the Monitor's spiritual pillar. This plan is called NTR. President Lee immediately found it interesting, so we're going to steal her boyfriend. I heard you've recently been developing a special food where, if 2 people eat it, one of them will die. But before that, I can't just sit idle, so I plan to first present you with a spectacular NTR melodrama, guaranteed to be a feast for your eyes." President Lee immediately agreed, telling Karma to start the NTR plan right away. The next day, the Monitor was happily shopping with her boyfriend, but when they were about to part, he brought up the bullying again, asking if the Monitor had told her father. She could only make up that she didn't want to worry her father. Her boyfriend was good in every way, just too worried about her, which gave her a headache. This would inevitably lead to the truth being discovered. More importantly, she absolutely couldn't let her antisocial father know. So the Monitor quickly changed the subject, saying she was going to cram school next. "But next time we meet, I'll help you relax properly," making her boyfriend blush. After the Monitor left, the boyfriend felt guilty. How could he suspect such a considerate girlfriend of being a delinquent? But regarding the bullying, he had to do something to help her. Just then, someone called his name from behind. Karma had indeed started to act. However, with just one glance, the man was shocked. Was this a fairy descending from heaven? He quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd thought. Karma walked up with a smile. "Hello, I'm the Monitor's classmate. I often hear her mention you." Seeing the boyfriend's confused look, Karma's lips curved. "Aren't you curious about the Monitor's past?" Karma officially launched her NTR plan. However, when the little boyfriend learned who Karma was, he was immediately furious. "So you're the one bullying the Monitor?" Karma looked aggrieved. "I'm clearly the one being bullied," pointing to the wounds on her face. But the little boyfriend, who had been given a heads up by the Monitor, didn't believe her at all. "You even dare to come here and sow discord? How shameless!" As her boyfriend, "I will definitely make you face appropriate punishment." After saying this, he turned to leave. Karma was speechless. Didn't the Chief back say he was an indecisive person? But if she let him go now, all would be lost. So she decisively admitted that she was indeed the bully. Hearing this, the boyfriend immediately stopped. "That's right, those wounds on the Monitor's legs are my masterpiece." This immediately made the boyfriend angrily pin Karma against the wall. "What exactly do you want to do?" Karma said she just wanted to chat with him. "And if you leave today, I'll continue creating art on the Monitor's legs." The boyfriend had no choice but to agree reluctantly. "But if you dare spout nonsense again, I definitely won't let you off." Karma immediately showed a wicked smile. After simply tasting some desserts, Karma apologized to him, saying what she said earlier was just to provoke him into chatting. But the boyfriend still didn't believe her, continuing to ask what Karma wanted to do to let the Monitor go. So Karma became serious. "If someone suddenly told me that my partner of 2 years was a delinquent, I'd react the same way as you. But can you first listen to my story?" Completely ignoring the boyfriend's refusal, Karma continued telling her story. "When I was helpless after defecting from North Korea, it was my stepfather who adopted me and gave me the love I lacked. But he falls into endless grief every night because of losing his biological daughter. And the murderer is your beloved Monitor." The boyfriend immediately roared, "Don't talk nonsense!" Immediately drawing the attention of other customers, Karma told him not to be so uncouth because if he wasn't careful, she'd be kicked out before finishing this milkshake. The boyfriend coldly asked if she had any evidence. Karma just smiled slightly, rummaging inside her clothes, then handed the boyfriend a piece of paper. "This is the original court judgment that my stepfather went to great lengths to obtain. It clearly records the defendant's information. You can carefully see if one of the perpetrators is your girlfriend." But he just glanced at it and angrily said, "Are you kidding me? I could forge these few pieces of broken paper too." Karma was speechless, but she had already anticipated this situation. So she took out a tablet, showing the court's official website, which clearly recorded the Monitor's name. But he immediately retorted that this was a photoshopped image. Karma said, "This is the court's official website. If you don't believe it, you can use your phone to search for this case on the official website yourself." He collapsed and said this must just be someone with the same name, he absolutely didn't believe it. He was so obsessed that he even wanted to call the monitor on the spot to confirm. But Karma immediately stopped him. After all, in his current state, he wasn't very clear-headed. Calling the monitor directly would only get him brainwashed more severely. It seemed she had to be tough. So Karma applied slight pressure with her fingers and crushed the phone in half. But she lost her balance and flew out. The entire coffee shop immediately fell silent. The man stared at the phone in a daze for a while, then shouted, "My phone!" Karma also shouted at the same time, "My chocolate milkshake." Sure enough, the next second, the boss told them both to get out. The two were awkwardly standing at the door. Karma said, "I can compensate you with hundreds of different phones, but you have to honestly tell me, are you already wavering about the monitor?" Seeing he didn't answer, Karma seriously said, "Tomorrow at 4 p.m., let's meet at the back gate of our high school. As long as you're willing to trust me once, I'll let you witness the monitor's true face with your own eyes." The monitor couldn't figure out why her boyfriend of 2.5 years wasn't replying to messages today. He had never done this before. What was stranger was that Karma was unusually well behaved today. These two timing coincidences were too coincidental. Was it just coincidence, or was she overthinking? The next second, Karma suddenly turned around, scaring her into incoherence. But it was good that Karma was well behaved. At least she could study seriously. Karma again showed her evil smile. During lunchtime, the curly-haired girl was eating alone. But the next second, a lump of rice was smeared on her face, followed by leftover food. All three were expressionless. Looking at the despairing curly-haired girl, the little delinquent told her to be optimistic. After all, on the first day of the breakup, you didn't get to eat such hot food. Then, the little delinquent told the curly-haired girl to go to the garbage dump, saying Karma told her to go. The curly-haired girl immediately started trembling all over, but could only cry and obediently comply. Looking at Karma sitting on the roof, the curly-haired girl was curious how she got up there. Seeing the curly-haired girl, Karma leaned forward, making a cool landing pose. The curly-haired girl was immediately shocked into crying out, "I haven't even started yet. What are you shouting for? And I've thought of a way to stop you from being tortured. Are you interested in hearing it?" The scared curly-haired girl kept backing away. "Is it a method like dying and then being liberated?" Karma was immediately speechless. "As long as you do as I say, I won't bully you anymore." The curly-haired girl was immediately surprised, then excitedly stammered, guaranteeing to complete the mission. But before she could be happy for even 2.5 seconds, Karma slowly said, "I want you to go trouble the monitor, then get beaten half to death by her." The curly-haired girl immediately lost her sparkle, asking in disbelief again. Seeing Karma's answer remained unchanged, without even waiting for Karma to finish, the curly-haired girl decisively refused this proposal. How is this different from the method of dying and then being liberated? And that guy becomes perverted once she loses her mind. Karma just coldly said, "Am I not as good as her?" Seeing the curly-haired girl about to break down, Karma gently stroked her neck. A dog's destiny has only one path: obedience. If you dare disobey me again, I'll let you truly be liberated. The negotiation was over. Now there were only orders. Seeing the curly-haired girl agree, only then did Karma let go. The curly-haired girl fell to the ground with a thud. This is humanity's most loyal companion. I'll look forward to your performance. After Karma left, her screams echoed through the sky. Soon it was the appointed time. The man appeared at the school's back gate right on time. Although his heart was full of guilt toward the monitor, he had to dig out the truth. If the monitor was really the victim, he must find a way to help her escape. Just as he was thinking, Karma's voice came from behind. "You really came to the appointment. Come with me quickly. I've already found the best viewing platform for the show. It's time for you to face the truth." The man immediately became nervous. As the dismissal bell rang, students poured out of classrooms, and the two were watching everything from the rooftop. The good show is about to begin. The man was immediately speechless. "What are you holding in your hand?" "This is a high-definition video camera I specially prepared." "I'm not stupid. I know it's a camera. I'm asking why you plan to record from the beginning." "Why did you ask me to come? Wouldn't it be easier to just show me the video?" Before he could finish, Karma told him to look below. Sure enough, the monitor appeared. At this moment, he didn't know what was about to happen next. The monitor asked the curly-haired girl why she called her out. "Didn't I say that after dealing with Karma, it would be your turn? Are you so impatient that you want to cut in line?" But the curly-haired girl just suddenly turned around, raised her hand ready to fight the monitor. "You bitch who looks down on me. If you're not convinced, then let's fight one-on-one." The man was stunned. Karma almost laughed to tears. The monitor herself was incredulous. Immediately, her veins bulged with anger. Looking at the curly-haired girl who suddenly challenged her, the monitor was furious, but thinking carefully, she realized something was wrong. Her behavior today was clearly premeditated, not impulsive at all. She suddenly turned to look at the rooftop, but found nothing, because Karma reacted quickly enough and had already hidden, but the monitor still felt something was off. Her instincts told her she needed to get rid of the trouble in front of her quickly, so she turned and walked away. The curly-haired girl didn't expect the monitor not to lose her temper, although she was relieved to have escaped disaster. When she looked toward the rooftop, she found Karma was already furious, as if she would devour her the next second, scaring her into quickly thinking of a solution. Even if it was to survive, she had to make the monitor lose her temper, so she used her long, unused brain, and soon had a flash of inspiration, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You murderer!" The monitor immediately stopped and looked at her. President Lee's daughter wasn't suicide at all. You're the murderer who dragged her to the rooftop and forced her to jump. You murderer! At this moment, not only was the monitor dumbfounded, Karma was also puzzled. Was there something else behind her stepsister's death? At this moment, the monitor was finally about to explode. Who told you about this? Seeing the monitor react, the curly-haired girl continued courting death. You should go to the police station and turn yourself in. Sure enough, the next second, the monitor kicked her flying several meters, and the monitor didn't stop, rushing up and delivering another vicious kick to the abdomen. The curly-haired girl almost went to meet her ancestors. The little boyfriend on the rooftop was also dumbfounded, because the monitor at this moment looked exactly like a habitual criminal. At this moment, the monitor decisively admitted her crime. But how dare you provoke a murderer again and again? The curly-haired girl wanted to explain that Karma forced her, but before she could finish, the monitor directly stuffed her hair roller into her mouth. I think your mouth is very dangerous. I must make you shut up forever. Only then can I feel at ease. Accompanied by an angry punch, the monitor's true face was completely exposed. The little boyfriend was completely numb. Was this demon-like person really his girlfriend? Suddenly, a crashing sound came. The little boyfriend's heart completely shattered. What in their 2 years of love was real? At this moment, the monitor grabbed the curly-haired girl again. From now on, you must drop out. If you dare appear again, I'll make you medically truly dead. Then she let go, and while the curly-haired girl hadn't hit the ground yet, she added another flying kick. At this moment, the curly-haired girl completely lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Watching the monitor leave, the little boyfriend fell into deep self-doubt. Who was that person? That definitely wasn't the girl he knew. Karma, on the other hand, was laughing happily. Thanks to the curly-haired girl's hard work, they managed to capture such explosive evidence. This video would definitely play a crucial role in the final dinner segment. At this moment, the little boyfriend collapsed completely on the ground, constantly thinking about words like murderer, jumping off the rooftop. Could it be that I'm dating a demon? So these past 2 years of my life have all been lies. Karma never expected that he would be even more fragile than she imagined. Or maybe this is how normal people should react after learning the truth. So is my NTR plan a success or failure? After all, I never successfully seduced him. If it gets judged as a failure, I'll definitely be mocked by Chief Bake. So I absolutely can't leave him alone now. I must find a way to successfully seduce him today. Looking at this completely withdrawn little boyfriend, Karma fell into distress instead. How exactly can I seduce a boyfriend who's been forced into heartbreak? For such an innocent little boy, shallow tactics would probably just backfire. Just as Karma was thinking of a strategy, the little boyfriend finally spoke up. Are you satisfied now? Seeing me suffer? You're happy, aren't you? Looking at this heartbroken person in front of her, Karma was momentarily speechless. But the next second, Karma draped her jacket over his shoulders. The little boyfriend immediately stopped crying, turning to look at the expressionless Karma. Then Karma sat down beside him. My stepsister ended her life on the rooftop. Although I'm not her real family, I can't just leave a sad person alone on the rooftop right now. I sincerely apologize for dragging you into my revenge plan. But even if I hadn't approached you, you still would have been hurt. I want you to know that I have no ill will toward you, but I still feel I must take responsibility for your sadness. So, I want to tell you one of my stories. Maybe it can make you feel a little better. I actually had a pretty happy childhood. Back then, I had a very gentle biological father. His love for me was no less than my current stepfather's, but I never expected that he was actually a North Korean military scientist. Once, when the lab's new drug needed test subjects, and when he discovered that I was the most suitable test subject, he didn't hesitate to push me onto the experiment table. For recognition from his superiors, he could sacrifice even his own daughter. Various experimental drugs were injected into my 10-year-old veins. That period was like living in hell. I endured 3 years through numb willpower. Even now, if I clench my fist for 10 seconds, black vein-like scars will appear on the back of my hand. The little boyfriend looked at her in shock. Compared to his own little experience, it was like child's play. Karma smiled bitterly. Didn't you hate me just now? How come you're sympathizing with me now? You really are a good person. The little boyfriend's face turned red from embarrassment. Anyway, what I want to tell you is that I've also experienced that kind of betrayal when I learned that the father I had always respected was nothing but a facade. I thought my life would end like that, but unexpectedly, by chance, I escaped to South Korea, and I even met my beloved stepfather. Thanks to him, I can now drink chocolate milkshakes without any worries. The little boyfriend's heart started pounding again from Karma's smile. And finally, what I want to say is, even if the world you're familiar with is crumbling, as long as you have the courage to keep moving forward, you'll definitely be able to meet a whole new world like I did. Karma's words hit the little boyfriend's heart like a heavy hammer. He seemed to really start moving toward another stage of life. I think the saying, use another woman to forget a woman, sounds too cliche, and I originally planned to seduce you to make the monitor go crazy. But seeing how innocent you are, I really can't bring myself to do it. I hope you can meet a girl who's better than the monitor. Just as Karma was about to leave, the little boyfriend suddenly called out to her. This was actually just another part of Karma's scheme. The most effective way to deal with innocent little boys is to play the sympathy card. Karma turned around and asked him, is there anything else? But she didn't expect the little boyfriend to say seriously, you haven't compensated me for my phone yet. Do you think a school uniform jacket can cover the cost of a phone? You clearly promised to compensate me with the latest phone model, so we must go to the shopping center now, because there are many dating spots there. Didn't you say to use another woman to forget a woman? Then I'll use you to overcome the pain of heartbreak, so you should also use me for revenge until the end. Karma was stunned for a moment, then her lips turned up slightly. Then let's go on a date now. Looking at the latest phone model that Karma bought for him, the little boyfriend's heart was about to melt. Karma asked him, are you that happy? Since I've compensated you for the phone, let's officially start our date now. Where do you want to start shopping? I've actually decided on the final destination, but before that, I'll leave the rest to you. The little boyfriend smiled happily, then boldly follow me. I guarantee you'll have a satisfying day of dating. Inside a restaurant, looking at the beautifully plated food, Karma was overjoyed. What made her even happier was that the little boyfriend thoughtfully took photos for her. After dinner, the two went to KTV to sing. Karma sang with great passion, and judging by the little boyfriend's expression, her singing talent wasn't bad either. Even the scoring system thoughtfully gave her 100 points. The little boyfriend clapped excitedly. Next was the place every couple must visit, the photo booth symbolizing youth. The two posed in various positions, getting closer and more intimate. Then they went to the amusement park. But when playing the disco turntable, the staff got playful, mischievously turning the power to maximum, causing Karma to launch into the air on the spot, hovering for 2.5 seconds, finally landing precisely on the little boyfriend, almost making him unable to contain himself. The next second, Karma turned to look at him, showing an incredibly cute expression. The little boyfriend completely fell in love. But staff member, you should look behind you and see what's flying there. The day-long date was almost over, and Karma was still wanting more. It's about time. Let's go to the final date location. The little boyfriend was immediately full of anticipation, but Karma just smiled without saying anything, because next, the main show was about to begin. At this moment, in a certain cram school, the teacher was energetically explaining problems, but the monitor couldn't listen at all, only because her little boyfriend still hadn't replied to her messages. Could something have happened to him? Just as she was distracted, the teacher suddenly called her name, asking if she had started slacking off after getting first place in the mock exam. Although she wanted to argue back, she also knew the teacher was right and needed to quickly adjust her chaotic study rhythm. Just then, she suddenly received a text message. She excitedly thought it was from her little boyfriend, but when she opened it, she was dumbfounded. It was actually from Karma, and it told her to immediately look out the window. She hurriedly turned around in shock, and indeed saw Karma's figure, waving and greeting her. Damn! Am I under too much stress and hallucinating? Before she could recover, the little boyfriend also appeared beside Karma. The monitor immediately widened her eyes, standing up in shock, trembling all over. The teacher and classmates were also confused. Following her gaze, they saw Karma and the little boyfriend gazing deeply at each other. The next second they kissed. The unknowing classmates just thought the scene was too romantic, while the monitor was on the verge of collapse. What was even more devastating was that a classmate behind her whispered in admiration, "They look so perfect together, just like an idol drama." At this moment, Karma's face was slightly red. "I didn't expect you, such an innocent boy, to be quite aggressive." "Very good, then it's my turn to attack." The little boyfriend lying on the ground turned to look and found himself at the edge of the platform, instantly feeling dizzy with fear. But Karma told him not to be afraid. "Have you heard of the suspension bridge effect? It's not because you're at a high place that your heart races, but because I'm looking down at you from above." After saying this, Karma kissed him directly. The scene was romantically dreamlike. The monitor finally couldn't help but cry out. The classmates were all confused about what was wrong with her. But just then, her phone rang. It was actually the little boyfriend calling. She answered with the last thread of hope, but what came through wasn't talking, but the sound of kissing. Then Karma finally spoke. spoke. So this is how wonderful kissing feels. He's mine now, monitor. Karma's NTR plan was perfectly completed. Looking at the completely collapsed monitor, Karma smiled and said, "We should leave now. The monitor's well-developed legs won't take long to catch up." Saying this, Karma took the little boyfriend's hand. "Let's escape quickly." The little boyfriend's face turned red, and by the time the monitor arrived late, the rooftop was already empty. She was so angry she almost ground her molars to dust. "You two damn bastards, I'm going to kill you both." The two watched the crazy monitor silently from below. The little boyfriend was even more shocked. Can humans make sounds like that? That's more like the strange sounds ancient beasts like pterodactyls would make. He silently swore in his heart that he must never let her catch him. At this moment, Karma slowly spoke. "Do you think our current situation could be called eloping?" The little boyfriend blushed again, trying hard to tell himself in his heart that Karma was only doing this to avenge her dead sister. But the flutter in his heart couldn't deceive him, so he gathered courage and asked Karma what type of men she liked. Karma was puzzled why he suddenly asked this question. "Because I want to understand you better." Seeing how serious he was, Karma pondered for a moment. "If I had to say a type, maybe strong men." At this moment, President Lee had just finished his daily workout. He asked the Chief Bake if he knew why he was so busy yet still made time to exercise every day. Seeing the Chief Bake's confused expression, President Lee said calmly, "Because exercise makes my senses clearer. Muscle movement promotes the secretion of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, strengthening cognitive abilities, and increases brain blood flow to enhance mental state. In other words, I developed this exercise habit to maintain a clear mental state to hate those women." The Chief Bake was speechless for a moment. "Isn't this the modern version of enduring hardships to strengthen resolve?" President Lee then asked the Chief Bake how the NTR plan was going. He said it was executed very successfully, especially Karma and the little boyfriend's finale performance on the rooftop, which severely damaged the monitor's psychology. According to intelligence from the surveillance team, the monitor caused a scene on the rooftop for 15 minutes before being arrested by security. From now on, the surveillance team will report the latest situation every 15 minutes. President Lee was very satisfied, just somewhat regretful. "I should have assigned you to protect my daughter back then." But the Chief Bake just silently lowered his head. In that situation, probably no one could have protected her. At this time, President Lee asked about Karma's situation. She just came back from eating ramen at the little boyfriend's house, saying she has urgent matters to report to you personally. In that case, let's set off immediately. Looking at Karma's raised hand, the Chief Bake couldn't help but scold her. "I've told you several times, your arm needs a cast. Even if your recovery ability is strong, not getting a cast will make it crack even more severely." Seeing that Karma wasn't listening at all, President Lee finally spoke up. "Shut up and do as you're told." Only then did Karma obediently comply. The Chief Bake was so angry he almost fainted. "Why won't this girl listen to me?" At this time, President Lee asked her what she wanted to report. Karma's tone was serious. "Today I heard a conversation between the curly-haired girl and the monitor. From it, I determined that my stepsister's death was definitely not suicide." The Chief Bake was also quite shocked by the truth of this statement. "Although I can't completely judge its authenticity yet, I recorded their conversation." Upon hearing this, President Lee immediately felt dizzy. Fortunately, Karma caught him in time. After recovering, President Lee murmured, "Actually, I've always had this feeling. Based on my understanding of her, she would never choose suicide." Karma gently comforted him. "To cheer you up a bit, may I use the kitchen tonight?" President Lee was stunned for a moment, then nodded, saying, "It's time to start collecting debts. After all, my daughter owed the monitor quite a bit of food while she was alive, so I demand that you must feed the monitor well tomorrow." Karma smiled slightly. "Then I'll start preparing the ingredients now." Looking at President Lee's daughter's tragic state, the bullies laughed very happily. The monitor even picked up chopsticks to count the mosquito coils. Finding that the number hadn't decreased at all, she boldly concluded that nicotine indeed has emetic effects. Hyena finally couldn't help but question the monitor. "What kind of scientist act are you performing? Do you think you can achieve anything by bullying others? Can the sense of superiority from oppressing others make your life better? You're just a coward who doesn't dare to confront the people you should really be fighting against. Even if I'm covered in wounds, I've never regretted fighting against you people who only bully the weak. If you really want to prove your strength, why don't you try confronting your father?" The monitor was scared and trembling. Just as a vicious kick was about to land on Hyena's head, she suddenly woke up. It took her a while to recover. Thinking carefully, she indeed vented all the pressure from her father onto Hyena. "But you should also know that I didn't kill you. Although I get angry easily, I always pay attention to limits, trying to avoid causing fatal harm to the other person. And while I relieved my stress, you could also gain moral superiority. If only it could have ended in a win-win situation for both of us. But that demon Chaseo Hyun ruined everything. I was also forced by her on the rooftop that day. No one could disobey her. So your death isn't my fault. Tell that bastard sister of yours to stop pestering me." Soon it was time for school school. The monitor was just about to go downstairs, but terrifying sounds came from below. He asked why she overslept. The monitor could only apologize quietly. Her mother still wanted to use the fact that the monitor got first place to persuade the man not to be too harsh. But he just said coldly, "What's there to brag about when a kid who wants to get into medical school gets first in the whole school? For a woman like you who married into wealth and got into college through donations, that would be worth bragging about." Then he turned his attention to the monitor. "When you committed school bullying before, I planned to expel you. It was your mother who stopped me from doing so. When I taught you Taekwondo, didn't you aspire to go professional? But you used Taekwondo to bully classmates? And I heard about yesterday's scene at the cram school too. If you dare embarrass me again, it won't just be expulsion." The monitor was so scared she almost wet herself, rushing downstairs saying she needed to use the bathroom. As soon as she ran into the restroom, she couldn't stop vomiting. Soon it was class time. The atmosphere in the classroom was eerily strange. One was the monitor trembling and crying nonstop. Another was the curly-haired girl who didn't come to class today. The classmates were even wondering if they should put chrysanthemums on the seats. Most importantly, Karma was nowhere to be seen either. What exactly had happened? At this moment, the monitor looked at her phone wallpaper in despair. "My life is already ruined. Worse yet, my only safe haven has been taken away. Since my life is already destroyed, I must ruthlessly finish off Karma and then end myself." But just then, Karma suddenly appeared. Today's appearance is Karma with a cast. The whole class immediately fell silent. The next moment, the monitor shouted, "Karma." Karma also responded to the monitor, quickly walking to her side and saying, "I just learned a new South Korean word today. Your boyfriend is super amazing." Although the monitor really wanted to explode, she still backed down. Looking at Karma's cast, she said, "Let's have a one-on-one fight, you stinker." Karma's lips curved upward. This was exactly what she wanted. "Then let's go to the gymnasium now." Arriving at the gymnasium, Karma asked her, "You've been so badly beaten by me. Why do you still dare to challenge me? Don't look at me now. I can only use one hand. You're still absolutely no match for me." The monitor couldn't hold back anymore, pushing off the ground with her foot, rushing toward Karma in slippers. But the next second she was kicked flying. The monitor instantly lost her ability to move, continuously making painful moans. "My maximum squat weight is 250 kilograms, and my technical foundation is Muay Thai." "Monitor, I've always been curious about one thing. When exactly did you start mistaking me for a boxer?" I clearly said in the science lab that my main specialty is kicking. I was just going easy on you that day, and you naively thought I was on the same level as you. I came to find you today for another reason. I specially prepared a delicacy for you. Just thinking about what's going to happen makes me unable to suppress my smile. Come on, let me see if you can still walk out of the gymnasium after eating this. So, it's tasting time. The monitor looked at that black thing in shock with only one thought in her mind. What on earth is this? At this moment, the monitor's mind was only thinking about how to escape. However, she had already been kicked by Karma and lost her ability to move. Before crawling out 2 steps, she collapsed on the ground again from exhaustion. "Monitor, I advise you not to waste your energy. People who get kicked by me usually can't last long. And to make you behave, I'm also planning to tie you up with cast bandages. Although I'll probably get scolded by the Chief Bake again, I'm doing this for justice, so he'll definitely understand." After a series of screams, the monitor was successfully tied up, and the technique was professionally terrifying. Karma grabbed her hair and dragged her to the backpack. Karma continued rummaging through the bag. At this point, many bottles and jars were already scattered on the ground. But Karma still hadn't stopped. The next moment Karma finally found it. "This is the important utensil needed for eating." The monitor shocked and continuously cursed Karma. Karma said, "Even if I gave you delicacies, you'd throw them up anyway. So to get it in smoothly, let's skip the chewing process. Don't be too scared. Just think of it as a gastroscopy." The monitor immediately clenched her lips, thinking that as long as she didn't open her mouth, there was nothing Karma could do. However, the next second, Karma gave her abdomen a series of fierce kicks. The pain made her instinctively open her mouth. Just then, Karma smoothly inserted the tube, threatening her while continuously pushing it deeper. Finally, after 2.5 minutes, the tube successfully reached the bottom. The intense stabbing pain made the monitor convulse, and also made Karma realize that the preliminary conditions had been met, so she slowly stood up, preparing to start feeding the monitor the delicacy. "So, my dear monitor, you must eat your fill." As the particles in the bottle continuously poured into the funnel, the monitor felt unprecedented despair, but eventually the particles successfully reached the bottom. This feeling is so strange. Food reaching the stomach without needing to chew, and not knowing what that black thing actually is. Soon the monitor felt her stomach was unbearably bloated, but this was only the end of the first bottle. Seeing Karma about to pour the second bottle, the monitor couldn't help but make protesting sounds. "What did you say? You're not full yet. Don't worry, I have 5 more bottles. If you're thirsty, I prepared plenty of water too. So next, I'm going to continue pouring the next bottle." Terrified Horrified whimpering sounds immediately echoed throughout the gymnasium. Finally, after 2.5 minutes, Karma had emptied all the bottles. The monitor felt extremely wronged when she tormented President Lee's daughter. It was never this extreme. Not to mention being forcibly given 3 liters of water in between, feeling like she could explode at any moment. At this moment, Karma yanked hard, pulling the tube out from inside. "My dear monitor, how does it taste?" At this moment, the monitor finally had a chance to ask what she had been fed. Karma just smiled slightly. "Monitor, do you know that when kelp meets water, its volume can expand up to 14 times its original size? If someone eats dried kelp as a snack, they could be sent directly to the emergency room. There was once a homeless man in North Korea who was so hungry, he ate dried kelp and ended up being stuffed to death. So after I've explained it this clearly, you should know what was in those bottles I just gave you. Those were my specially made Karma brand dried kelp pills that I spent all night preparing. That's enough for 200 people. Can you guess what's going to happen next?" At this moment, the monitor was like an active volcano, continuously erupting kelp. However, this was just the beginning. As the monitor's abdomen continued to writhe, she just felt nauseous. The next moment, she erupted another powerful kelp attack. Looking at the extremely painful monitor, Karma was having a great time on the side. So in just 2.5 minutes, the monitor erupted 56 times. But Karma just looked at her indifferently. "Monitor, do you know that in Sister Hyena's diary, there are 101 passages just about vomiting? You've only done it 50-something times and you can't take it anymore. I'll make you spit out all the debt you owe with interest. So don't slack off, because if you don't vomit fast enough, you won't be able to keep up with the expansion rate. And then it'll really be too late." The monitor looked at the pile of kelp on the ground in horror, her mind in chaos. Every time she felt like she had vomited everything out, her lower abdomen would swell crazily again. There was no end in sight. She knew she had to speed up. Just then, a piece of kelp that had hardened from expansion got stuck in her throat, immediately making her unable to breathe. The fear of suffocation swept through her whole body, as if she saw Hyena strangling her neck with kelp. "Hyena, have you come to take me away? But I don't want to die yet." But the next moment, the monitor's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Karma naturally wouldn't let her die so easily, so she suddenly performed the Heimlich maneuver, successfully giving the monitor another life. "Don't worry, monitor. I won't let you leave this world so easily." At this moment, the monitor completely broke down, continuously begging Karma on the ground to spare her. "Monitor, you gave up too quickly. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me and then commit suicide? I thought you had already made up your mind to die, but you're even deceiving yourself." The monitor struggled to speak, begging Karma to call 120 for help. But Karma just sneered. "Do you think the emergency room's methods are much different from mine? They can only ensure you don't suffocate. The rest still depends on you vomiting out all the kelp yourself." It must be said that Karma's vomiting technique was professionally astounding. Another powerful kelp eruption came out. Finally, after enduring a full 35 minutes of torture, the monitor, under Karma's guidance, set an amazing record, erupting a total of 382 times. If Guinness World Record officials had been present, they probably would have awarded her on the spot. "You worked hard, monitor. You really did spit out all your debt with interest." The monitor gratefully thanked Karma repeatedly. "Since I've already paid off my debt, can you forgive me now?" Karma's lips curved up. "What silly things are you saying, monitor? Do you think there was only one debt? Today was just the vomiting debt. Next, there's still the stomach cancer debt, the falling from the building debt. Not one will be missing." The monitor's pupils suddenly contracted. How did Karma know about the rooftop incident? She suddenly recalled the cold wind on the rooftop that day. Indeed, Karma must have been watching from the rooftop that day. "Today's activities are about over, monitor. Debt collector Karma will take her leave for today. Don't worry about how to pay the remaining debts, because I'll use every means to help you settle them slowly. Oh, and one more thing. The gymnasium's hygiene is up to you." Looking at Karma's departing figure, the monitor really couldn't hold it together anymore. Heart-wrenching, desperate wails echoed throughout the gymnasium. At this moment, Karma was talking on the phone with President Lee, who was overseas. He also praised Karma's kelp delicacy highly. "Thank you for the compliment, stepfather. But speaking of real delicacies, it must be the dishes you developed for the Last Supper. That's right, now it's time to put an end to this high school revenge. First is the personality annihilation plan for the curly-haired girl siblings. Then there's the sincerely prepared meal to treat the monitor to her Last Supper. Those demons who ended Hyena's life, I will personally put beautiful endings to their lives too." At this time, a client came to see President Lee. The visitor was none other than the curly-haired girl's parents. "I'll hang up first, Karma, because it's time to execute the plan." President Lee's revenge plan officially began. Looking at the curly-haired girl's father, who was smiling obsequiously in front of him, President Lee slowly began, "I might have to tell you some bad news. Our conglomerate once said we would help you develop trade channels, but this support plan has now been decided to be canceled. We conducted a comprehensive review of your company's financial situation and concluded that your company's financial system is insufficient to to support our investment decisions. Therefore, the investment case for developing trade channels will be postponed indefinitely. The man was about to get angry, but President Lee calmly advised him not to be too sad. Actually, I have an even better proposal. Seeing the other party's emotions gradually calm down, President Lee continued, "We have a subsidiary in Thailand that's recently looking for stable local suppliers. You should know very well how much profit margin is involved. Compared to the meager profits you make now from OM products, why not try opening a factory yourself to supply our subsidiary exclusively? What do you think?" The man seemed very excited after hearing this, but then thought that just one production line would mean a considerable investment. President Lee saw through his concerns and immediately said, "You don't need to worry too much about this. We've already calculated that the total investment for opening an entire factory would be about 20 billion. I'm willing to personally invest 10 billion. You only need to invest another 10 billion to officially start the project. It might sound stressful, but you should know that once started, the profits it brings will be several times, even dozens of times your current companies." The man fell into deep thought. Although President Lee's conglomerate's overall situation had been somewhat turbulent recently, this Thai subsidiary was one of the few departments that could still deliver impressive results. If he could successfully connect with them, he might never have to worry about money again in his lifetime. But reality was also cruel. His funds were simply not enough. Even if I borrow from major financial institutions, I can only gather about 5 billion at most. President Lee had already anticipated this point. That's not a problem. Didn't I give you an apartment last time? I can introduce you to a reliable private lending company. You can mortgage that apartment along with your own real estate. Borrowing another 5 billion should be absolutely no problem. To not give the other party too much time to think, President Lee added, "Actually, we originally considered other companies too, but to compensate for this unilateral cancellation of investment, we prioritized giving you the opportunity. And even if you encounter difficulties in the future, I'll fully support you both materially and spiritually." Only then did the man gradually let down his guard, repeatedly comforting himself that President Lee wasn't that bad. Besides, that apartment was given for free anyway. This proposal was like a pie falling from heaven. The man successfully fell into the trap and decisively agreed to President Lee's proposal. But when he saw the contract, he discovered a suspicious clause. If investment funds are used for purposes other than those specified in this contract, regardless of the amount, double the investment principal must be compensated as penalty. Why is this breach of contract clause more severe than usual? President Lee immediately began brainwashing. "You also know that our conglomerate experienced major upheaval last year due to large-scale corruption scandals. Not only the conglomerate's internal management, but even senior executives of subsidiaries and external partners were involved. I myself, as vice president, also underwent congressional oversight because of this. Since then, to avoid repeating the same mistakes, I've added more severe breach penalties to every contract. It's not that I don't trust you, but as a business operator, I must maintain professionalism and caution." The man then awkwardly said he was overthinking. President Lee asked him if there were no problems he could sign. At this moment, the man's hand holding the pen trembled slightly, his heart always feeling that clause was somewhat off. But President Lee didn't give him much time to think, so he could only keep consoling himself in his heart as long as he didn't breach the contract. Finally, the second after the man finished signing, President Lee revealed a cunning smile. After taking the contract, President Lee said, "You've worked hard. If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest." But the man hesitated, and after thinking for 2.5 seconds, he finally spoke up. "I know you have opinions about me because of your daughter's incident, but you're still willing to give me such a big opportunity. From now on, I will definitely give my all and loyally carry out your orders." President Lee didn't respond, just told him to go back and rest first. Watching the man's departing figure, Chief Bake complained about him. Really shameless, actually thinking he became President Lee's trusted confidant for revenge. But President Lee said that's exactly what he was thinking. After all, some things require exactly this kind of person to execute. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl was sulking in her room. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling her. She was puzzled since no guests were supposed to come today. But someone downstairs shouted that a delivery had arrived. Just as she got excited, thinking it was the pepper spray she ordered, when she opened the door, she found it was actually Karma. "Your dear Karma is coming in." Seeing Karma suddenly appearing in her house, the curly-haired girl felt her scalp tingle. What was this demon here for? But since she was already here, she could only try to treat her well. But when she handed the orange juice to Karma, her hands couldn't stop shaking, spilling the orange juice all over the floor. Looking at the orange juice on the ground, Karma said expressionlessly, "Are you asking me to lick up the juice from the floor?" The curly-haired girl hurriedly tried to pour another cup, but Karma frowned. "It's not chocolate milkshake. I won't drink it." Then she told the curly-haired girl girl to sit down obediently. As soon as the girl sat down, she asked Karma why she was wearing a delivery uniform. This, just in case you wouldn't open the door. But seeing how eagerly you opened the door, were you waiting for some special delivery? The curly-haired girl hurriedly explained. It's just a bottle of bear spray. She regretted it the moment she said it. Then Karma asked darkly, in South Korea, a country where you can't even see wild beasts, why would you need bear spray? You're not planning to use it on me, are you? The curly-haired girl immediately denied it fearfully, saying she was just making a cold joke. Just then the doorbell rang. This time it was a real delivery person. Seeing the curly-haired girl didn't dare answer, Karma answered the intercom for her and asked the delivery person what they were delivering. The other party replied, the shipping label says bear spray. Karma immediately turned to look at the curly-haired girl, making her hair stand on end. After telling the delivery person to leave it at the door, she stared at the curly-haired girl again. She thought Karma was about to start attacking and kept begging in her mouth, don't kill me. But Karma just raised her hand and suddenly comforted her gently. It's okay. I know you bought that thing because you're too scared. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. By the way, you didn't come to school today. Is it because you're afraid the monitor will attack you? The curly-haired girl instinctively nodded. Then you don't need to be afraid anymore. I've already taken care of her for you. Don't worry about the details anyway. No one will bully you at school anymore. And I'll protect you too. So, you must come to school, did you hear? But the curly-haired girl gritted her teeth. I won't go to school. Do you think I'm stupid? How many times have you lied to me? I don't believe you. This time you really have to believe me. Do you know why your dad went to Thailand this time? It's to sign a business cooperation with my stepfather. Our two families are now a community of shared destiny. If I bully you, I'll get scolded badly by my stepfather when I get home. The curly-haired girl was initially wavering, but the more she thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Did she break in just to say this? And knowing that only I'm home these days, this is clearly the perfect time to torture me. But Karma actually didn't do anything. This means she's not that she won't bully me, but that she can't bully me. This must be the result of Dad's negotiation with President Lee. Seeing the curly-haired girl calm down a bit, Karma asked, you should come to school tomorrow, right? Getting a positive answer. Karma prepared to leave, then see you at school tomorrow. The curly-haired girl immediately got carried away. I've even been Chaseo Hyun's slave. Little Karma is easy to handle. This time I'll definitely use Karma to severely punish those bitches who look down on me and that disgusting monitor. I'm back. But Karma suddenly turned back at the door. Oh, right. I'm really curious about the effect of this spray. Can you allow me to test it on you once? Just this once? This is really the last time I'll bully you. The curly-haired girl was about to cry. She still underestimated Karma's terrifying nature. On the way back, Karma reported to President Lee. I successfully fooled her into continuing to go to school. But when President Lee asked if she had gotten physical, Karma paused. I played a little joke on her before leaving, but she should still go tomorrow. President Lee immediately flew into a rage. Can't you endure for a few more days? Don't you know why this revenge must be completed at school? It's precisely because of the evil deeds done by the curly-haired girl and her brother. The siblings bribed the school security guards to hold unspeakable exhibitions in the school gymnasium every night and charged admission fees to the surrounding delinquents, using 5 children, including Hyena, as exhibits, and threatened them to keep quiet with nude photos. I've already identified 218 buyers of sexual exploitation material. I'll buy off those homeless people who take money instead of going to jail and deal with these beasts in various ways. And you, Karma, as the chief executive, will hold a personality execution ceremony for this pair of siblings in the place where Hyena suffered. At this moment, the curly-haired girl was obsessively looking at a handsome guy. But the next second, Karma suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring the curly-haired girl into screaming on the street. You really like that gray-haired boy, don't you? Seeing the curly-haired girl's shocked expression, Karma said those 2 little delinquents told me everything. The curly-haired girl gritted her teeth in anger. I heard you've had a crush on him since the first day of school. How innocent and cute. Seeing she wasn't paying attention to her, Karma thought for a moment, slowly sat down beside her. Want me to help you make connections? Don't look at me as if I'm rigid. When I was in North Korea, I never failed at matchmaking. Of course, actually, it's because she had never helped anyone matchmake even once. Karma patted her chest, confidently guaranteeing, don't worry, I'll definitely shoot Cupid's arrow. But the curly-haired girl prayed in her heart that she wouldn't actually shoot people with arrows. That would be a blessing. She realized yesterday that this woman was completely unreliable, and originally didn't want to come to school today either. But Karma said in a text message that if she didn't come, she would install something called a dream cloud at home. Although she didn't understand what that was, it sounded like nothing good. Seeing the curly-haired girl not responding to her, Karma immediately got angry. I already said I'd help you make connections, at least give me some reaction. The curly-haired girl wanted to cry but had no tears. Soon it was break time and the gray-haired boy was chatting excitedly with his classmates. But the next moment, Karma suddenly appeared in the classroom. Although everyone had heard of Karma, this weird underclassman, but seeing her in person for the first time, they actually thought she was kind of wow. Everyone was wondering why she would appear in the boys' class when Karma had already walked up to the gray-haired boy with big strides. Hello, I'm I'm Karma from class 6 of the first grade. Senior, I have something to tell you. The gray-haired boy was stunned and carefully asked Karma, what do you want to say? My friend wants to confess to you in public. She's waiting for you in the indoor gymnasium now. I came to relay the message for her. The classroom immediately exploded. The gray-haired boy asked embarrassedly in a low voice, who is Karma's friend? If you knew beforehand, it wouldn't be fun. You'll know when you get there. So senior, please be sure to come, because my friend has been preparing for today for a long time. The gray-haired boy's heart raced. His classmates were also envious. The gray-haired boy was secretly pleased. In just 2.5 minutes, this explosive news spread throughout the entire second grade. Everyone followed the gray-haired boy's footsteps and headed to the gymnasium. But when they opened the gymnasium door, everyone was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a female doctor was doing a routine check, casually asking the man if he knew today was the day for the testicle removal surgery. He immediately panicked. Didn't you say to wait until my parents came back before operating? The doctor calmly stated that the scheduled time was today, and next they needed to do pre-surgery photography. Before he could refuse, actually he couldn't refuse anyway, the nurses began their action. The severe pain caused by lifting his leg made him suffer terribly. He was still thinking in his heart that after discharge, he must kill Karma. At this time, the doctor had also finished preparing, setting up the tripod needed for filming. But just looking at it once made him panic, doctor. This doesn't seem right. The doctor angrily scolded him. What's wrong with it? Do you expect me to use an 8K camera to film you? A grown man, why so much fuss? Too lazy to listen to his barking. The doctor thoughtfully turned on the TV before leaving, to help him pass the time while waiting for surgery. But before he could finish cursing the doctor, the sound from the TV suddenly interrupted him, because it was actually playing a video of his sister. He was only stunned for a second, then burst out laughing. This idiot is actually pretending to be a dog. But the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. He finally realized why the hospital room TV was playing this. His hair stood on end. What the hell is going on? On the other side, the girl was dressed up like a dog crawling on the stage. The audience below was instantly dumbfounded. Just as the boys were all confused about what was happening, a group of girls raised their phones to start recording. Because a few days ago, she was still an arrogant little delinquent, but now she was being trained by Karma so pathetically. Behind the scenes, Karma quietly opened her laptop and pressed the play button. The display screen behind the curly-haired girl immediately began playing a confession video. Students took out their phones to record this absurd moment. Although her heart was completely broken, she still bit her lip. The next moment, she started barking like a dog. At the same time, the video was synchronously translating her barking. I'm Chihuahua Yoonjin. I've been secretly watching you from afar since before because I really admire you so much. No matter what, I wanted to express my feelings. So I marked my territory on the wall of your house. The gray-haired boy below stared wide-eyed in disbelief, pointing at the video above. While other students were already doubled over with laughter, this cross-species confession is really touching. Being Karma's dog really isn't easy. But this barking sound is so professional, it's like she's a natural. How about it, senior? Don't you think my confession like this is really cute? I want to be your exclusive little doggy forever. Please become my master. The gray-haired boy was completely stunned. Karma proudly admired her masterpiece. It turned out that yesterday, Karma had given the curly-haired girl advice, confidently guaranteeing that once she wore that set of accessories, her confession would definitely succeed. The curly-haired girl broke down. Didn't you say you wouldn't torture me anymore? And even after being beaten by the monitor, you didn't delete those photos. I won't believe a single punctuation mark you say anymore. Karma immediately got angry. When did I ever lie? The suggestion to delete the photos after being beaten, you refused it yourself. And yesterday, I said you wouldn't be bullied at school anymore. I didn't say I couldn't bully you at home. Besides, wearing this cute accessory to confess, how is that bullying? This time I just want to create beautiful memories between us. If you cooperate well with this activity, I'll delete all your photos. The curly-haired girl swore in her heart that this was the last time she'd believe Karma. Otherwise, she'd tell her dad everything. Thinking this, the curly-haired girl blushed and looked up, also very curious about her crush's expression at this moment. Maybe he'd think she was cute like this. However, she completely couldn't guess the gray-haired boy's expression. Actually, her brain had been corrupted by Karma too. After all, normal people encountering this kind of thing would definitely be quite displeased. The curly-haired girl's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, the curly-haired girl's brother was also watching the live broadcast. What the hell kind of performance is this? His brain completely couldn't understand what he was seeing. Karma's lips curled up slightly. Other students who didn't know the truth felt their scalps tingle and left the gymnasium one after another, while students who wanted to see the curly-haired girl's final outcome stayed here. It seems this is the timing the stepfather father mentioned. So Karma continued playing the second video. Suddenly, several large characters blinded the student's eyes. The video clearly recorded the crimes committed by the curly-haired girl and her brother. The students immediately broke out in cold sweat. The curly-haired girl was also dumbfounded on the spot. From now on, the personality execution ceremony for the brother-sister duo will begin. Looking at the large characters on the TV, the man quickly thought about the situation, soon discovering that the doctor's phone was still mounted in front of him. He immediately screamed in terror. At this time, Karma had already raised her hand, ready to press the start button. The next moment, the live broadcast officially began. The curly-haired girl's photo and her brother's live broadcast were simultaneously projected onto the big screen. The curly-haired girl instantly lost all color. The man let out an explosive roar. The first-grade boss laughed uncontrollably, so the rumor about him missing one testicle was true. And at this moment, unable to move his limbs, his inability to cover up made him look even more ridiculous. The girls laughed even more crazily. It seems the saying about tall guys having bigger proportions is all lies. Actually, being small makes it look quite cute. The mocking voices from the TV made him completely break down. "I'm going to kill you all." But suddenly, Karma told him to be quiet. "What's all the noise about? What did you just say you wanted to kill? But you're right, something is indeed going to die next. Since you like doing media art so much, I'll try using media transmission to express karma. What do you think of my work? Let's hear your thoughts as an artist." The man completely had a mental breakdown. The curly-haired girl frantically rushed toward the screen, trying to block it, telling them to stop filming. The next moment, she turned to question Karma. "Why is this completely different from what we agreed?" The gray-haired boy left with a cold face, really disgusted. At the same time, Karma also began to retreat quickly. She had to leave before the teachers arrived. As the TV turned to static, the man's teeth were about to shatter. He immediately shouted for the doctor from earlier to come out. And as he wished, urgent footsteps immediately came from outside the door. The next moment, nurses came running into the room, especially the doctor hiding behind them, who excitedly pulled out a syringe. In just 0.38 seconds, she injected a sedative into his body. The curly-haired girl's parents had just returned home when they were horrified to discover their daughter was attempting suicide by cutting her wrists. The father was so scared he immediately knocked away the utility knife. However, before he could scold her, the curly-haired girl's emotions completely lost control, and she raised the phone in her hand, exposing everything Karma had done, one by one, from wearing a collar and crawling, being beaten by the monitor, to enduring the torture of bear spray, and finally being publicly humiliated. Each incident pierced everyone present, like a sharp knife. Her mother could hardly believe her ears, and at this time her father was already furious with bulging veins. Meanwhile, President Lee was talking with the doctor. The woman said the surgery was ready. She had completely relaxed the school bully. She choked up, thanking President Lee for giving her this opportunity. Jit Ryle's mother. "Don't say that. You and I are both people bearing the same sorrow, and the pleasure of revenge becomes sweeter the more it's shared. I'll handle the aftermath." Jit Ryle's mother. "Please be sure to fully enjoy this surgery. Don't worry. I'll definitely slowly let him experience the taste of hell with my own hands." "Very good. Then I'll leave it to you." The woman was the mother of one of the 5 bullying victims. For this day to come, President Lee had arranged for her to transfer early to a hospital under his group. She was a senior surgeon with 15 years of experience. At this time, the school bully found it strange that he still had consciousness. The doctor just raised the syringe in her hand and smiled coldly. "What I injected wasn't anesthesia, but muscle relaxant. I must let you consciously feel the taste of hell. Don't worry, to prevent you from suffocating, our Jit Ryle's sister and aunt will personally put a ventilator on you, and I, as the doctor, will monitor your vital signs at all times. Within the maximum limit of my ability, I'll extend the time you experience the pain of approaching death. So now, let's begin the surgery without anesthesia." Looking at the curly-haired girl crying her heart out, her father was extremely angry. He immediately called reporters to expose Karma's behavior, but the phone couldn't get through no matter what. Having no choice, he could only personally rush to the media building and ordered the two to immediately drive to the hospital to check the situation. He was worried that his son's testicles might not be safe today. "Damn you, Lee Myung-jun! Just you wait!" Meanwhile, President Lee also received news that the couple had gone out. From the car's GPS, the curly-haired girl was heading to the hospital, while the man was driving onto the bridge, keeping the accelerator floored, while trying to call HBS reporters but couldn't get through no matter what. Very good. Originally, I had predicted 5 suspicious locations. Now it's directly locked down. Indeed, installing malware on their phones while the couple was sleeping was the right decision. That's why the man couldn't make calls. Although the phone's screen and sound would appear as if there was a signal, the calls actually weren't going through, and all other social media apps were also unusable. The only only phone number that could get through was naturally President Lee's private phone. Looking at the caller ID, President Lee calmly ordered Chief Beck to head to the agreed location first, then answered the phone less than half a second after picking up. The man angrily cursed President Lee as a bastard. It seems President Song dialed the wrong number. I'm not a bastard, I'm Lee Myung-jun. The man was about to explode with anger. Do you know my daughter slit her wrists? Is that so? Well, my daughter jumped off a building? You bastard finally showed your true colors. Do you think that piece of crap investment contract can bind me? That useless contract, I just need to terminate it. After all, I didn't violate the misappropriation clause. If you don't like it, sue me. President Song, is a contract so trivial in your eyes? So what? Do you know where I'm going now? I'm on my way to HBS headquarters building. When the internet is full of your scandal headlines, just wait to fall into the abyss. Based on my evidence, it's ridiculously easy for HBS to portray you as a villain. Hey, only portraying me alone. It seems you at least have some self-awareness. Knowing your children are also bad seeds. The man gritted his teeth in anger, taking away one of my son's testicles and severely punishing my daughter. Isn't that price enough? It's clearly you who raised your daughter to be like that. Why take it out on us? You better prepare yourself mentally. See who you've messed with. However, before he finished speaking, a truck to another world suddenly appeared beside him. The powerful impact instantly deformed the car. It spun dozens of times in succession, before slowly coming to a stop. Even more bizarre, the accident had only occurred for 2.5 seconds when an ambulance arrived. As the ambulance door opened, Chief Beck stepped out. Looking at the horrific scene, he couldn't help but turn and ask if the man was dead. My boss said to bring him back alive. A man nearby told him not to worry. We're professionals. We're a company that specializes in vehicle crash testing. From the car model, impact angle, speed, location, even whether seatbelts were worn, everything was planned in advance. And the guy in that truck is a former professional race car driver. Of course, someone else will go to prison in his place. But you know, a race car driver's reaction speed is incomparable to ordinary people, as long as the driver acts at the right time based on real-time traffic surveillance footage. The man should now be in a half-dead state suitable for dragging. Sure enough, the next second the car door was opened, and the man crawled out pathetically. Chief Bake was very satisfied. Then let's send him to my boss. As for what happens next, even I can't predict. The half-dead man was dragged before President Lee. President Lee then slowly spoke. You came here in such poor physical condition. Thank you for your hard work. Considering our current relationship, and I'm 2 years older than you, speaking casually shouldn't be too much, right? Do you think just because you're a chaebol, you can cover the sky with one hand? In 21st century South Korea, do you think you can get away with doing such things? Your words are really laughable. There are 2 ridiculous points in what you said. First, there's clearly a father and daughter you also know who did worse things than me, yet still walk on the sunny path. But you come asking me if I can get away with this safely. Don't you think you're too naive? Second, a father who lost his daughter. Do you expect him to live out his remaining life peacefully? The man was immediately speechless. President Lee had Chief Bake bring over a phone, showing the screen to the man. What you're seeing now is your company account balance. The man just glanced at it and was so scared his eyes bulged. Because his company's account balance had become 0. He asked in terror what President Lee had done. You mean this? You personally used the entire balance to buy cryptocurrency at 1:49 p.m. today. The man immediately panicked. I never bought any cryptocurrency. Oh, indeed, you didn't do it. But when the incident is exposed, all evidence will show you did it personally. Seeing the man couldn't understand at all, President Lee had Chief Beck explain, my bodyguard and I, at around 2:11 a.m. Thailand time today, snuck into your and your wife's hotel room and secretly installed malware on your phones. That's how we successfully transferred all the money from the account. Because you had previously submitted relevant documents to the bank. Raising the single transfer limit for the company account to 10 billion, we successfully transferred this money. And that so-called cryptocurrency exchange is actually an illegal platform. They ran away immediately after receiving the money. The man asked with a trembling voice about the mastermind behind that exchange. You guessed right. That money will be laundered through a series of complex methods and eventually enter my account. Most importantly, the whole world will think you're a gambler who took investors' money to speculate on coins, according to Article 4, Section 2 of the investment contract. If Party B uses funds for purposes other than agreed, they must compensate double the investment, meaning even if you returned that 10 billion, you'd still have to pay me an additional 20 billion. The man immediately felt his scalp tingle. This is fraud. This is financial crime. Oh, you're right. But everything requires evidence. Chief Bake will delete all traces of malware intrusion from your phone today. And tonight's news headlines will feature a story about a certain president misappropriating 10 billion in investor funds for illegal cryptocurrency investments, then dying in a car accident while fleeing at night. Congratulations, President Song, you've left over 10 billion in inheritance for your children. Of course, if debt also counts as inheritance. The man was immediately dumbfounded. The next second, he grabbed President Lee's pants, begging President Lee to show mercy, and if I just die like this, my wife will definitely get suspicious. Oh, you don't need need to worry about that. Your wife has already gone to hell before you, and those high-interest debts you owe. Can your innocent children survive the creditor's pressure? No matter how heartless they are, once they carry this debt, their lives are over. Only then did the man realize his mistake. No, he realized he was going to die. Seeing President Lee had no reaction, he screamed that there were still Assemblyman Cha and Director Han. Why only target me so harshly? President Lee's voice immediately became several degrees colder. The reason is simple, because you said my daughter was a prostitute. Did you think I didn't know? Your son was able to continue school unharmed after committing crimes? Because you were working behind the scenes? Even using Assemblyman Cha's connections to pressure the judge. In the end, the court only gave your son a suspended sentence, and my daughter became a recognized prostitute in the judicial records. You insulted my dead daughter, yet you dare say I'm cruel. Seeing the show was coming to an end, the man nearby clapped his hands. So now, let me introduce some details about how to disguise murder as a car accident. Using a hammer to strike parts that don't match car accidents, forensic doctors can easily become suspicious. So the man stepped on the leg to provide cover, making the president scream in agony. So you have to choose already fractured bone parts as the fatal strike point. Then, President Lee raised the hammer. Didn't you say in Thailand that you'd obey my every command? Then from now on, please give my regards to our hyena. Looking at the tomato sauce splattering everywhere, Chief Bake felt his scalp tingle. At this time, President Lee also stopped his actions, as if all these years of working out were for today. I didn't expect this thing to be more exciting than I imagined. Chief Bake's hair stood on end. Although this is my revenge. But during this time, I could only watch from the sidelines, feeling quite frustrated. Being able to vent like this today, warming up isn't bad either, the one-eyed man said. We'll handle the cleanup from here. President Lee told Chief Bake to stay and help the one-eyed man, but looking at the somewhat terrifying handprints, Chief Bake couldn't calm down. At this time, the one-eyed man nearby laughed. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting client. You're called Chief Bake, right? We should be meeting often after this. Please take care of me. Chief Bake looked very uncomfortable. At this time, a voice from behind startled him again. It was just the bodyguard. Seeing he was too tired, suggesting he go out and rest. Thinking of President Lee's demeanor just now, he felt President Lee was no longer the person he initially knew. Clearly, before the young lady passed away, he was still a gentle and polite person, different from his brother who was blinded by desire and power. He had always been down to earth and hardworking, regarded as the most likely candidate to succeed as president. Although he was a workaholic working over 70 hours a week, he still insisted on taking time every week to take the young lady on outings, trying to make up for her missing maternal love. Not only a competent entrepreneur, but also a caring father. To me, who once lived like a bug, he was simply my savior, but now he's fallen to this state. What should I do? Forget it. I'll think about it later. Now is the critical moment for President Lee to conclude his first revenge. At least now, I must become the hammer he wields. Meanwhile, in a funeral hall, President Song's friends all felt regret, but more than that was disgust, because news of embezzling 10 billion and fleeing had spread. The most desperate was the curly-haired girl who was only lightly injured. She just watched helplessly as her mother died in the car accident. For an underage girl, the blow was quite severe, but there were also people who found President Song's death suspicious. The couple clearly weren't in the same car, yet they had accidents almost simultaneously. If someone really was plotting behind the scenes, it could only be that Lee guy. Another person disagreed. If it was really about killing for money, they should have squeezed out all the benefits before acting. Doing it now, apart from venting anger, gains nothing and actually loses the investment. Everyone thought the man made sense, so it seems the real killer of President Song might be someone else. If we're talking about the biggest suspect, it's probably Assemblyman Cha. Last year, Assemblyman Cha tortured President Lee's group in every way to punish the opposition party. After the bribery incident between the group president's family and opposition party key figures was exposed, Assemblyman Cha launched retaliatory actions as if he'd been waiting. In that chaotic situation, some people also said President Song secretly ran errands for Assemblyman Cha and got many benefits. Everyone finally understood. So Assemblyman Cha had always been dissatisfied with President Lee, but President Song, his subordinate, went to cooperate with the person he hated most. Anyone would explode. At this time, another person suddenly interjected. I think there's a simpler answer. I heard President Song's son and daughter were the perpetrators of bullying against Lee Myung-jun's daughter. You all only see the 10 billion that was swallowed, but can't see the essence of the incident. If this incident is really murder, the answer can only be a father who lost his daughter, completing revenge with blood and tears. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me, could you let me pass? Several people immediately turned pale. They trembled as they watched President Lee brush past them, walking toward the curly-haired girl. The curly-haired girl was immediately terrified to the extreme. The current current scene was like an elephant about to crush an ant. At this time, Karma was about to explode with anger. Her stepfather actually left her alone to attend the funeral, because she had been worrying for several days about what to wear for her first funeral attendance in South Korea. Worrying so much, she couldn't even sleep well. But her stepfather completely didn't understand her feelings and heartlessly only brought Chief Bake along. But thinking calmly, if I really went, it would only distract the stepfather's attention that should be focused on the revenge target. The stepfather's attendance at this funeral was actually a ceremony symbolizing successful revenge. Although I feel a bit sad, but to let him complete this revenge with dignity, I can only reluctantly be absent. At this moment, President Lee stood in the funeral hall like a demon descending. The curly-haired girl was already trembling with fear, although she wanted to shout out that President Lee was her parents' killer. But looking around, she saw only terrifying big men everywhere. The atmosphere was so oppressive she couldn't make a sound. President Lee slowly placed his hand on her shoulder. "You must be very sad, losing your parents before you're even an adult. I also stand in the position of someone who has lost his wife and daughter, and I completely understand how you feel, but now is not the time to be immersed in grief, because the real suffering has only just begun. Your father threw all 20 billion that I invested and borrowed into cryptocurrency. Although I haven't known him long, our friendship ran quite deep, and I was originally planning to use the project profits to clean up his mess. But unfortunately, your father didn't even give me that time before he left us like this, and your brother still has astronomical medical bills waiting for you to earn money for. From now on, you'll have to work part-time while barely surviving. You might even have to put your studies aside. But no matter how harsh life becomes, even to the point where it makes you want to die, you cannot give up. I don't want to see another person Hyena's age make such an extreme choice. This uncle of yours will be responsible for watching over you, not letting you give up on life." Those who didn't know the truth immediately began to question the judgment of this last person.
After all, President Lee seemed to care quite a lot about the curly-haired girl. Then President Lee made the curly-haired girl look toward the memorial photo. "How do you feel? Doesn't just looking at it make your heart feel like it's being cut by knives? And our hyena is also smiling in that kind of frame right now. Can you understand Uncle's tragic pain of losing family now?"
The curly-haired girl looked toward the memorial photo again in despair, only to see that in the photo, her mother, who had been smiling, suddenly widened her eyes. Her face gradually transformed into Hyena's appearance, frightening the curly-haired girl so much that she instantly screamed and fled the scene in terror. The woman nearby asked, "President Lee, what did you say to my granddaughter?" President Lee calmly indicated he didn't say anything much. Probably she just can't accept reality yet. Suddenly stumbling carelessly, the curly-haired girl fell hard face first. A passerby nearby asked with concern if she was all right, but when she looked up, what she saw was again Hyena's appearance, scaring her so much that she quickly covered her head and screamed, continuously shouting I was wrong, leaving the passerby completely bewildered. Perpetrator A, the curly-haired girl's revenge, officially comes to an end. Due to the death of the person responsible for her care, her life fell into hardship, and under enormous pressure, she developed psychogenic hallucinations. Meanwhile, the school bully had also awakened in the hospital. The doctor delivered devastating news to him. Due to a communication error during surgery within our team, both of your testicles couldn't be saved. Upon hearing this, the bully immediately burst into curses. "You deliberately operated without anesthesia and continuously cut my testicles for hours." "Ah, it seems you're experiencing delirium from the sedative anesthesia. While this condition is uncommon in young people, considering the surgical site, it's not incomprehensible. However, your symptoms of paranoid delusions will improve as the sedative anesthesia wears off." The bully was furious. "I'm going to sue your entire hospital. With my father's connections, I can send you all to prison." The doctor couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Given the current situation, anyone would find it hard not to laugh. "Go ahead and sue if you want, but do you have money for a lawsuit? What you should be more concerned about now is who's going to pay the medical bills. Because your parents left behind debts worth over 10 billion and just walked away. You can call your sister to confirm. Tomorrow happens to be the funeral day, so have her come pick you up. Now you have no money and no parents. Whether you can even recover properly has become uncertain." Watching the doctor's retreating figure, the bully completely lost his sanity. Even the hand supporting his body slipped, and his entire body crashed to the floor. He couldn't comprehend what the doctor was saying at all. Something about parents dying, something about inheriting debts, but those were matters for later. At this moment, he just begged for someone to help him up, which made him rage impotently. Perpetrator C, the school bully's revenge complete. Meanwhile, the monitor had also fallen into complete despair, as she too learned of the curly-haired girl's family tragedy. Her heart had already anticipated her own fate. She might be the next target. I must think of something. something. Just a few days ago, she had obtained a selfie video from the gym from the delinquent girl. I'll provide this video evidence proving Lee Myung-jun's vigilante justice to HBS, so I can gain protection from Pae Do-ya's grandmother. With the email sent, the monitor's final struggle began. At this moment, the monitor sent the email with trembling hands. However, the next second, her eyes widened in shock because her computer had been hacked. At first, she thought it was President Lee's doing, but the next moment, the other party revealed their identity. You can't even recognize the benefactor who helped delete your school bullying expose article. Only then did the monitor suddenly realize that the other party was Pae Do-ya's cousin, who worked part-time as a hacker for a digital funeral company. The monitor immediately asked angrily what he wanted by hacking in. "You ungrateful, stupid woman. If I hadn't just hacked in, you would be finished by now. Shouldn't you thank me for saving your life? You think Grandma doesn't know about your high school affairs? She's just deliberately concealing it, trying not to let this matter be exposed. Do you know how popular the web drama starring our Do-ya is now? At this critical moment when Do-ya's value is skyrocketing? Do you think it's necessary to invite trouble? But I didn't mention Pae Do-ya in my email." Sigh, you're such an idiot. You're like rotten apples with a shiny surface. As soon as someone investigates deeply, you'll immediately emit a foul stench. The monitor was furious. He clearly didn't care about anything that didn't concern him. Also, if you wanted to send a letter, why didn't you send it directly to Grandma instead of to the TV station? If it gets exposed online, I'll still have to help you delete the posts. Do you know how troublesome that is? You better behave yourself or you'll be the second hyena. The monitor completely broke down. No matter what I do, it's a dead end. You have no idea how crazy that Karma woman is. Have you ever tasted dried kelp? The monitor desperately knelt down, begging him to help her. Anyway, Pae Do-ya won't be able to escape these things in the future, but the man remained cold. "We have arrangements for Do-ya's matters. Figure out your own situation. To prevent you from causing more trouble, I've already formatted both your phone and computer. Goodbye." Watching the formatting program running on her computer, the monitor's emotions completely spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, the hacker hired by President Lee also sent information, saying the monitor tried to provide the footage to HBS. But he posed as Pae Do-ya's cousin and completely deleted all the materials. This guy is really capable. Spending big money to hire him was worth it. In the upcoming showdown with HBS, the existence of Pae Do-ya's cousin might turn the battle into cyber warfare, and our hired hacker team will also become key combat power. Not only the videos on the monitor's phone, but all the videos that students took of the curly-haired siblings' public execution ceremony are also under our control. Because the gym's network had already been infiltrated by the hacker group, all students' phones at the scene were infected with viruses. Once someone tries to spread them, they'll be immediately deleted, so all the revenge details about the curly-haired girl won't leak out. President Lee was very satisfied with this, and then inquired about the other perpetrators' situations. According to current intelligence reports, Pae Do-ya is too busy with her hit TV drama to pay attention to other matters, and her grandmother is also constantly attending to her. There's no movement from Jung Yak-sien's side. But when it came to Cha Seo-hyun, the chief bake suddenly became serious, even using encrypted language for conversation. After hearing the chief bake's report, President Lee said, "This person is indeed as perverted as I expected, but it also shows that Cha Seo-hyun is still as arrogant and childish as before. No need to worry too much. Even if Assemblyman Cha's side doesn't go smoothly, don't we still have our trump card?" Watching President Lee, whose eyes were blinded by revenge, Chief Baek became increasingly convinced that President Lee didn't care about life after revenge at all. Actually, things like going to the funeral scene today were also completely pointless behaviors. This was just a performance he put on to vent the pleasure of revenge. The current President Lee cared about nothing in life except revenge. But I won't just leave him alone like this. Just like he did for me over 10 years ago, I will also give the Vice President meaning to live, as his confidant. My mission is to find meaning for him to live on even after revenge. Time came to the next day. At this moment, the monitor was practically pulling her hair out. Her mother also didn't understand why she suddenly stopped going to school. Seeing that the monitor still refused to open the door, her father brought the spare key. Seeing the door suddenly open, the monitor was almost scared to death. How far do you want to disappoint me? Not only cursing early in the morning, but now even skipping school. The monitor immediately fell to her knees. If I go to school, I'll really die. And the curly-haired girl's parents' car accident was also done by Lee Myung-jun. I even ate several pounds of dried kelp recently. If I go to school again, I'll really die. Her father finally showed his true face. What use are you at all? Every time I have to clean up your mess. Getting to this point today, isn't it all caused by yourself? All right, stop crying. You should try to stay in crowded places today. I think staying at the mall is safer than at home. Then I'll find a way to contact Lee Myung-jun. Also, you should go to the tutoring center now. They probably won't think a high school student would go to that kind of place at this time. As for whether to remove you from the family register, it depends on how this matter ends. Now get the hell out of here. Soon the monitor arrived at the tutoring center. The teacher thought she was hiding here because of bullying. However, when she opened the tutoring center door, she found that Karma had already been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Karma suddenly appear before her eyes, the monitor screamed in terror. But Karma just casually covered her mouth, forcefully dragged her into the classroom, smoothly closed the door and locked it, all in one fluid motion. After confirming no commotion was caused, Karma told her to shut up quickly. If you dare make a sound, something bad will happen to your mom, who's picking fruit in the food section on the basement floor of the department store. The monitor suddenly realized her family was being monitored. Karma warned her not to play tricks after letting go. As Karma released her hands and feet, the monitor finally caught her breath, coughing violently. Monitor, you wanted to run away before clearing your debts. The monitor asked her in shock how she knew she was here. Isn't that simple? According to the monitor surveillance team's report, only this classroom was empty during this time slot. So I climbed in through the window. The monitor was shocked. This is the 4th floor. And what's this surveillance team? You're not even pretending anymore, are you? She grabbed a desk, threatening Karma not to come closer. I know you're here to kill me. If you come any closer, I'll scream for help. What are you thinking, monitor? I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to talk with you. And my stepfather told me to be lenient with you. From your previous conversation with the curly-haired girl, I feel like you know a lot about the truth of Sister Hyena's death. If you can provide some valuable information, I can guarantee you'll live. The monitor thought she had escaped disaster for a moment, but soon became alert again. She just said a few days ago that she'd make me get stomach cancer to accompany Hyena in death. How can she suddenly come to negotiate? What is Lee Myung-jun really planning? The monitor suddenly had a flash of inspiration and then laughed out loud, leaving Karma confused. It seems your stepfather is scared, right? After killing the curly-haired girl's parents, the Cha Seo-hyun family must be suspicious. Coming to win me over suddenly shows their reaction isn't small. Even if I agree to cooperate, it doesn't mean you'll let me off. Looking at the curly-haired girl's fate, cooperating with you is a dead end. If I have to bet, I'd bet on Cha Seo-hyun winning. Have you forgotten we're monitoring your mom? What can you do to her? Stab people with knives in a place full of surveillance cameras? Your desperate appearance shows you can't hold on much longer, doesn't it? Your stepfather must be scared to death, however, before she could feel proud for 2 seconds. The next second, Karma grabbed her throat, making the monitor unable to breathe. Looking at Karma's expressionless face, the monitor's consciousness gradually faded. When she suddenly woke up, she realized she had actually fainted. At this moment, Karma's voice suddenly came from behind. You're awake, Monitor. What just happened? How was it, Monitor? It was so sudden you didn't even have a chance to scream, right? When I was in juvenile detention, my specialty was choking people unconscious without being discovered, so they all called me the Sleeping Fairy. The Monitor thought she was sick, but Karma continued telling her story. Once there was a girl who killed her own sister and went to prison, always acting arrogant in front of me. So I made her fall asleep 30 times in just one day. Later, she became an idiot who could only drool constantly. I'm suddenly curious now. How many times can you sleep before becoming like that? The frightened Monitor immediately agreed to negotiate. You should have done this earlier, by the way. Where can I buy shaved ice around here? Huh? Why are you asking that? There's only one place nearby. Take me there right away. The Monitor's face immediately darkened, looking at the preparing sign hanging at the store entrance. Karma asked her, "Are you playing with me?" The Monitor quickly explained that this was also her first time coming at this hour. But the next second, Karma pushed open the store door. Seeing the two people enter, the owner was somewhat speechless. "Kids, didn't you see the sign outside saying preparing?" Karma immediately started acting cute. "Oh, boss, I really want to eat shaved ice right now. Can you make an exception and open early just once?" The boss immediately smiled broadly, but the Monitor felt so disgusted she almost threw up. Damn, having to watch her act cute with men first thing in the morning. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? Then the Monitor asked Karma what information she wanted to know. Karma told her not to rush. "We can talk business after the shaved ice is served." The Monitor was speechless again. Then the shaved ice was brought out, but looking at the mango shaved ice in front of her, the Monitor quickly realized something was wrong. "I clearly paid using the self-service ordering machine just now. How did the boss know whose order this was?" Suddenly, Karma called out to her, "Eat up, Monitor, or the shaved ice will melt." But the next second, the Monitor suddenly switched the two people's shaved ice. Karma angrily asked what she was trying to do, but the Monitor just told her to try her own shaved ice. "You must have added something to it, right?" The boss's face immediately changed drastically. quickly, but Karma just said calmly, "You should find time to visit the psychiatry department at your father's hospital." But the monitor told Karma to shut up and eat quickly. Karma was extremely speechless. At this moment, the monitor started brainstorming. She forced her way into an unopened store. She must have bribed the boss here and wanted to prank me with food. If she doesn't dare eat my shaved ice, then I need to run with all my might. However, the next second she was dumbfounded. Karma very seriously scooped up a spoonful and chewed it, then just swallowed it like that, and even stuck out her tongue to show the monitor, completely ignoring the monitor's twisted expression. Karma told her to return the chocolate shaved ice, but she only hesitated for 2 seconds, and also ate a spoonful of Karma's shaved ice. Realizing that Karma hadn't tampered with the food, it seemed she might really be here to negotiate. I can only stall for time first, then find a way to contact Cha Seo-hyun to tip her off. However, while the monitor was eating shaved ice and thinking about how to survive, the next second her face suddenly changed, and she spat out a lot of tomato sauce from her mouth. Looking at the foreign matter sprayed on the table, she discovered it was actually glass shards, and when she looked up at Karma, she saw that Karma, who had looked harmless just a second ago, instantly revealed a sinister smile. This is the monitor's last supper. Dish, glass shaved ice, looking at the bowl of shaved ice made with glass in front of her. The monitor froze completely. At this moment, Karma slowly spoke. "No matter how you think about it, using kelp to pay debts seems too unfair. At least what I'm feeding you is still food, but what you fed Sister Hyena was foreign objects. So how does this glass shaved ice taste? Does the monitor find it quite delicious?" The monitor's whole body shuddered. The bodyguard behind also suddenly spoke up. "This shaved ice dish was personally developed by President Lee for you. I hope you won't disappoint the vice president's thoughtfulness." The monitor was scared to death. These people really intended to kill her. "I must find a way to escape from here. There are only 2 bodyguards behind me now, and there are no other obstacles nearby," the monitor thought while slowly lifting her right foot, forcefully kicking the ground, her whole body flying backwards with the momentum. However, just as she got up to escape, she suddenly froze. Karma and the others had no intention of chasing her at all. What was going on? But while she was stunned, Karma suddenly called out to her, "You're too careless, Monitor. If you want to run, you should remember to take your backpack." The Monitor was completely confused. What was going on? Was this another trap? At this moment, she didn't know whether she should continue running or not. "Monitor, I have a video I want to show you, and you're the star. If you knew what I planned to do with this video, you probably wouldn't want to leave here even if I forced you out." Then Karma took out a camera. "I won't force you to eat shaved ice anymore, but even if you want to leave, at least watch an interesting video first." The video showed exactly what she had said when assaulting the curly-haired girl, that recording where she personally admitted to being a murderer. The Monitor immediately felt like she had fallen into an ice cave, as if her soul had been sucked out. "Monitor, if I spread this video to some specific people, it should become very interesting, right?" The Monitor asked Karma with a trembling voice. "Are you planning to send this video to my dad? It seems you're afraid of being removed from your father's family register, but unfortunately he's not among the specific people I just mentioned. And your laptop was hacked by Peiduya's cousin yesterday, right? Actually, that was a Chinese hacker I hired. You should have witnessed his abilities. I'll send this video to him. So whenever you reach a new stage in life, the hacker will distribute this video to people around you, whether it's new friends you meet after entering university, or when you start working after graduation, or when you get married. At every important moment in your life, they'll all come knocking, making you feel that despair. By the way, all the commission fees will be paid in installments through a dark web escrow platform based on blockchain. That means even if my stepfather dies on the spot, for the money, the hackers will continue to target you for life. My poor Monitor will live lonely until death. Of course, if you end yourself early, you might avoid this fate." As soon as she finished speaking, the Monitor immediately knelt down and began apologizing frantically. "I beg you not to do this. I'm willing to follow any orders from your stepfather." "Oh, really? Anything? Then eat this shaved ice. As long as you can eat it clean, I'll immediately delete that video. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your freedom. But I'm only giving you this one chance to choose. I won't let you regret it." Under this desperate pressure, the Monitor even began to comfort herself. Wasn't there a news report before about an uncle with Pika who loved eating glass and ate it for several years without any problems? It's just a few mouthfuls of shaved ice. What do I have to fear? Karma immediately laughed. The Monitor's eyes have changed. Then the Monitor scooped up a mouthful and ate it, feeling the cold mixed with sharp particles creating a strange sensation. At that moment, she thought of Hyena, whether it was the tissue balls, or Hyena kneeling down to beg her, or even the stomach cancer diagnosis report she finally produced. The Monitor's eyes suddenly rolled back, and her whole body collapsed to the floor. At this moment, she was in so much pain she could barely breathe, her stomach constantly sending burning pain. At this time, several more people approached. Seeing President Lee suddenly appear, the Monitor used all her strength to beg him to spare her life. But President Lee just said coldly, "If you really want to apologize, then go down and apologize to Hyena personally. Paying debts is hard work, isn't it, Monitor? Now you can rest in peace." regarding the monitor's revenge punishment. Final result report: due to consuming large amounts of contaminated glass fragments, leading to gastrointestinal infection and septic shock. Death was confirmed at 11:47 a.m. Perpetrator B. Moon Yi-jin's revenge complete. At this moment, Karma was heartbroken because she began to miss the monitor who always played with her. Thinking that she could never play with her again made her heart ache. Even so, that girl's expression when she died was truly captivating, absolutely irresistible. The chief bake just thought she was truly sick. At this time, the news was broadcasting the shaved ice shop tragedy. In the footage, the shaved ice shop owner looked dejected, stating that due to a moment of carelessness in guaranteeing someone's debt, he owed over $1 billion. Mixing glass shards into shaved ice wasn't intentional murder, but just wanting to randomly find someone to vent his anger. However, the incident resulted in the death of a 16-year-old female student, and another friend who accompanied her was receiving psychological treatment due to mental trauma. Wow, it's really delicious. Chocolate milkshake really is the best psychological treatment. She turned to President Lee. What if the shaved ice shop owner tells the whole truth? You don't need to worry about that, since it's being closed as manslaughter rather than murder. The game is already over. I heard from my private lawyer that he'll get 8 years at most. I've already made a deal with him. As long as he serves 8 years in prison, not only will all debts be forgiven, but he can also get $8 billion in after-tax compensation after release, so he definitely won't betray us. Korean capitalism at its finest. But the chief bake was concerned about how Karma knew the monitor would eat chocolate shaved ice. How would I know which bowl she'd choose? I can't read minds. There were glass shards at the bottom of both shaved ice bowls. Actually, from the very beginning, no matter which flavor of shaved ice she ate, fate was already arranged. Actually, I have a small regret. I originally planned to tell her after she finished the chocolate that she also had to finish all the mango. I was really curious what her reaction would be, but I didn't expect her to give up before finishing even one bowl. Really disappointing. Karma's strong sense of disconnect from her usual self made the chief bake very uncomfortable. Usually she feels like just a mischievous little sister. At this time, it had been 4 days since the monitor left. President Lee was curious about how her parents' situation was being handled. The chief bake indicated everything was proceeding as planned. At this time, at the monitor's father's hospital, a group of citizens were waving banners and shouting for the director to step down. According to information obtained by reporters, yesterday, an insider revealed that Director Moon colluded with ruling party assemblymen to forcibly convert 4 plots of land for medical use. The exposed documents show that the land price difference brought about by the use change is suspected of benefit transfer. This naked profit-seeking behavior has drawn public criticism, believing they completely ignore patients' rights. Reporters repeatedly attempted interviews, but the hospital refused entry of external personnel under the pretext of letting patients rest, maintaining a tough attitude and unwilling to cooperate. Additionally, Director Moon and his wife were staging a sit-in protest in the director's office. The woman hysterically stated that it must be Lee Myung-jun's doing, but the man told her not to make wild guesses without evidence. The angry woman cursed, "You hypocritical bastard. If you hadn't pressured Yi-jin so much, she wouldn't have become a delinquent. It's all your male chauvinism that harmed my daughter. I'm telling you, you killed Yi-jin. I'm going back to my parents' house. You wait for the divorce papers. I will definitely make Lee Myung-jun and you pay the price together." After slamming the door and leaving, the man sneered inwardly. This woman who spends all day at social gatherings and could even forget her daughter's elementary school graduation ceremony dares to talk about maternal love in front of me. I care about my daughter more than anyone else because she's like me. Not only is she smart, but she also inherited my violent tendencies. I tried hard to control her, using taekwondo as a way to sublimate violence, just hoping she'd take the academic path and not become like me. Yet she says I pressured Yi-jin too much. I just managed her strictly the way my parents taught me. Since she inherited my nature, if she doesn't want to degenerate into a criminal, she can only take the same path as me, becoming the director of Taewon General Hospital. This is the only way out, I know. Yi-jin, why do you always have to go against everything I arranged for you, breaking away from the love I gave you? Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Didn't I tell security not to let outsiders in? Sorry, I'm not an outsider. And you should know what I'm here for, right? Isn't it to shut me up? Afraid I'll reveal the real mastermind behind the land case, Assemblyman Cha's name? He'll probably threaten me with my family as usual. But I'm a bit curious now. Does this approach still work on me? My wife filed for divorce and went back to her parents' house. My daughter was buried in the church cemetery last week. I have no family left who could be threatened by you. If I don't keep quiet, what does he plan to do? Throw my soon-to-be ex-wife into the East Sea, or have President Jiang from Busan take care of me, or dig up my daughter's grave? I'm not sure about the others, but at least I can permanently end the pain you're feeling now. The man man was silent for a while. All right, I understand. Go tell Assemblyman Cha that I won't make him worry. But I've always had a question. Are you really his person? I've never seen you meet with him. You couldn't be Cha Seo-hyun's person, could you? Seeing the woman suddenly become somewhat agitated, it seemed the man had guessed correctly. Just in case, let me say first, my wife knows nothing. I'll clean up the mess myself. I trust you won't touch her. Then the man tidied up his appearance and calmly faced his approaching fate. Meanwhile, the protest outside continued. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the rooftop!" They saw the director standing on the hospital's top floor. The man took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and under everyone's shocked gaze, fell straight to the ground. The scene immediately erupted into chaos. At this time, President Lee was staring out the window in a daze. The chief bake asked if he had something troubling him. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered a passage from Hyena's diary. That was from her first day of being bullied. The woman in red was shocked to discover that the person they were bullying was actually a third-generation rich kid, and also the only daughter of the financial conglomerate's vice president. The angry woman in red cursed, "You're a fucking third-generation rich kid. Why are you pretending to be a commoner?" "I just wanted to make friends like ordinary people." The curly-haired girl immediately panicked. Another person even shouted, "I didn't do anything. Don't drag me into this." "Shut the fuck up. Haven't you heard that bystanders are also accomplices? You think she won't come after you when she gets revenge?" At this time, Hyena suddenly interrupted them. "I have no intention of getting revenge on you from the beginning. I wanted to solve problems through communication. I live alone now and don't have to worry about my father finding out I was beaten. We can talk properly. Please untie me first, okay?" The curly-haired girl immediately urged the others to untie her. But the monitor didn't believe what she said at all. What if she changes her mind? Even if what she says is true, if her father finds out, can we still have a way out? "As soon as we're discovered, we're all finished," the woman in red angrily said. "Then think of something, you brainless village girl." The two almost got into a fight, but the woman in red suddenly noticed something wrong. "Where's Cha Seo-hyun? Wasn't she the one who called us here? When this kind of mess happens, where did she run off to?" Just then, the door was pushed open. Cha Seo-hyun finally appeared. "What are you all shouting about? A bunch of idiots!" Hyena's nerves immediately tensed. Cha Seo-hyun slowly walked in front of everyone. "If the new toy is a third-generation rich kid, isn't it good that our wallets will get fatter?" The monitor quickly asked where she went. "You idiot! Didn't I say I was going home to get something? And do I need to report to you what I do?" The monitor was immediately too scared to speak. "So our little cutie is a third-generation rich kid. But so what if your dad is a financial conglomerate?" Saying this, she stepped on Hyena. "My dad is a presidential candidate for the next election, and financial conglomerates depend on what kind they are. Your dad's group stock plummeted 30% because they didn't pick the right side. Does that idiot even deserve to be called a financial conglomerate?" The monitor quickly reminded her, "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse." "Shut up, you idiot! You only focus on studying and don't watch the news. The one who sent this woman's uncle to prison was my dad's person." After learning it was okay, everyone showed malicious smiles again. But before Cha Seo-hyun could finish, Hyena's voice came from the ground. "Don't you feel ashamed? Your father has such a high position, and you can't even watch your behavior to avoid dragging him down, let alone bullying people weaker than you by abusing your power. Don't you feel guilty toward your father? Wow, looks like a filial daughter transferred to our school." "But filial daughter, you got one thing wrong. My dad isn't my backing. He's just a chess piece. You seem to not quite understand what I mean." Saying this, she rummaged through her clothes, then pulled out a USB drive. "Could this contain videos?" "Wrong. This is my dad's life. A year ago, when my family was associating with Pei Duya's family, I met her cousin, a former hacker. I bought stealth software from him and installed it in my dad's computer for 6 months. Later, I cracked the mnemonic phrase of his virtual currency wallet and got his hidden 23 billion in political secret funds and his dirty evidence. If I make this information public, his political career is over. No, he'd be completely finished as a human being. How about that? Am I amazing? What exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? That means with one word from me, my dad could even kill someone for me. Otherwise, he'd die by my hand." Hyena just found it absurd. "This guy is really crazy. You think this will make me back down?" Seeing she showed no fear, Cha Seo-hyun pulled out a photograph. Just one glance made her so shocked, she dry heaved. "Your stomach is really fragile. Throwing up at just this level. I've seen scenes much more exaggerated than this in person. He's been in the news recently. I thought you'd recognize him. He's the group chairman Jang Tae-il with 54 trillion in stock assets who fell to his death while mountain climbing 5 months ago. But do you think he really fell to his death accidentally? Mountains are one of the easiest places to kill someone. You just need to get people to infiltrate the patrol team beforehand and push someone off in a surveillance blind spot to create the illusion of accidental death. Hyena immediately trembled with fear. I had no particular reason for killing him. I just wanted to test what level of person my dad could take action against for my sake. It turned out even this kind of big shot could be easily handled. Lee Hyena, did your father send you to transfer to this school to catch me bullying people? Hyena hurriedly shook her head. No, I just heard the art teacher here was very good, so I transferred. You're just lying to me. I've decided to make a move on your father. Can you guess where I'll start? Your father drinks meal replacement tea from Company A every morning at 7 a.m. sharp. Should I mix some laundry detergent into it? She grabbed Hyena and continued. Or maybe I'll loosen the screws on the dumbbell rack at his gym and let your father get crushed to death by the weights? Or perhaps I'll spend 4 bitcoins on the dark web to hire a Yanbian executioner and have your father sliced up like blood sausage? Oh, I've decided. Vice President Lee Myung-jun, unable to bear the pressure from the National Policy Inspection, commits suicide by hanging himself along with his 15-year-old daughter. How's that? Pretty exciting script I came up with, right? Hyena desperately begged her not to do this. Why not? You filthy bitch! The woman in red suddenly burst into laughter, while the others were too shocked to speak. Please, I'm begging you, don't hurt my father. Cha Seo-hyun was momentarily speechless, then released her grip, letting Hyena crash hard to the ground. She slowly approached her. From today on, you're my toy. You absolutely cannot disobey me. If you resist me, your father will meet his maker. Do you understand? Meanwhile, President Lee was filled with regret. Back then, to deal with the National Policy Inspection. In his negligence, he had thrown Hyena into this den of demons. Dad is truly sorry, but Hyena, just wait. Now it's time for these demons, who will never find redemption, to be cast into hell by me. Watching Karma's departing figure, the classmates began discussing among themselves. Is our class cursed or something? Not long ago, our monitor passed away, and the curly-haired girl had to drop out due to family issues. Plus, Karma just transferred here recently, and now suddenly has to transfer again. This isn't just about transfer students coming and going. It's more like a powerful typhoon that swept through the entire school. Though being able to continue living a peaceful campus life is nice, it always leaves people feeling empty somewhere, especially never being able to see Karma's beautiful face again. We should have taken a photo together as a memento. At this moment, the 2 delinquent girls finally breathed a sigh of relief, deciding to live low-key lives from now on. But due to Karma's coercion during the previous period, they were now being targeted by the troublemakers from Class 4. They were at a loss for what to do next. At this time, the girl with glasses felt very reluctant watching Karma leave. After all, she had saved her from being bullied, and she still hadn't had the chance to say thank you. Finally, the girl with glasses mustered up courage and rushed out of the classroom, successfully catching up with Karma. Seeing the girl with glasses appear behind her, Karma asked what was wrong. The girl with glasses took a deep breath. I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be living in a painful abyss. It might not mean much to you, but to me, you're my savior. So I really want to repay you. Looking at the girl with tears in her eyes before her, Karma's mind suddenly flashed with memories from the past. Daddy, please talk to me. For your sake, I've been cooperating with the experiment so hard. Today was very painful, but I didn't cry. Please praise me. I did well, didn't I? Will you love me like before again? But no matter how she pleaded, she never got a response from the man. In reality, Karma felt as if something had touched her heart, and her cold exterior cracked slightly at one corner. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she suddenly hugged the girl with glasses. If you want to thank me, then skip class and come eat tikbaki with me. Didn't you say that place is really good? Consider it your way of repaying me. The girl with glasses was immediately overjoyed. Accompanying a friend to experience skipping class was also one of her long-held wishes. At this moment, the chief bake was watching everything from the rooftop. Previously, the organization had conducted psychopathic psychological evaluations on Karma, but due to the complexity of her North Korean defector experience and the lack of reports from friends and family, this psychopathy assessment had always contained major flaws. Is Karma really a psychopath? The vice president additionally hired university professors for long-term observation, ultimately confirming that Karma indeed possessed multiple psychopathic traits. But at the same time, she also displayed 3 characteristics that were completely different from typical psychopaths. From those 3 characteristics, Chief Bake saw the hope that could bring the vice president entirely new meaning in life. Karma, you are the key to unlocking the vice president's life after revenge. Meanwhile, the curly-haired girl was working at a convenience store. Suddenly, a customer entered the store, but the next moment, the curly-haired girl was dumbfounded. She never expected it to be the boss of the first grade. Seeing the curly-haired girl, he was also stunned for a moment, but the next second, he burst out laughing. Never thought I'd see our school's celebrity here. The others even took out their phones, telling the curly-haired girl to bark a few times for them to hear. Seeing the curly-haired girl's strong resistance, the The blonde immediately threatened her. "Next time I come, if you don't have a meeting gift ready, I'll spread your photos around." The curly-haired girl was immediately terrified, but that wasn't the end of it. The next moment, the blonde kicked the shelf. "Oops, sorry, this customer accidentally slipped. I'll have to trouble you, the employee, to clean this up." Karma is ancient Sanskrit meaning action. It's a religious philosophy that believes all actions have cause and effect and will eventually return to people in corresponding ways. Eastern culture calls it karmic retribution, gradually giving it the meaning of punishing evil and promoting good. Some say karma is the truth of how the universe operates. But is this really so? Does the karma for evil really operate normally in this world? For instance, is there balance between karma and retribution? What standard determines the quantitative balance between initial evil, karma, and retribution? How well does that standard align with worldly matters? Why do some people's retributions come late, while for others they arrive immediately? Does karma really exist from the beginning? No, it's just people's fantasy about justice. The prayers of the weak for order. Faith built upon fear. Oh yes, it's cowardly superstition. If that's the case, we shouldn't rely on karma, but I should settle it myself. Karma, let's go to the conference room. Chief Bake wants to report on the next target. With this, the first season of the manga plaything has successfully concluded. Thank you all for your support and love. For the second season, we will carefully consider whether there's still room to improve the manga's plot, striving to present you with more comprehensive and exciting content. Next time, we'll prepare adequate stock in advance, ensuring the second season is foolproof and brings you the best viewing experience. Below is the second season preview released by the original manga author. Containing spoilers? Please read with caution. In an old abandoned building, a boy is tied up. In front of him stands a group of delinquent teenagers covered in tattoos, led by Jiang Yaxian, one of the unresolved perpetrators from the first season. She says to the boy, "Have you heard of the 5 bodily blessings? They refer to 5 body parts. If they remain healthy for a lifetime, you'll have good fortune, but if not." After saying this, Jiang Yaxian suddenly strikes, attacking the boy's stomach in succession. Eyes, ears, teeth, and finally, a blow to the kidneys. The poor boy then crashes heavily to the ground. "But if you don't work hard to pay back the money, all 5 blessings will be destroyed by me. If all 5 blessings are ruined at your age, that would be unfilial, you know? By the way, besides being unfilial, you probably have nothing else to do. After all, your family only has one confused, senile grandmother, am I right? Our poor little half-orphan. I won't let you insult my grandmother. She's the one who worked hard to raise me. You really know how to talk big, clearly still using your grandmother's name to borrow money from us. How utterly ridiculous. But if you dare to resist me like this again, I'll make your grandmother the most popular cosplayer in the nursing home." The boy was immediately terrified. "If I live stream your grandmother acting confused and putting on a show, I should be able to quickly pay off the debt with the donation money, right? Please don't do that. I'll work multiple part-time jobs after school and work hard to pay back the money. I don't believe your lies." She then turns to look at her subordinates behind her. "You two, whoever strips him naked first wins." Amid the boy's desperate screams, the two stripped him bare. Jiang Yaxian then raised her phone and captured this scene. "You know the police around here are all under my uncle's control, right? They won't take your side. If you dare to post anything about illegal debt collection on social media, those naked photos of you will be published too." The boy gritted his teeth in anger. This woman, relying on her family's power, does whatever she wants. She's simply a demon. Seeing the boy's miserable appearance, Jiang Yaxian decided to help him tidy up his appearance. She casually picked up a red-hot wooden stick from the fire. "Big sister will help you remove hair and disinfect." The boy was scared to the point of nearly wetting himself, frantically begging her not to do it. But the next moment, agonized screams and the acrid smell of burning skin filled the entire abandoned factory. Jiang Yaxian, the perpetrator D in the school bullying incident of Vice President Lee Myung-jun's daughter. Main charges, special arrest and confinement. Plaything Season 2, Fox Hunt Operation. Please look forward to it. Karma's next target is Jiang Yaxian. She's an arrogant, violence-obsessed delinquent who despises being looked down upon. She entered a national boxing competition back in middle school, but when a top-ranked competitor mocked her height, she attacked him right there on stage and was disqualified. She was ultimately banned from the Boxing Association. Later, using her father's connections, she transferred to the school where Cha Seo-hyun attended, naturally falling in with Cha Seo-hyun's clique and becoming one of the school's bullies. Recently, she returned to City F to continue her studies, and with the backing of her uncle's notorious Sha gang, she's been committing all kinds of vicious acts with even greater impunity. At this point, Karma suddenly raised her hand with a question. She was curious, just how powerful was this Sha gang? The director explained that to deal with Jiang Yaxian, they'd first need to understand the full scope of the Sha gang's power. The organization had over 30 years of criminal history history. It started out as a small illegal labor brokerage, but after law enforcement crackdowns wiped out other major gangs in City F, they rapidly filled the vacuum and grew stronger. Later, during the financial crisis, Jang Yaxian's father ran a loan shark operation. At the time, a company on the verge of bankruptcy relied on his private loans to survive. That company is now Dosu Marine Machinery, valued at 132 trillion won. Jang Yaxian's father eventually took control of the company, which now accounts for roughly 60% of the Dosu district's GDP. In other words, they are effectively the true rulers of Dosu district. Even local law enforcement is completely under their control. To make matters worse, Dosu district is virtually an island. The only land route is a single bridge connecting to Hyundai. If they use their influence to block that bridge, escape by land is simply impossible. So living in Dosu district while being targeted by the Shay gang is no different from being locked in a giant prison. Not to mention they have a monopoly over the port, where virtually any crime you can imagine takes place. In Dosu district, Jiang Yaxian's father and uncle are essentially warlords, and Jiang Yaxian herself is the spoiled princess of that kingdom. This mission would therefore be extremely dangerous for Karma. Karma thought it over for a moment. So if I get on Jiang Yaxian's bad side, I'll be tossed into the East Sea. That's a crude way to put it, but basically correct. President Lee asked the director what his plan was. I'll have security personnel stationed undercover around Karma for protection. Then we'll leverage the current political climate in City F. Seeing that President Lee looked puzzled, the director continued. City F's mayor died in a car accident, so a by-election is scheduled for April of next year. According to our intelligence, Jiang Yaxian's uncle is trying to get his close ally, the City F police commissioner, to run for mayor. His campaign slogan is support candidate Kim, empower youth entrepreneurs, using the opportunity to rebrand the Shay gang as a legitimate business in the eyes of the public. And we intend to use that perfectly against them. You're saying you plan to strike while they're desperately trying to build a clean image. President Lee immediately found the plan sound and ordered the director and Karma to head to City F together. More than my own safety, you must put Karma's mission first. The director broke into a cold sweat on the spot. It was simply because Karma was already chomping at the bit, and just thinking about working alongside her gave him a dull, involuntary headache. Still, what came next was the most important point of today's briefing. It was about the atrocities Jiang Yaxian had committed against the young miss. Before he could finish, President Lee raised his hand and cut him off. This briefing is sufficient. Watching President Lee walk away, the director knew he was carrying far too much pain inside. But Karma spoke up and asked if he could privately tell her about the atrocities. Can't you read the room? It turned out that ever since President Lee's daughter had been bullied, she had been trying to muster the courage to tell her father the truth. But President Lee, unaware of what was really happening, had assumed she was just living recklessly on her own, causing her health to deteriorate. She was even experiencing ringing in her ears. He had no idea what kind of torment his daughter had been enduring. She finally gathered her courage and was about to speak, but President Lee's phone rang and interrupted her. Only 2 sentences into the call, President Lee erupted in fury. It seemed a rival had pulled another dirty move. It was the first time she had ever seen her father lose his temper like that. She never imagined the father she had always looked up to could have this side to him. Watching her father's blood pressure spike until his nose began to bleed, she froze. She realized for the first time that the calm, decisive, invincible father she had always known could also break down. He could also suffer. She swallowed back every word she had wanted to say. Her father was clearly carrying far more than she was, and he hadn't slept in 84 hours. After calming down, he suddenly grabbed his daughter's hand, startling her. I scared you just now, didn't I? But don't worry, I can overcome all of this. In the end, she still couldn't bring herself to say it, and so the tragedy was sealed. At this, President Lee suddenly snapped back to reality. If only he had paid a little more attention back then, he surely would have noticed something was wrong with his daughter. Overcome with regret, he raised his fist and slammed it hard into the mirror. He blamed himself entirely for failing in his duty as a father. After an unknown number of blows, a hand suddenly grabbed his. He jolted. Fortunately, it was Karma. With Karma there to stop him, he slowly calmed down. I hope you'll give everything you have at this new school, too. Karma smiled softly. Leave it to me, stepfather. 1 week later, Karma successfully transferred to Jiang Yaxian's school. She was just as dazzling as ever. The moment she appeared, all eyes in the room were drawn to her. The teacher had barely finished introducing her name when murmurs erupted throughout the class. A few ill-intentioned stares were mixed in as well. Jiang Yaxian sensed that something was off, because Karma was looking straight at her with a wicked grin. Their showdown was about to begin. Jiang Yaxian noticed her boyfriend staring at Karma without blinking and exploded with rage. Look at your face right now, sitting next to your own girlfriend and ogling another girl. I bet you're already imagining what your grandkids with the transfer student would be called. Actually, maybe granddaughters. Am I right? The boyfriend frantically denied it. I just thought the new girl seemed interesting, but that explanation did nothing to cool her down. She decided she had to find a way to get rid of Karma. The teacher then had to leave suddenly for a meeting and told Karma to take a seat in an empty spot at the back. Karma nodded obediently. Watching the the teacher's retreating figure. Karma was turning something over in her mind. Then a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. She began walking toward her seat. At that moment, Yang Yaxian made her move. Hey, country bumpkin from Seoul. This school runs on my word and his understand? If you want to survive, keep your head down. Karma immediately responded with a meek understood. Jiang Yaxian was instantly smug. What an obedient little bumpkin. She then turned and called over a boy nearby who she usually bullied. I must have stayed up all night playing mobile games. My shoulders are so stiff. Come give your sister a massage. The boy rushed over and served her like a dog. Karma simply watched it all in silence. Soon class officially began. The moment the teacher turned to write on the board, a thunderous shriek nearly gave him a heart attack. He spun around furiously, only to find it was Jiang Yaxian, cheerfully playing a game. The entire class wisely fell silent. Even the teacher could only meekly ask her to keep it down, but barely 2 seconds of quiet had passed. When Jiang Yaxian suddenly screamed again, the teacher finally snapped. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Do you not realize you're in the middle of class? So what?" The teacher was furious and stormed toward Jiang Yaxian. "Where is your school uniform? And what is with your feet up on the desk while I'm speaking? Get your feet down right now. You're so annoying. But teacher, does that mean you're staring at my legs right now?" The teacher broke into a cold sweat instantly. Then her boyfriend spoke up. "Are you staring at my woman's legs?" The teacher was at a loss for words. "That's not acceptable, teacher. I'm going to report this to the school board. Kiss your pension goodbye. So go ahead and wait to spend the rest of your life picking up trash and dying alone." Not only the teacher was speechless, the whole class couldn't believe what they were hearing. After much deliberation, the teacher dropped to his knees with a thud and began to beg Jiang Yaxian for forgiveness. She let out a contemptuous laugh. "Oh my, where's all that shouting from earlier? If you're going to apologize, at least make it count." The teacher asked what she wanted him to do. "It's really quite simple. Just say, 'Sister, please forgive me this once,' and bow to me, and I might consider letting you off." The classroom fell dead silent. Seeing the teacher remain still for a long moment, Jiang Yaxian asked if he couldn't manage that. With no other choice, he got down on his hands and knees as she demanded. Someone even pulled out their phone to record it. "Good, now you know who's in charge." She then rested her foot on the teacher's head. "But if you ever dare to interrupt my game again, I might just send you straight to your funeral." The teacher could only grit his teeth and agree. The students shook their heads in disbelief. Of all people to mess with, why'd he have to pick this devil? Then again, he was new this semester, so not knowing her background was understandable. In the back row, Karma was already grinding her teeth in fury, but that only made her all the more eager to see Jiang Yaxian's face when she was the one kneeling and begging. However, executing that plan wasn't going to be simple given the current situation. Karma's scheme required substantial money and time, and the device for Jiang Yaxian's reckoning was still in transit. So the director instructed Karma that during the waiting period, she must make Jiang Yaxian feel every ounce of what she put the young miss through. Karma grimaced. "But this is Jiang Yaxian's turf. If I cause trouble for her, I'll definitely get thrown to the fish." Then, suddenly inspiration struck. "Director, you wouldn't be trying to eliminate me as a rival so you can have stepfather all to yourself, would you?" The director was rendered speechless. This is President Lee's direct order. The Shea gang is busy with campaign activities and too occupied to act freely. As long as you fight back while playing the victim, they can't move against you openly. And even if something does go wrong, the undercover team will be there to protect you. So go all out, Karma. Karma let out a sigh. Always dumping the dirty work on me. But fine, I could use some new entertainment. Operation Hedgehog, make the tormentor suffer instead. She vowed to make it a resounding success and win her stepfather's heart completely. The first step was to pose as a bullying victim in front of everyone. So she approached Jiang Yaxian's boyfriend and mentioned she was from Country Company. His eyes instantly lit up. Karma pressed her advantage. "I find you kind of interesting. I absolutely love muscular men. Those arms of yours. And that broad chest. You're exactly my type." The man was practically floating with his smile reaching to the sky. "I'm happy to hear that, but I'm already with Yaxian. It doesn't feel great to talk behind her back. But you know what she's like physically. Now compare that to me. Don't you sense there are things you could never get from Yaxian that I could give you?" The man swallowed hard. "Don't you think I'm the woman most suited to a strong man like you?" But at that very moment, Jiang Yaxian's voice cut in, asking what Karma was doing. Karma turned with a smile. "Just chatting. I'm asking what exactly you're doing to my man." "Flirting, of course." The moment those words landed, it was as if even the air froze. Jiang Yaxian and her boyfriend couldn't believe their ears. The world seemed to grind to a complete halt. Naturally, there was only one outcome for provoking Jiang Yaxian like that. Getting beaten black and blue. The students around them wisely looked away. Punch after punch came raining down, but with every blow, Karma kept smiling. Seeing this, Jiang Yaxian grew even more enraged. as if every punch from this point on was meant to send Karma straight to God. When it seemed like enough of a lesson had been given, Jang Yaxian demanded to know why Karma had ignored her warning. I said this school belongs to me and my man. Were my words just garbage to you? Karma answered with a smile as ever. Do you really think a threat like that could stop me from loving? Isn't true love supposed to be fearless even in the face of death? Meanwhile, in this love triangle, you're acting like a coward who only knows how to use violence. Doesn't that mean you don't think your own charm is enough to beat me? That line hit Jang Yaxian like a slap to the face. Her expression twisted beyond recognition. Unable to find a comeback, she redirected her rage toward her boyfriend. It's your fault for being so easy to approach and making other women get the wrong idea. Or do you actually find it agonizing to date me? Someone with such a boring figure, Karma chimed in sharply. You really do resemble a two-faced coin. Dull on both sides. Jang Yaxian exploded. Where did this home-wrecking fox crawl out from? Are my fists not hard enough for you? Maybe your fists are just as soft and useless as cotton, posing in boxing gloves and getting knocked down like it's nothing? Just as Jang Yaxian was about to completely lose control, a voice behind her suddenly interrupted. When Jang Yaxian turned around, the teacher instantly froze. He could only carefully ask what was going on. It's like this, teacher. The transfer student fell down, so we were helping her up. But didn't your uncle say not to bother the other kids for now? Teacher, I'll say it again. She fell. We were just helping her up. The teacher glanced at the blood on her boxing gloves and ultimately shut his eyes. Well, if that's the case, that's fine then. I'll be on my way. After the teacher left, Jang Yaxian turned back to Karma. Starting today, I'm going to turn your school life into absolute hell. Karma nearly couldn't hold back her laugh. This fool had taken the bait perfectly. After school, Jang Yaxian cornered Karma again. Looks like just beating you wasn't enough. I know better than anyone how to break a girl's spirit. Take a look at these guys. Do you know what's about to happen? I'm going to make you feel complete and utter humiliation. Boys, have your way with her. At this, Karma was on the verge of cracking up with laughter. The bizarre sight left Jang Yaxian and her crew utterly baffled. Was this woman so scared she'd lost her mind? Sorry. I was expecting you to actually pull something vicious. And this is all you've got? Looks like you're not very bright. Jang Yaxian was instantly humiliated and furious. Have you gone out of your mind from fear? Of course not. What I mean is, what you're doing right now is going to backfire on you. Think about it. Why are you so angry at me today? There's really only one reason. You're jealous of my figure, aren't you? But given the situation, what if I show just a little bit right now? Would your burning man fall for me on the spot? Jang Yaxian snapped her head around and caught her boyfriend staring at Karma without blinking. His face flushed as red as a boiled shrimp. Jang Yaxian nearly lost it. She threw a punch at his arm, hard enough to almost send his hand flying. You've completely lost your mind over that little fox. The boyfriend frantically denied it. My face is only red because the sunset is shining on it. Seeing this, Karma launched into another performance. Poor Appa, stuck with such a bizarre girlfriend. But blaming your red face on the sunset is actually quite poetic. I'm starting to like this romantic side of you even more. As she spoke, Karma suddenly grabbed his hand and whispered, if I could become yours, I'd show you anything you wanted. At those words, the man completely lost all reason. Karma immediately turned to flash Jang Yaxian a wicked smile. Jang Yaxian's eyes were by now shot through with red. With one swift slap, she knocked Karma's hand away from the man. You crazy woman. How dare you touch my man? How can he be called yours? He'll be mine soon enough. Besides, my patience is nearly gone. If you keep getting in my way, I'll just undo the buttons myself. Jang Yaxian was thrown into a panic and ordered her crew, don't let her undo those buttons. The restrained Karma was outraged. What I choose to do is my own freedom. If you have a problem with that, let's have a fair fashion showdown. Jang Yaxian's back teeth were practically grinding to dust. This woman clearly didn't know when to quit. She reached over and grabbed a fire poker she had prepared in advance. What if I ruin that pretty face of yours? Then you'd have nothing to show off, right? Even Karma sensed this was bad. Without this face, the rest of her plan would truly be over. She had to find a way to break free right now. She let her feet slide outward and threw her full body weight into it. Her captors couldn't figure out how a girl could be harder to hold down than a pig at New Year's. Seeing Jang Yaxian genuinely preparing to disfigure her boyfriend spoke up and told her to stop. What? Do you actually have feelings for that fox? No, it's just that the boss told us not to mess with anyone who doesn't owe us money. A few photos are enough. If you ruin her face, there's no turning back. It's better to let her go before your uncle gets angry. But Jang Yaxian had already lost all reason. To hell with that. Just as the poker was about to come down, Karma instantly lifted her left foot to defend herself. But a phone ringtone suddenly broke the tension between the two. Jang Yaxian was annoyed, but she had no choice but to drop the poker, because the caller was her uncle. From the conversation, it was clear her uncle already knew what she was up to, and told Jang Yaxian to come see him immediately. With no other option, Jang Yaxian left a parting threat. Lucky for you, my dear uncle just saved your life. But don't celebrate too soon. I'm going to make your life a living nightmare very soon. Just sit there and wait for it. Karma said nothing in return. She simply watched them leave in silence. Jang Yaxian arrived at the Shagang headquarters shortly after. The moment she walked in, she started venting. She complained that her boyfriend had been eyeing other girls even when she she was right there. Her uncle was furious. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Her boyfriend frantically denied it, saying it was all a misunderstanding. Her uncle was just about to get to the real business when Jiang Yaxian slammed the table. "About that new transfer student. Can I throw her in the East Sea?" Jiang Yaxian was ready to explode. She wanted to throw Karma to the fish at that very second, but her uncle immediately lashed out at her. "Are you not taking my words seriously?" Jiang Yaxian was dismissive. "We disappeared 5 people just a few months ago. Why is today suddenly off limits? The election is a few months away. Can't you behave yourself for once? If you care so much about the election, why are you still having me collect illegal debts?" Her uncle slammed the table with his fist. "That is a completely different matter. The debt collection system I built has never had a problem. You're the only one who's like a ticking time bomb. And what if that transfer student turns out to be the daughter of someone powerful? So starting today, outside of debt collection, I will not tolerate violence of any kind. Remember this, Jiang Yaxian, whoever you are, I will not let this slide." Jiang Yaxian looked thoroughly displeased. Her uncle then turned his gaze to the boyfriend and commended him on his recent debt collection performance. "Ever since we refined the system, no one has gone to prison over collections. And even if you do end up inside, I'll take full responsibility for your life. Remember Yong Yun, the senior who did time before? Of course, he was recently showing off a 30 million won watch and a luxury car on social media. Even though we operate through lawyers and such methods now, the essence of debt collection is still violence, not getting people who can pay, but forcing people who can't pay anyway. It's always been done with force, and it always will be. I think of you as family, so never betray my trust. If you make Yaxian shed a single tear, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you understand?" The boyfriend answered loudly in fear. Just as they were wrapping up and about to dismiss, Jiang Yaxian suddenly broke into a wicked smile. "Uncle, what you're saying is, as long as I don't violate the debt collection system, I can do whatever I want, right? In that case, I'll drag that transfer student into the system." On the other side, Karma had just returned home, when the director immediately noticed something was wrong. Karma's eyes were bruised black and blue. Though the surveillance team had reported it, it was far worse than he'd imagined. For the sake of this mission, the two were posing as North Korean defector siblings living together. Seeing that the director had specially prepared her favorite crab plushie, Karma immediately lit up with joy. She threw herself forward and hugged him, but the director went beet red and instantly shoved her away. He asked how she could just hug another man like that. Karma blinked for a moment, then a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes. "Since we're supposed to be siblings, shouldn't there be some physical affection? Let's play together." The director was instantly terrified. He scolded her sternly. "You and I have a purely professional relationship." The air immediately went cold, but 2.5 minutes later, the director noticed something was wrong. "Why are you still just standing there? You said it was a professional relationship, so I'm maintaining a proper professional distance." The director was completely at a loss. Is she not supposed to have emotional difficulties? Why has she been showing so much neediness lately? Or is this just another part of her strategy? It seems living under the same roof as Karma is far more exhausting than he'd imagined. By now, Karma had also noticed how tired he was and decided to help relieve some of his fatigue. No matter how much he refused, Karma sat down beside him anyway. Looking at the side of Karma's face, the director felt a pang of sympathy. She may not feel pain, but she absolutely cherishes her own appearance. From what he'd seen, Jiang Yaxian was more dangerous than any of the Sha gang members. This was far too risky for Karma. Just as the director was considering whether to change the plan, Karma spoke up coldly. "You're not thinking about changing the mission because of what happened today, are you? If you are, I'm disappointed. Do you really think I can't handle something like this? Wipe that fake concern off your face. This time, I plan to rack up as many achievements as possible. That way stepfather will owe me a favor. So don't let your worthless sympathy stand in the way of my ambition." The director could only offer a quiet apology. Seeing how sensible he was being, Karma was quite satisfied. "Though I don't dislike that look of worry in your eyes." Those words made the director turn red and scramble to change the subject. "He said he'd go to the pharmacy to buy some ointment." Karma inwardly smiled. It seemed the director was far more soft-hearted than she'd thought. At this rate, he might fall right into her trap sooner than planned. "Sorry about this, but director, you're my insurance policy. During this time, I'll train you into a slave who worships only me." Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yaxian was also laying out her own plans. She intended to turn Karma into a slave. She probably came to this remote island from country CO because her father got demoted or something. "So my plan is this: drag her family into our private loan trap and make her a slave to debt." At this point, Jiang Yaxian was on the verge of exploding because her uncle had refused to approve her plan to turn Karma into a debtor, going on about not wanting any complications affecting the election. This spineless act of his was beyond pathetic. He used to say yes to everything the moment I batted my eyes at him. Now that he's gotten a taste of politics, he's become a completely different different person. And honestly, our roots are in the streets. What business do we have dabbling in politics now? But her boyfriend argued she had it wrong. In a place that survives on the shipbuilding industry, what happens if the economy tanks? And there are fewer and fewer easy marks to swindle these days. The organization needs to keep expanding, and expansion requires politicians backing them from behind. Jung Yaxian told him to stop talking. All his big picture reasoning gave her a headache. Could you just shut up and take my side? If you're really that unwilling to support me, then go ahead and date that transfer student. The boyfriend was exasperated. You know perfectly well there's nothing going on between me and the transfer student. Yet you always have to make a scene. Back to the matter at hand. The two were there to collect rent. A knock on the door was answered by a middle-aged man with an injury who came out smiling. Seeing Jung Yaxian's expression was relatively calm. The man started complaining that business had been slow lately. Jung Yaxian snapped on the spot. You bastard! Are you setting me up again? Is there an endless supply of excuses for not paying? Forget it, let's not get into that. Today's second task is a security check. Is the electronic ankle bracelet charged? The man hastily confirmed that he monitored its battery at all times. In that case, why have you been circling around within 30 meters of the police station lately? Is there gold buried there? Or did some oil seep up? Or are you trying to send some kind of distress signal? The police around here are all on our side. I suggest you don't get any funny ideas. Whether you use your phone, a keyboard, handwriting, or sign language, the moment any suspicious electronic signal is detected, the alarm will go off immediately. If you trigger my phone's alarm again like last time, a beating won't be enough to settle things. The man agreed frantically. She then checked his phone. Once everything looked clear, she returned to the main point. So how much are you planning to pay back this month? This month? Well, I can probably come up with about 800,000 won. Jung Yaxian's fury ignited instantly. She grabbed a bowl and smashed it straight into the man's face. You miserable old fool. I was hoping to scrape together this month's interest to buy a new bag, and you give me 800,000? That wouldn't fill a tooth gap for anyone. Just then, the door swung open. It was the man's daughter. Didn't I tell you not to come out of the room? The girl froze in terror at the shout. Jung Yaxian looked at her coldly, then seemed to think of something. Company president, your daughter is quite pretty, you know. How about I knock a bit off your interest? Seeing the man take the bait, Jung Yaxian grinned. Every slap to your daughter, minus 100,000 won. The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. Seeing the man frozen in place, Jung Yaxian grew impatient, and the man couldn't hold it together. What kind of father could possibly strike his own daughter? Jung Yaxian found it laughable. What kind of father racks up 170 million won in debt? The man tried to protest, saying he had only borrowed 10 million. But Jung Yaxian was about to blow. She hated being contradicted more than anything. Let's add another 100 million in interest then. Settling the account is simple enough. It's just 1,000 more slaps to your daughter. Shouldn't be too hard. So do you want another 100 million added on? Or do you want to just get it over with a few slaps? With no other option. The man raised his hand and swung it at his daughter. The screams beside her filled Jung Yaxian with delight, because the expression on the girl's face right now was exactly the expression she wanted to see on Karma. She didn't need her uncle's permission. Anyone who dared to disrespect her would be crushed. Just you wait. Karma, I'm going to make you scream. Meanwhile, Karma was fast asleep hugging her crab plushie. The moment Karma walked into the classroom, Jung Yaxian drove a fist hard into her stomach. Starting today, she was going to show Karma what true hell felt like. She then had two of her crew grab jump ropes and tie Karma up completely. Then, she deliberately taunted Karma. There used to be this arrogant girl named Lee Hyena. Do you know what happened to her? You're about to find out. You'll be tied up like this until school lets out. If you can't hold it and need to go number 2, that's going to be a real problem. As for lunch, I'll personally feed you. I've prepared something special just for you. You'd better look forward to it, my sweet little Karma. Soon, first period began. The teacher at the front was speaking with a trembling voice, because along with Karma, another student had been tied up with her. But the teacher could only pretend not to see. Jung Yaxian was smug beyond measure. Now that Karma had seen her position firsthand, she must surely be wavering inside, though it was too late to regret it now. But the very next second, Karma suddenly started snoring. She even drooled. Not only were the students dumbfounded, Jung Yaxian stared in utter disbelief. Was this girl completely out of her mind? Seeing Karma show absolutely no sign of fear, Jung Yaxian grabbed a textbook and hurled it at her in a rage. But Karma tilted her head back and dodged it clean, and the teacher behind her took the hit instead. At that point, Karma finally groggily woke up. How dare you sleep in class? Says the person playing games during class. You're lecturing me? Jung Yaxian was livid. A second later, a chair came flying past Karma's head. The two immediately started trading insults, while the teacher at the front could only shake his head and helplessly watch the two problem students cause chaos during class. Then Then fourth period arrived. Karma was clenching her thighs together for dear life. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She couldn't hold it any longer. The veins on her body bulged suddenly. With a burst of force, the rope snapped in several places, but there were far too many ropes binding her. She still couldn't break free entirely. Looks like there's only one way to handle this. So Karma suddenly stood up and walked toward Jiang Yaxian. Then, to Jiang Yaxian's stunned disbelief, she sat squarely down on her lap. Before Jiang Yaxian could even react, a wave of scorching warmth rushed across her thighs. At that moment, Jiang Yaxian nearly broke down completely. The entire class was too shocked to speak. A refreshed and relieved Karma was in the best mood of her life. But behind her, Jiang Yaxian was in absolute agony. She kept screaming in horror, as though she had seen a ghost. Jiang Yaxian was about to be sick with disgust. She kept urging the man to quickly wash the stench off his clothes. She couldn't understand how Karma could be this insane. It was beyond human. But suddenly the man cut off her cursing and said in a low voice, "Let's put an end to the whole Karma situation." Besides, Big Brother gave the same warning earlier. The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Yaxian exploded in fury and punched the man's arm. "You stood there doing nothing when that madwoman urinated on my leg, and now you're speaking up for her? Don't tell me you actually have feelings for that vixen." At this point, the man grew angry too and shouted back at Jiang Yaxian. Jiang Yaxian's eyes instantly filled with tears. Only then did the man realize he had lost his composure. But Jiang Yaxian threatened him. "Be careful. I'll tell my uncle about this. Karma, you little wretch. Let's see if you're still smiling after eating my special lunch." In the blink of an eye, they were back in the classroom. Jiang Yaxian dumped a box of instant noodles on the floor. "Everyone, look at the special meal I've prepared. Isn't it better than the cafeteria food? Since your hands are tied, get down and eat it like a dog. But if anyone's picky, I'll have my boyfriend feed it to you bite by bite." Looking at the pile of instant noodles on the floor, soaked with who knows how much industrial capsaicin extract, the boy could barely keep his eyes open from the fumes, but suddenly a strange sound came from beside him. He turned to look and was stunned to see Karma eating the noodles, and after taking a bite, loudly declared it delicious. Jiang Yaxian was stunned. "Are you out of your mind?" Karma replied nonchalantly. "Weren't you the one who told me to eat?" Jiang Yaxian couldn't hold back and screamed. "I poured in a whole bottle of capsaicin. Why are you completely fine?" "No, wait. The real question is how you can eat something off the floor so naturally. Don't you have even a shred of shame?" Though she had guessed correctly, Karma turned the question back on her, asking if she had ever experienced real hunger. "Back where I'm from, countless children were so starved they made noodles from dirt to eat. Compared to those who starved to death, do you know how precious these noodles on the floor are?" Seeing her words were having an effect, Karma continued her Oscar-worthy performance. "Actually, I only forced myself to eat it to avoid getting beaten. Thinking of those compatriots who starved to death, what does a little suffering like this matter? So do you understand now? The one who should feel ashamed right now is not me, but you, Jiang Yaxian." The moment those words landed, looks of disgust spread across the classmates' faces. While Jiang Yaxian ground her back molars nearly to dust, she then turned around and grabbed the mop from the corner. "So you make noodles from dirt, do you? Then I'll personally make you a serving with this mop." She then furiously scrubbed the mop across the noodles. Even Karma couldn't bear to watch. "Didn't you say you love eating dirt? Come taste a flavor from your hometown. Why are you hesitating now? Discrimination. This is blatant discrimination. If there was food to eat, who would willingly eat dirt? People like you deserve to go straight to hell." Jiang Yaxian was at a loss for words. "Weren't you the one who said you all ate dirt noodles?" Furious, she grabbed a handful of noodles and tried to shove them into Karma's mouth. "Weren't you enjoying them so much just now? Now eat them." Seeing Karma finally show the expression she wanted, Jiang Yaxian was very satisfied. "It's only a matter of time before I bring you down. Let me give you a taste of hell right now." But suddenly, Karma's eyes turned cold and fierce, and she whipped around and clamped down hard on Jiang Yaxian's thumb. Jiang Yaxian didn't register what had happened at first, but when the pain hit, her screams echoed throughout the entire classroom. Seeing that Karma wouldn't let go, she threw punch after punch, smashing them down onto Karma's head. But this only made Karma bite down harder. A human's bite force is 4 to 8 times that of a crab, but Karma surpassed even that. Her teeth came down like a grand piano falling from the sky. Crushing a bone was simply too easy for her. At that moment, Jiang Yaxian felt a bone-deep, piercing pain, and could already see the shape of the bone beneath the skin. Karma not only refused to let go, but bore down even harder, and in the end, Jiang Yaxian's thumb was broken. Jiang Yaxian, her thumb bitten through by Karma, wailed without end, continuously reporting the crime to her uncle. Even the orthopedic surgeon couldn't believe it. By the degree of bone fracture, this was clearly done by a large dog or a snapping turtle. He had never seen a human capable of such bite force, though the surgery was performed reformed in time, the doctor advised against boxing in the future. Hearing this, her uncle erupted in fury, while Jang Yaxian continued to pour fuel on the fire, wishing she could throw Karma into the East Sea at that very moment. Looking at the pitiful Jang Yaxian, her uncle made up his mind to make this so-called Karma wish she were dead. The two then walked toward the office. The terrifying aura they gave off made the students tremble involuntarily. The boyfriend didn't even dare to raise his head. Without a word, the uncle landed a punch on him, sending him crashing hard into the wall. "You're Yaxian's boyfriend. Why didn't you protect her?" The man could only defend himself by saying it happened too fast for him to react. But the priority right now was to deal with Karma. The uncle planned to settle with him later. Pushing open the office door, the uncle immediately spotted Karma. Seeing Karma looking completely fearless with a smile on her face, the uncle's expression hardened, and he strode toward her. Karma simply watched him calmly. After casually pulling over a chair and sitting down, he began demanding to know whether it was she who had bitten off Jang Yaxian's finger. Karma looked surprised. "What are you talking about? I was simply acting in self-defense. How can you call the victim the perpetrator just like that?" The uncle glared and snarled, "Do you know who I am? How dare you spout nonsense in front of me? Of course I do. Aren't you the head of the Police Chiefs Support Association? I hear you've been so busy with the election lately that you've been neglecting your main business, loan sharking." The uncle was visibly shaken and demanded to know how she knew all this. This kind of thing is all over the streets. Everyone saying the gang is overreaching, actually trying to get into politics. The uncle nearly ground his teeth to dust, as if Karma didn't notice at all. "Oh right, I also heard rumors that you throw people into the East Sea. I wonder if that'll be my fate too." The uncle paused for a moment. "If what you're saying is true, how do you plan to face the consequences?" Karma showed not the slightest fear and simply reached into her pocket for something. The next second, she pulled out a phone and played footage of Jang Yaxian's bullying. It contained a complete recording of the entire incident. Jang Yaxian was dumbfounded. She had taken Karma's phone in the morning, and the school had very strict phone restrictions. When on earth had this girl recorded all this? Karma smiled slightly. "Curious how I did it, aren't you? I placed an old phone in the corner late last night, hidden right inside the board eraser. What do you think, Representative Jiang? If the video of your niece's bullying gets out, I'm afraid it won't just be you, the minister's position as well. That would all be damaged because of Jang Yaxian. Violence during class hours, teachers doing nothing. What kind of terrifying power must be at work behind the scenes? Once this gets out, I'm afraid candidate Kim will drop you." The furious man reached out to snatch Karma's phone, but was stopped cold by Karma's sharp shout. The entire office fell into dead silence. Karma fixed him with an icy stare and warned him not to try anything. "The moment you dare touch me, this video will be instantly sent to 12 top media outlets. It's already set on a scheduled send. If I get thrown into the sea, then you can wait for your own complete ruin. On top of that, my location is being monitored at all times. The moment I appear somewhere suspicious, those emails will go out immediately. So I think you know now. Who holds the upper hand?" The uncle broke into a cold sweat. What kind of person was this girl? And such a meticulous setup. There was no way a high school girl could have done this alone. Who was pulling the strings behind her? Could she be a spy sent by Cha Seo-hyun or Assemblyman Cha? But thinking about it again, that didn't add up. They were the ones who had asked him to put up a puppet candidate. Why would they turn around and set a trap for him? The more he thought, the more confused he became. But reason kept reminding him, once the video was exposed, even if he could bribe the media in time to control public opinion, the election would certainly be affected, and he would be finished in the end. This election had been Assemblyman Cha's way of testing his worth. If the video really got out, his fate would be far worse than simply having his reputation destroyed. Whether it was Assemblyman Cha or Cha Seo-hyun, no matter who made a move, he wouldn't survive it. In the end, it wouldn't just be him. The entire Shah gang would go down with him. The thought of that filled him with helpless despair. Just then, Karma's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. The uncle finally couldn't hold back and demanded to know what Karma wanted. "It's simple. Just guarantee that I won't be bullied at school, especially keep Jang Yaxian from coming after me. And if you can do that, I will absolutely not interfere with your political career." The uncle paused for a second and said there was absolutely no problem. Ignoring Jang Yaxian's screams behind him, he turned and left. But after just 2 steps, he stopped abruptly. "If you don't want to die, you'd better stay within your limits." Karma just smiled and said nothing. Watching his flustered departure, Karma was overjoyed. One more means of keeping Jang Yaxian in check had been secured. From today on, she could handle that girl however she pleased. Meanwhile, Jang Yaxian chased her uncle out of the office. She wanted him to ignore Karma's threats, but her uncle calmly told her to let it go. Hearing those words, Jang Yaxian completely snapped. "She's the filthy bitch who bit my finger off. How can you just abandon your own niece for the sake of some stupid politics?" But she wasn't even finished before her uncle cut her off. "I said let it go. My patience has its limits." Jang Yaxian froze for a moment. "Uncle, you've changed." She ran off in tears, declaring she would never do his bidding again. The uncle watched her go with a helpless sigh. Everything he did was for Zhang Yaxian's safety and future. But then again, this girl was absolutely no ordinary person. Though he didn't know who was behind her, it was clear they were coming for him. He absolutely could not let this go unchecked. So he picked up his phone and dialed a contact saved as hacker. 1 second his face was dark and grim. The instant the call connected, he turned on the flattery. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got straight to the point. I need you to hack an email account for me. But the hacker stopped him cold, saying hacking wasn't almighty. If she's just an ordinary high school girl, that's manageable, but Karma clearly has someone backing her, and breaking through will take a very long time. However, there is one method that works for your specific situation. Just have the school cooperate with a software update. Students seeing a message from the official school channel won't suspect a thing. Then tamper with Karma's update link, and once a Trojan is successfully installed, everything else is easy. But the man had barely had 2 seconds to feel good about it when the hacker threw another bucket of cold water on him, because this method operates under the school's name. If discovered, the public fallout would be enormous. Moreover, someone is directing Karma from behind the scenes, so this could very well be a trap. With no good options, the man had to ask if there was any other way. The hacker said there was, but it would require waiting until next Monday. At that point, he would send the man a package containing something that could resolve the matter without any repercussions. Before the man could even ask what was inside, the hacker hung up. Though seething inside, to deal with the video, he had no choice but to trust him. Once the video was taken care of, he would make it his first order of business to feed Karma to the fish. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaxian put on her boxing gloves and prepared to start her regular live stream. Though her finger, the one Karma had bitten, still hadn't healed, the thought of going offline for 8 weeks meant her traffic would inevitably plummet off a cliff, so she had no choice but to push through and weave in the tough story of live streaming through a broken finger. That would definitely be a major hit. 50,000 followers were within reach. As the live stream began, fans started engaging. Sure enough, someone immediately noticed the cast on Zhang Yaxian's hand. She launched right into her Oscar performance, claiming her finger had been bitten off by a mad dog, though the wound still throbbed with dull pain. It was nothing compared to her promise to her fans. All of her spiels left her boyfriend speechless, but suddenly a comment accused her of putting on a show, and she immediately had her little boyfriend kick the troll out, then asked if anyone wanted to send gifts for a special segment. Sure enough, someone sent 1,000 the very next second, but before she could say thank you, the viewer asked if her sports bra was a winter one. Zhang Yaxian was instantly furious. This person was clearly mocking her figure. Her boyfriend sensibly kicked that person out too. She took a deep breath and launched into her boxing demonstration. But after only a few punches, another viewer sent a 1,000 gift, this time asking whether the area around her lower abdomen had makeup on it. She panicked immediately and quickly kicked the troublemaker out, then explained it was to cover her appendix surgery scar. But the viewers weren't fools. Someone pointed out the appendix wasn't in that location, and another asked her to wipe it off with a wet wipe right then. She could only pretend not to see it and push forward. Then another 1,000 gift arrived. You killed someone, and you still want to live stream? Not only was her boyfriend stunned, Zhang Yaxian was absolutely horrified. The streamer's real name is Zhang Yaxian. She is a murderer who bullied a classmate to death. You'll end up in hell sooner or later. Zhang Yaxian broke into a cold sweat. The comment section exploded. Gang ties, tattoos, and now murder. The streamer's reaction says it all. The rumors are true, but Zhang Yaxian didn't dare react, and could only force a smile and announce the end of the stream. The second the stream ended, she let out a string of furious curses and started taking it out on the punching bag. Dozens of punches later, she still wasn't satisfied, and finally threw the hardest punch of her life until she heard her boyfriend's voice. And only then did she realize her thumb had split open again. When the adrenaline wore off, searing pain shot through her finger. After a round of agonized screams, she angrily demanded to know why he hadn't stopped her. What's going on lately anyway? Why does everyone keep coming at me like mad dogs? The man immediately tried to comfort her, saying this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. A defamation lawsuit could easily settle all of them. Otherwise, just lean into the delinquent girl image this time. Those shut-in fans go absolutely crazy for that type. Before he finished speaking, a boxing glove smacked him in the face. Zhang Yaxian furiously called him an idiot, and then went to the restroom alone to cool down. She lay on the sofa, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. She couldn't figure out why someone had suddenly brought up Hyena. That had been a whole year ago. Back then, Hyena had been bound tightly to a chair, awaiting the torment of the curly-haired girl and Zhang Yaxian. Just how depraved was Zhang Yaxian's true nature? To torment Hyena, she had fabricated a lie that Hyena had been bad-mouthing her behind her back. In reality, Hyena hadn't done anything at all, but it was nothing more than an excuse she had made up so she could torment Hyena. Then she pulled out a helmet, packed inside with dozens of small bells. She had deliberately removed them from ritual bells. Even more horrifying, this was a technique she had learned from the police station. Apparently, there is an interrogation method where piercing sound is held against the ear for 30 minutes. That drives a person completely insane. And our poor Hyena. I want to see just how long you can last. So she forced the helmet onto Hyena's head. Then, to make the effect even more severe, ordered the curly-haired girl to bring tape. tape and wrapped up all the gaps at the bottom of the helmet. Hyena immediately began struggling to breathe. Jiang Yaxian then put on her boxing gloves, and the interrogation officially began. Before Hyena could even react, Jiang Yaxian slammed a fist into the helmet and followed up with several more in quick succession. At that point, beyond the piercing ringing of the bells, the repeated blows to the head were causing severe damage to the cervical spine as well, and could even cause a concussion, but Jiang Yaxian showed no signs of stopping. The sound of a bell shaken with force is approximately 80 decibels, but at such a close range, the damage caused would be equivalent to at least 120 decibels. In other words, Hyena was enduring the noise equivalent of over 40 firecrackers exploding simultaneously every second. Her screams gradually became hoarse, rasping wails, and her ears even began to bleed. But Jiang Yaxian only grew more excited with every blow. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yaxian, exhausted, finally stopped and ordered Hyena to confess. But at that point, Hyena was so oxygen deprived she was nearly suffocating. She desperately shook her head and begged for mercy, but Jiang Yaxian was unmoved. To survive, Hyena had no choice but to fabricate a confession, admitting that she had indeed said bad things about Jiang Yaxian. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Jiang Yaxian prepared to start again and drove a solid punch straight into Hyena's abdomen, causing the already suffering girl to vomit. Seeing that she had vomited inside the helmet, the two burst out laughing. Jiang Yaxian then thought of another cruel idea. She told the curly-haired girl to flip Hyena over, chair and all, and lift her up, but the curly-haired girl hardly had the strength for that. Seeing that she actually dared to defy her, Jiang Yaxian immediately flew into a rage. Out of fear, the curly-haired girl quickly approached Hyena, and with every ounce of her strength, forced Hyena upside down. But because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't lift high enough, and Hyena's head was twisted against the ground. At this point, Jiang Yaxian was already itching to get started. She was desperate to see what it would look like when the helmet was packed full. Completely ignoring Hyena's pleas, she took her stance and delivered a vicious kick to Hyena's abdomen. A dull thud was followed by another round of retching. The helmet was nearly overflowing, but Jiang Yaxian was far from satisfied. She landed another kick. Watching the helmet twitch and convulse, Jiang Yaxian was gripped by a near-manic excitement. But suddenly, Hyena went still. The curly-haired girl panicked immediately. Jiang Yaxian calmly told her to let go. When the helmet was lifted off, the two discovered that Hyena had stopped breathing. The curly-haired girl asked trembling whether they should do that thing called PUA. Jiang Yaxian was exasperated. That's called CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation. But Jiang Yaxian wasn't the least bit flustered, and instead raised her fist with excitement. As the punch came down, Hyena seemed to stir, so she threw dozens more punches, and miraculously, Hyena came back to consciousness, coughing frantically to clear the foreign matter from her airway. Only then did the curly-haired girl breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yaxian casually picked up the nearby mop and half-heartedly cleaned up around Hyena. After a quick cleanup, she told Hyena to wash the helmet clean because it was needed again tomorrow. In the days that followed, Jiang Yaxian subjected Hyena to 9 more brutal interrogation sessions, leaving Hyena with tinnitus, cervical disc herniation, aspiration pneumonia, and concussion-induced brain fog, among other conditions. Back in the present, Jiang Yaxian thought back on all this while trying to brainwash herself, compared to what Cha Seo-hyun and Pei Duya and their lot did. What I did was at most a small joke. Do those bastards have to make such a big deal of it? To win back Jiang Yaxian's forgiveness, her uncle kept sending apology texts. Watching the messages go read and unanswered, he was completely at a loss, and had no choice but to promise Jiang Yaxian he would throw karma into the sea to feed the fish, and that once the election was over, he would buy her whatever she wanted. Finally, after a long stretch of coaxing and humbling himself, Jiang Yaxian finally replied. Having barely managed to pacify his niece, the uncle invited her to come say hello, mentioning he was about to have dinner with an important guest. Just as he let out a breath of relief, a report came from a subordinate behind him. Candidate Kim has arrived. At the dining table, the uncle remarked on how hard candidate Kim had been working, running all over the place for the election. After brief pleasantries, the uncle got to the point and asked what had brought him here. Didn't you say you'd raise 1.2 billion in campaign funds by mid-month? How is it only a little over 700 million now? The uncle told him not to rush. Funds obtained through certain means naturally require special processing. It's a bit behind the promised timeline, but the total funds will certainly be sufficient. But candidate Kim was not satisfied. An election is a race against the clock. Having problems this early makes it hard not to worry. The uncle's expression turned cold. The people at your lobbying events were all mobilized by us. Consider it an advance on their wages. The man surnamed Kim grew angry. Aren't those people volunteers? Paying them is illegal? The uncle shot him a cold look. Either way, I'll arrange the funds as soon as possible. But candidate Kim had no interest in such a brush-off. Fine, let's set that aside for now. Also, didn't I tell you to keep your people in line during the lobbying period? The uncle was puzzled by what had happened. That debtor of yours has been hanging around the police station lately. I don't believe you didn't know. Fortunately, nothing serious has happened yet. But during the election, you absolutely must put your gang methods away. The uncle replied calmly. Understood. Put your mind at ease. But just as the words left his mouth, the private room door was suddenly pushed open. It was Jang Yaxian. The uncle broke into a wide smile. The two chatted among themselves for a bit, and the uncle turned to candidate Kim. This is my niece, Jang Yaxian. Candidate Kim was too stunned to speak. The uncle paid him no mind and urged Jang Yaxian to greet him warmly. Candidate Kim was completely dumbfounded until Jang Yaxian turned and left. Only then did candidate Kim slowly speak. We're discussing confidential matters. How could you just let someone walk in like that? That little girl still looks like she's barely grown up, and she has such a large tattoo on her abdomen. What help could she possibly be to me? Hearing this, the uncle instantly flared with anger. You think my niece is beneath you? Cold sweat poured down candidate Kim's face. Candidate Kim, that kind of talk is in very poor taste. We're family on the same boat right now. What's wrong with saying hello to family? What's worse is this. What kind of attitude have you been giving me since you arrived? I am your creditor. And to put it bluntly, you're a person with no party backing at all. Without us, you think you could win this election? If you dare take that tone again, you can handle everything with your own pocket money. The uncle let out a long sigh. You haven't been the least bit suspicious? Why did Chief F suddenly get into a car accident? Why did the chosen next candidate suddenly have a scandal exposed? Even more outrageous, the ruling party announced it won't be nominating a candidate for this chief position. You really think all of this is just coincidence? Go home and think it over carefully. Can coincidences like this really exist? But as candidate Kim left the restaurant, he didn't believe a word of it. What kind of power do they really have? They're just a bunch of local thugs. He angrily pulled open the car door and was about to tell the driver to go when the driver suddenly spoke up. If necessary, I can take care of those gang members for you. Candidate Kim was immediately thrown into a panic. Who exactly are you? Why are you in my car? Before he finished, both car doors on either side were pulled open simultaneously by men in black, and they unhurriedly took seats on either side of him. Before he had time to react, a gun was pressed against his waist, and he clamped his mouth shut on the spot. Mr. Kim, please fasten your seatbelt. We're about to depart. Destination Country Company. At this point, Karma was itching to punish Jang Yaxian. But before that, there was something more important to take care of, and that was putting a leash on the police. So they had extended a warm invitation to candidate Kim to discuss matters. But at that moment, candidate Kim was sweating profusely. He was bewildered. Since when had kidnapping become so brazen? Aren't they supposed to put a hood over my head? At that thought, candidate Kim's scalp went numb. Rather than sitting here slowly dying, it would be better to fight back now and maybe find a slim chance of survival. Just as candidate Kim was frantically thinking, Chief Bake advised him not to get any clever ideas. We're here to help you sweep out those gang scum. Instead of running wild thoughts in your head, just close your eyes and rest for a bit. Soon he was taken to a luxurious mansion. He was stunned by the scale of the estate. When Chief Bake told him to stop gawking, the vice president is waiting for you inside. As he entered the mansion, President Lee had already been waiting. I apologize for bringing you here in this manner. Please forgive the inconvenience. But candidate Kim didn't even dare to raise his head and silently stared at the two envelopes on the table until President Lee turned around, and candidate Kim was stunned to find that the man before him was none other than Lee Myung-jun of the Chaebol Group. But why would he be looking for him? President Lee then told him to sit. Seeing that candidate Kim was reasonably cooperative, President Lee began probing his stance, saying he had done many good things for the public. But candidate Kim had no patience for such pleasantries at that moment. He cut President Lee off directly and demanded to know what all of this was really about. Does Representative Zhang have something on you? The kind that would land you in prison? Otherwise, why would the promised funds keep failing to come through? When you don't seem to have a shred of nerve to push back, there's no need to rush to defend yourself. Have a look at the envelope on your left first. It contains some of the leverage I have on you. Candidate Kim nearly ground his back molars to dust. This was outright, naked blackmail. But he obediently opened it anyway. He had barely glanced inside when he nearly exploded on the spot. Well then, Representative Kim, does this information differ from the facts? Candidate Kim couldn't believe it. The embezzlement alone was bad enough, but they had also dug up information about that island. If those criminal facts were exposed, losing his candidacy would be the least of his problems. It would mean prison for the rest of his life. At that moment, President Lee cut through his thoughts and told him not to be too anxious. The reason I haven't exposed this is natural. naturally because I have a deal to make with you. As long as we can cooperate smoothly, all the evidence will be disposed of. What exactly do you mean by disposed of? Physically and completely eliminated, of course. Candidate Kim was quite shaken. Physically, meaning the entire Shay gang will be wiped out. President Lee once again cut through his thinking. The Shay gang has spent over a decade turning this place into a breeding ground for crime. Any act can be easily covered up. Then couldn't their own disappearance be just as easily covered up? As long as you cooperate with me, I will not only help you clear all the leverage against you, but also provide support for your election. The remaining envelope contains the key to winning this time. Candidate Kim read the letter carefully and was quickly stunned by the detailed contents, which also clearly documented the plan for the Great Purge. Since there was no longer any way out, he might as well make a decisive switch and align himself with the stronger side, so he agreed to cooperate. But President Lee told him there was nothing he needed to do. Just as you have with the Shaw gang, maintain silence about all of their criminal activities. Then on the day of the Great Purge, all you need to do is block the island's only escape route. As he spoke, President Lee called for Karma and told candidate Kim to remember Karma's face. If she and Zhang Yaxian are ever brought to the station at the same time, release her under the pretext of education. Once everything was settled, candidate Kim was sent on his way. Karma eagerly asked where the device for dealing with Zhang Yaxian had gotten to. President Lee said it would arrive by next Monday, but he was more curious about Karma's project. At the mention of it, Karma lit up with excitement. The Divine Punishment Project is fully prepared. Once we return to City F, it can be launched. At that moment, Zhang Yaxian was grinding her back teeth to dust. How dare Karma skip class like it was nothing? The man beside her urged her not to get so worked up, but that only made Zhang Yaxian even more furious. In all her years, she had never been humiliated like this. Everyone who had ever dared to cross her had been taken care of without exception. It was like an unbreakable law of nature. Not even the daughter of a chaebol family had been spared. So why did that backwater girl Karma get to walk around school without a care in the world? The moment her uncle's election was over, she was going to deal with Karma herself. But before she could finish the thought, the classroom door was flung open. One of her lackeys told her Karma had shown up at school. Strangely though, Karma was in the classroom next door doing something bizarre. Zhang Yaxian's mind went blank with confusion. Meanwhile, Karma was huddled with her classmates, all of them staring at some grains of rice on the table. It turned out that, just the day before, Chief Bake had laid out the revenge plan against Zhang Yaxian. Apparently, her father kept a personal shaman on retainer. Every full moon, the shaman would perform a ritual, specifically to appease the vengeful spirits of those killed by the Sha gang. Beyond that, the shaman was also consulted for all major decisions. Karma thought this shaman sounded pretty impressive, but Chief Bake said it was nothing more than psychological comfort. If the shaman were truly that powerful, he wouldn't have let Zhang Yaxian keep making enemies for herself. Zhang Yaxian didn't fully believe in shamanism, but whenever she encountered something beyond her understanding, it was sure to make her question everything. And so they would use Zhang Yaxian's familiarity with shamanism to create a supernatural phenomenon terrifying enough to make her wet herself. Director Lee was very pleased. It was the perfect opportunity to make Zhang Yaxian feel Hyena's bitter resentment firsthand. He could barely wait to see her tremble with fear at the sight of Hyena's vengeful spirit. Operation Divine Punishment had officially begun. Just then, Zhang Yaxian happened to catch a glimpse of Karma doing something strange and stood there completely dumbfounded. But thinking it over, she realized Karma was doing rice divination. Based on the pattern laid out before her, you and your secret crush are going to get together very soon. A girl nearby got excited and rushed over wanting her turn. But before she could even finish asking, Zhang Yaxian suddenly cut them all off. Karma, what kind of fake shaman nonsense is this? Seeing Karma respond with a big smile, Zhang Yaxian furiously kicked over the table in front of her. Karma threatened her. The bullying video is still in my hands, you know, but Zhang Yaxian wasn't afraid in the slightest. Go ahead and leak it, and your life ends too. When the time comes, I will personally avenge my thumb. Karma suddenly broke into a wide grin. Other things I can let go, but you just called me a fake shaman that I cannot forgive. Back up north, I was a child shaman with real power. Even high-ranking officials used to come to me in secret for readings. How dare you disrespect my gift like this? Just wait for divine wrath to come down on you. Seeing Zhang Yaxian's look of complete disbelief, Karma decided to give her a little demonstration. So she asked whether Zhang Yaxian had killed someone last year. There's actually something I've never told you. Behind your shoulder, there has been a female student's vengeful spirit following you all along. Zhang Yaxian's scalp went cold instantly, but she spun around and found nothing there. She didn't quite believe it, but she couldn't help pressing through gritted teeth. If you truly have this power, then you should be able to describe what the ghost looks like, right? And even her cause of death. Go on then, tell me. A red tie and a white blouse, a green skirt with no creases, and a teardrop mole beneath the right eye. Cause of death. a fall from a great height. Hearing this, Zhang Yaxian nearly collapsed on the spot. Karma had just accurately described someone she had killed. Every hair on her body stood on end, but she still forced herself to stay calm. She immediately grabbed Karma by the collar and demanded to know if she had been spying on her live stream. Karma played dumb. "What are you talking about? I have absolutely no idea what you mean." But I hadn't actually finished what I was saying. It was about the ghost on your shoulder. At that moment, shaman bells began floating around Karma's head. Zhang Yaxian froze completely in place. Karma continued, "I've never seen anything like this before. She must have suffered unimaginable pain while she was alive. The only thing I can tell you is this. Every time she speaks to you, the bells ring." Then Karma began mimicking the sound of the bells. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The eerie scene made the whole class gasp. Zhang Yaxian felt as though she could see Hyena standing right there, and instantly completely lost it. She screamed and bolted out of the classroom. The man was just about to chase after her when someone suddenly grabbed him. He turned around, and Karma slowly began to speak. She asked the man to have a word with her alone. The two of them moved to a deserted hallway. The man carefully asked what Karma wanted. Karma was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Do you believe in the existence of ghosts?" The man answered, "A little, I suppose." Karma called him a true idiot. Look at how Zhang Yaxian just reacted. This isn't a question of believing they exist 100%. That was the most terrifying, vengeful spirit I have ever encountered. If this goes unaddressed, there's a real chance Zhang Yaxian won't survive the next month. Hearing this, the man instantly panicked. Karma pressed on. The energy around Zhang Yaxian suggests there have been ritual ceremonies before, but a spirit that powerful cannot be dealt with through rituals alone. The man was stunned that Karma knew about the rituals. That was information only the top brass of the Sha gang knew. He himself had only found out by chance through Zhang Yaxian, and yet Karma had deduced it just from observation. That was it. The man was truly convinced. Karma had to be a real shaman. At this point, Karma was fighting to keep the corners of her mouth from curling up, but she held it together. Then she told the man to prepare for the possibility that Zhang Yaxian might be consumed by the spirit, and that if he wanted to avoid getting dragged down, he should keep his distance. But in the next instant, the man suddenly grabbed Karma's hand. He begged her to save Zhang Yaxian. Even just a way to drive away the spirit would be enough. Karma launched into her Oscar-worthy performance. "I genuinely don't like Zhang Yaxian, but because I have feelings for you, I'll give you one way out. I happen to know a very powerful shaman in City F. When I defected from the north, it was his master who performed a calming ritual for me. That's the only reason I'm able to live like a normal student now. Not only can I give you the address, if I put in a word with his master, you can skip the appointment line entirely. But I only have one condition. Don't tell Zhang Yaxian it was me who sent you." The man looked confused. Karma pounded her chest in exasperation. "If Zhang Yaxian finds out it was me who sent you, knowing her personality, she absolutely won't go. Going to any other shaman would be a complete waste of time, and then she's totally done for." Karma then added him on WeChat and sent over the address. The man rushed off impatiently to persuade Zhang Yaxian. Watching him leave, Karma finally let herself burst out laughing. Those two idiots. How could there possibly be such a thing as ghosts in this world? Playing this kind of game for the first time is actually pretty exciting. Meanwhile, Zhang Yaxian was trembling all over. She couldn't bring herself to believe there was actually a ghost on her shoulder. She was sure Karma had just made it all up, but the man paused and said Karma might actually be telling the truth, because not one of the rumors circulating about Zhang Yaxian had ever mentioned the bells. Although the man didn't know the story behind the bells either. Judging from Zhang Yaxian's reaction, Karma had likely hit the mark. Zhang Yaxian kept shuddering. The shaman bells. That was from the very last moments before Hyena died. Not even family members could possibly have known about them. Could it be that Karma really could see ghosts? Zhang Yaxian was nearly driven mad with rage. Her father spent a fortune every month on rituals and still couldn't get rid of a single ghost. No wonder her luck had been so terrible lately. But why wasn't Hyena haunting Chaseo Yun? Why was she clinging to her instead? The man saw that the moment had arrived and finally mentioned that a senior contact of his knew a shaman who specialized in exorcising powerful spirits. Zhang Yaxian grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Sensing salvation, she instantly dropped the act. She was determined to have Hyena driven away for good. The next day, the two of them arrived at the shaman's residence. But one look and Zhang Yaxian was floored. This shaman lived in such a rundown place, but they had come all this way, might as well give it a try. The two of them carefully pushed the door open. Inside, a figure sat with a fan covering his face. Then the fan slowly came down, and he told them to come in and speak. Zhang Yaxian was instantly struck by Chief Beck's commanding presence, though she was a bit put off that the shaman was a man. But whether he was effective or not was what mattered, so she decided to test him first. She played coy and said she had accidentally attracted a wandering spirit while visiting a haunted house, and asked Chief Bake how serious it was. The moment he heard wandering conquering spirit, Chief Bake snapped. He immediately threw a handful of salt right in her face. His better judgment barely stopped him from going further. He just muttered and grumbled under his breath. Absolutely rotten luck. Once Jiang Yaxian recovered and realized it was salt on her face, she demanded to know why he had thrown it at her. But what came back wasn't an answer. It was more random objects hurled her way. Furious, Jiang Yaxian stood up and asked if he had lost his mind. But before she could finish, Chief Beck cut her off sharply. Do you know where you are? How dare you be so disrespectful? Jiang Yaxian fell silent at once. Chief Beck berated her. How dare she say something as casual as haunted house visit? Do you have any idea what is sitting on your shoulder? That is the vengeful spirit of someone who took their own life, carrying a hatred for you that knows no bounds. Right now, she is sinking her teeth into your hair. Normally, a suicide becomes an earthbound spirit, but she has ended up like this instead. The depth of her resentment towards you must have been extraordinary for her to travel so far just to cling to your shoulder. Jiang Yaxian went blank. Could this man really tell that Hyena had come all the way from Seoul? And just now, the divine presence has already told me. Did you use a ritual object to do something terrible? You have extraordinary nerve. Even the gods have completely turned against you now. Leave this place at once, or I will be tainted by your misfortune as well. But as a shaman, I will give you one final warning. Say your goodbyes to the people around you, because in half a month, you may very well be joining the one on your shoulder. With that, Chief Bake turned his gaze toward the man beside her and ordered him to take Jiang Yaxian and leave immediately. He had no interest in getting tangled up in this. Watching Chief Bake's stern expression, Jiang Yaxian gradually began to believe this man in front of her had to be a genuine shaman. How else could he know so much about Hyena? And he hadn't even asked for money. He was absolutely the real deal. If she truly only had half a month to live, there was no time to find another shaman. She had to hold tightly onto this chance right in front of her. So she suddenly dropped to both knees and began apologizing to Chief Beck frantically, saying that her family was the wealthiest in the entire district, and no matter how much he asked for, she could pay. Chief Beck flatly refused, of course. Desperation flooded Jiang Yaxian all at once. She immediately threw herself flat on the floor and refused to budge, and said if he wouldn't save her, she wasn't leaving. She even threatened to call in the Shah gang to stage a protest right there. Chief Beck let out an explosive shout in anger, but at the same moment the bowl of salt toppled over. It seemed even the spirits of this place had decided to help her. Seeing this, Chief Beck had no choice but to reluctantly agree, but warned once more that if Jiang Yaxian showed even the slightest disrespect toward the divine, there would be absolutely nothing he could do. Very well, I will now tell you exactly what you must do to have any chance of surviving this. A suicide spirit normally becomes an earthbound spirit, so your current place of residence has very likely already been soaked through with her resentment. Therefore, every step of the ritual must be carried out in your own home. Jiang Yaxian carefully asked, saying she had moved out in high school, so which residence counted. But before she could even finish, Chief Beck cut her off with a scolding. It was of course wherever she currently lived, but before the ritual can be performed, there is still one thing you must do first. He then produced several cups with talismans drawn on them, and told Jiang Yaxian to fill them with seawater and place them by the bedside. Seeing their confused looks, Chief Beck explained that an earthbound spirit's element is earth, and in the 5 elements, water overcomes earth. Seawater falls under the domain of the Dragon King, and is the most potent source of water energy there is. So by placing seawater and making an offering to the Dragon King's water energy would help suppress the vengeful spirit. The best course of action was to spend that very weekend staying by the sea. And to prevent any interference with the energy, absolutely no one else could enter her residence that weekend. Jiang Yaxian acknowledged everything earnestly. Chief Beck then added one more instruction. To prevent impure forces from entering, the door lock code also had to be changed to one he specified. Jiang Yaxian looked puzzled. Can a door lock really serve as a spiritual seal? Chief Beck immediately exploded. Do you have any idea what situation you are in right now? How dare you question my proprietary method? Besides, I don't even know your address, do I? In any case, from the perspective of the 5 elements, 2,859 is highly suitable. 2 represents the balance of yin and yang, 8 represents the 8 trigram mirror, 5 represents the center and equilibrium of the 5 elements, and 9 is the greatest yang number in numerology. This whole elaborate and flowery explanation completely won Jiang Yaxian over. She even thought it sounded perfectly logical. Side note, 2,859 is actually a phonetic slur in country CO, and a very crude one at that. Jiang Yaxian then agreed to everything. Chief Beck issued one final warning, that before the ritual was performed, the seawater in the cups must not be spilled under any circumstances, because it was only a temporary suppression. If the cups were overturned, the restrained spiritual energy would erupt all at once. Should that happen, the likelihood of death would be 100%. Jiang Yaxian was frightened to the extreme. Chief Beck then casually announced his fee was 800,000 won. Too far gone to think straight. straight, Jiang Yaxian didn't hesitate for a second. She handed over the money and left. At this point, Karma also crept out quietly from the back room. Although she had been struggling to hold in her laughter back there, right now the most important thing was counting the money. But Chief Bake still hadn't calmed down. How dare she call Hyena a wandering spirit? He was personally going to make Jiang Yaxian suffer for that. Seeing Chief Bake this furious, Karma also set down what she was doing, and after thinking it over for a moment, she made up her mind as well. Jiang Yaxian needed a proper lesson. She was going to scare her absolutely out of her mind. The weekend came quickly. Karma pressed 2859 on the door lock. Just as expected, Jiang Yaxian had actually changed the code to that obscene slur. Karma pushed the door open, and the cups neatly arranged on the floor came into view immediately. As arranged beforehand, Jiang Yaxian wouldn't be back until noon the next day. This was the perfect window to transform this place into a proper haunted house. At that very moment, Jiang Yaxian was walking along the beach with her hands pressed together, praying devoutly to the Dragon King alongside the man. Suddenly, Jiang Yaxian felt something. Yes, she could feel the Dragon King's energy flowing toward her, but the man behind her only felt absolutely freezing. His chattering and shivering immediately earned him a scolding from Jiang Yaxian. "You're not being sincere enough with your offering." After the incident with Hyena's spirit, Jiang Yaxian had undergone a complete awakening. She had started believing in the existence of gods, having once thought the monthly rituals her family held were a waste of money. But thinking about it now, her father had started out as nothing more than a thug, and surely it was the shaman who had helped him become the CEO of a company worth over 1 trillion won. The ritual must not have worked against Hyena because I wasn't sincere enough. It seems that for the monthly ceremonies my family holds from now on, I need to be completely devout in my offerings as well, the man muttered. If ghosts exist, then heaven and hell must exist too. Maybe we should try to do some good from now on. Jiang Yaxian shot him a withering look, "You simpleton. So what if heaven and hell exist? My family has a top-tier shaman at our service. And besides, that self-righteous hypocrite Hyena turned into a vengeful spirit after she died anyway. In the end, it all comes out the same. Connections and backing are the only truth. As long as we keep the gods satisfied, even hell won't dare take us." While those two were busy kowtowing to the Dragon King, their home was being completely overhauled. Chief Beck was leading the team through a full renovation. Chief Beck pulled out a remote-controlled shaman bell and tucked it into a hole he had knocked open in the wall. Naturally, he wasn't going to install just one, so both sides were hard at work. While Jiang Yaxian and the man were even getting mocked by passers-by on the beach. Back at the apartment, a signal disruptor was installed on the television. Once activated, the screen would immediately lose signal and turn into a blizzard of white static. Finally, just as the sun was about to set, the specially rigged high-tech haunted house was complete. Just imagining the expression Jiang Yaxian would make was enough to make Karma unable to hold back her laughter. She was truly beyond excited for tonight's performance. After darkness had completely fallen, Jiang Yaxian finally made it back to the apartment. She desperately wanted the man to stay and keep her company, but the shaman-disguised Chief Beck had told her that after the seaside offering, she could only stay in the residence alone. She had no choice but to steel herself and push open the door. Seeing the cups for the ritual still in place on the floor, she breathed a small sigh of relief. She had to be careful at all times not to knock them over. After a quick wash, Jiang Yaxian started watching television. Before she knew it, she had binged through an entire season. The time had also crept all the way to 3 in the morning. There was no way she could fall asleep alone like this. But then she had another thought. Might as well just blank out and sleep, since she had already made sincere offerings to the Dragon King over the past 2 days. But just at that moment, she shot bolt upright in bed, because the television had turned into static. She found it deeply strange. The internet connection in the apartment was perfectly fine. Was this a supernatural occurrence? The surge of fear made her bladder clench immediately. But whatever the reason, the priority right now was to turn the television off. But at that exact moment, Karma triggered the mechanism. One of the cups on the floor suddenly tipped over on its own. Jiang Yaxian went completely rigid. She hadn't touched it. What on earth was happening? Behind the screen, Karma was already losing it with laughter. This was a prop she had prepared with great care, an ultra-thin fluorocarbon fishing line tied to the bottom of the cup, and the device pulling the line was hidden inside the mattress, a remotely operated electric fishing reel that had been modified for silence. Chief Bake was practically shaking with excitement too. The main act was finally about to begin. The haunted house was officially open. She frantically called Chief Bake, wanting to ask what to do, but Chief Bake simply stared coldly at the surveillance feed and casually hung up on Jiang Yaxian. When the call dropped, Jiang Yaxian immediately erupted with a string of curses, raging that Chief Bake had terrible customer service after taking her money. Noticing she was about to call her uncle instead, Chief Bake immediately ordered a subordinate to activate the signal disruptor. A sharp and piercing static immediately flooded her phone. Jiang Yaxian could not wrap her head around it. In an age where connectivity was everywhere, how could there possibly be no signal in this room? And even more absurdly, all of these strange things were happening at the very same time. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Could Hyena have come to collect her life? The sheer extremity of it all actually made Jiang Yaxian let out a nervous laugh. Trembling, she tried to reassure herself that there were no such things as ghosts. It was surely all just a coincidence. It must be Murphy's Law at work. But just as she was nearly convincing herself, the curtains suddenly billowed without any wind, swinging violently left and right, and growing more and more erratic. Jiang Yaxian's eyes went wide. She even dropped straight down onto the floor. She hadn't even opened the windows, so why were they moving on their own? But it didn't stop there. The bathroom light also started flickering, switching on and off in a rhythmic pattern, until finally, after cycling exactly 8 times, a silhouette she knew all too well was cast against the wall. Jiang Yaxian's skin instantly erupted with goosebumps all over. She screamed and sprinted for the front door. But the moment she grabbed the handle and pulled, she suddenly discovered the door would not move at all. It turned out 2 bodyguards on the outside were pressing it shut. Jiang Yaxian immediately started making as much noise as possible, trying to alert the neighbors. But then the bodyguards peeled the talisman off the door and handed it to Hatman standing behind them. And after he received it, he immediately snapped his fingers and then forcefully jammed the talisman into the door crack. At the same moment, Jiang Yaxian also caught sight of the talisman. Her brain had not even finished processing it when the talisman spontaneously caught fire. Jiang Yaxian froze completely. She even began to drool because a talisman catching fire on its own signaled the arrival of a malevolent spirit. Terrified, she stumbled backward again and again and accidentally tripped over the entryway step and crashed hard to the ground. Before she could even catch her breath, she noticed the television had started convulsing with distorted imagery just as it seemed to return to normal. The very next second, it cut to something horrifying, and at the same time, something stirred nearby. The teddy bear that had been sitting perfectly still suddenly had tomato sauce oozing from its eyes. Right before Jiang Yaxian's horrified gaze, its body rapidly inflated, and in the next instant, it exploded, splattering tomato sauce all over her. Touching the liquid on her face, Jiang Yaxian completely snapped. She began to scream hysterically, watching the performance on their screens. Both Karma and Chief Beck were immensely satisfied, but they weren't done yet. Next, Chief Beck pressed the button he had so carefully prepared. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling! Jiang Yaxian shook as she turned toward the source of the sound. The wall that had been perfectly normal suddenly began weeping rivers of tomato sauce, and every painting in the room flipped upside down. The scene in front of her was identical to what had happened 1 year ago. The shaman bells were also 49, just the same as before. What she was experiencing right now was the exact suffering Hyena had been put through. She collapsed to her knees and cried out, "Hyena, I was wrong!" But suddenly, the vanity table started moving on its own, and in the next second, every item on it crashed to the floor. Jiang Yaxian's sanity was nearly shattered, but the show still wasn't over, because the most important finale hadn't even started yet, and that critical task naturally fell to Karma. After a quick touch-up of her makeup, and putting on a matching wig, and dousing herself in the special tomato juice blend, in Jiang Yaxian's state of panic, there was no chance she would recognize Karma. The bodyguards then brought out a smoke machine. Terror had already stripped Jiang Yaxian of any ability to think clearly, and then through the smoke a dark shape emerged. Right before Jiang Yaxian's stunned eyes, Hyena, drenched in tomato sauce, materialized before her. At the sight of Hyena appearing out of thin air, Jiang Yaxian was frightened beyond words. She couldn't even speak. Behind the monitor, Chief Beck simply gave a quiet nod to his subordinate, and a voice recording was immediately played out loud. Karma instantly lip-synced perfectly to the voice. "Yahyun, why did you do that to me? What did I ever do to deserve this from you? I was in so much pain. You need to experience the pain that I felt." Jiang Yaxian felt absolute despair wash over her. She immediately began pleading loudly, begging Hyena to let her go. "Yahyun, do you truly know that you were wrong? Or are you just afraid to die?" she continued begging. But Karma only turned her head away. "In that case, come and keep me company then. If I do to you something worse than what you did to me, then we'll be even." With her throat being choked, Jiang Yaxian couldn't make a sound. "By the way, have you ever heard of hell? We are going to play there together forever. Only down there. You will be the toy. Come with me to hell. The two of us will be together forever." As Karma squeezed harder and harder, Jiang Yaxian quickly passed out from lack of oxygen. Once she went still, Karma finally released her grip. As the lights in the room came back on, Karma's playful expression returned. Looking at the foaming unconscious Jiang Yaxian, Karma excitedly pulled out her phone. A moment this memorable absolutely deserved multiple photos. The medical team then quickly moved in on Jiang Yaxian. After a brief check, once they had confirmed Jiang Yaxian still had vital signs, the medical team administered another shot of anesthetic and then restored the room to its original state. Karma was curious why they weren't leaving the scene as it was. Chief Beck said, "Only the unknown is truly terrifying. If Kang's uncle found out, she would likely trace the truth very quickly. To ensure the day of reckoning everything went smoothly, every possible mishap had to be avoided. Fortunately, Jiang Yaxian had been so overwhelmed by fear that she lost the ability to fight back. If she had retaliated, the illusion would have been discovered quickly. Karma was completely confident regardless. Even if that had happened, Jiang Yaxian was absolutely no match for her, but Chief Bake poured cold water on that. Anyone who had seen Jiang Yaxian's competition footage would know that when it comes to boxing, you are absolutely no match for her. But Karma refused to accept that at all. One day she would have Jiang Yaxian crushed beneath her feet, but none of that mattered right now. What Chief Bake was really looking forward to was what expression Jiang Yaxian would wake up with tomorrow. When the sunlight finally fell on her face, Jiang Yaxian suddenly jolted awake. She frantically felt her own neck, then glanced over at the teddy bear beside her. Upon realizing that she seemed to still be alive, and that aside from the overturned cup, nothing else anywhere in the room seemed out of place, she felt a small wave of relief. It seemed everything that happened last night was just a dream. Knocking over the cup must have put her under so much psychological pressure that she had a nightmare. How could something like being choked actually happen? So she decided to go wash up first. But the moment she turned on the bathroom light, she went completely blank. Why was her entire neck covered in bruises? Could it be that everything that happened last night wasn't a dream after all? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Her whole body began to tremble involuntarily, just thinking about Hyena's horrifying face. She felt as though she had already been dragged down into hell. The extreme terror made her scream out loud. And then she dropped straight to the floor, where a mysterious puddle soon began to spread beneath her. For a condemned prisoner, the cruelest punishment is not the execution itself, but the suffocating dread of waiting for death to arrive. At that same moment, Kang's uncle received a phone call. Upon hearing that Jiang Yaxian had not only gone delirious, but also had strange bruising all over her neck, she was instantly furious beyond measure. She felt like killing Jiang Yaxian's little boyfriend on the spot. She had specifically told him to take care of Jiang Yaxian, and yet problems kept arising every single time. After hanging up, the uncle asked her subordinate how the investigation into Karma was coming along. After taking the report and looking it over, the uncle's face instantly filled with puzzlement. Meanwhile, out at sea, a cargo ship was slowly pulling into port, and on board was the execution platform for Jiang Yaxian. Karma faces a major crisis. Jiang Yaxian's mother turns out to be absolutely terrifying. And as Jiang Yaxian's mother, she is naturally no pushover. She serves as the director of a well-known hospital. Just then, one young man mentioned how beautiful the nurses at this hospital were. But another young man said the director herself was the real beauty. Little did they know, a middle-aged man was quietly listening to their conversation the moment he heard them envying VVIP patients who got injections personally from the director. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of bullsh? Very important person treatment is this. It's nothing less than entering hell. Just then, a nurse called out to him and gave him a fright. You're here today for internet gambling addiction treatment with the director, correct? The man replied quietly, walking down the long corridor. The man stopped at the door of the director's office. It wasn't until the nurse urged him forward that he reluctantly stepped inside, staring at that terrifying silhouette and a hulking bodyguard standing nearby. The man's legs went weak with fear. He quickly sat down. Don't make me have the doctors get involved. The man sat down helplessly. Just then, the director suddenly turned around and asked how his addiction treatment was going. Although this place is called an addiction treatment clinic, it would actually be a problem if anyone were truly cured. Why has the amount being recharged on our website decreased lately? Your company has clearly been making quite a lot of money recently. Or have you been having some sneaky thoughts? The man trembled with fear and hastily said he wouldn't dare do anything reckless. Seeing this, Kang's mother couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. She immediately confronted him. Are you trying to end up in prison? You've always been spineless. So why do you suddenly have the nerve to cook the books so openly? Are you saying that rather than having us bleed you dry? You'd prefer to rot in prison as an escape? Or are you deliberately leaving loose ends, hoping the tax authorities will trace it back to us and drag us down with you? I understand your desire to fight back, but are you really willing to destroy the company you've spent your whole life building? Doesn't that feel like a waste? The man couldn't take it anymore. What does it matter that the company earns $60 billion a year? After his pitiful salary and dividends, the company still had to pay an additional 20% in fake employment fees. He was a president with a net profit of $2 billion, reduced to surviving on kimchi every day. This was worse than loan sharks. The more he said, the more he broke down. He decided to throw everything aside and go down fighting with Kang's mother. Kang's mother let out a cold laugh. Looks like your rebellious phase has finally arrived. Then you're in need of some serious treatment. Before the man could react, the bodyguard behind him had already pinned him down firmly and stuffed a cloth into his mouth to gag him. Then, before his horrified eyes, the nail of his toe was ripped off with a pair of pliers, with his mouth gagged. He could only scream in muffled agony. Kang's mother excitedly pulled a steel needle from the end of her pipe and hurled it forcefully at the man, hitting the now bare toe with perfect precision. She looked at her handiwork. Kang's mother was thoroughly satisfied. After all these years of retirement, her skills haven't dulled one bit. She had still driven straight through the toe. President Kim. Words like throwing it all away should not be said lightly. We are the professionals when it comes to throwing things away. If you dare resist one more time, that son of yours who is preparing for his third college entrance exam will be dragged into a back alley operating room and have his abdomen cut open without anesthesia, with his organs donated to those in need. As for your daughter, she will be sent to some remote island to experience what hell truly feels like. To prevent any of that from happening, you'll cooperate properly, won't you? The man was completely broken, watching the man leave. Kang's mother told the nurse to cancel all of today's appointments, even though it's been a while. She had decided today to make up for her long-neglected duties as a mother. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher called Karma into his office. He asked her to hand over her phone. Karma obediently handed it over, but the teacher took one glance and angrily discovered it was an old phone, left with no choice. Karma reluctantly pulled out another phone. Watching the teacher carefully scroll through the phone, Karma smiled to herself. Her plan was already in motion, because she suspected the homeroom teacher was one of Sha Gang's people, so she had planted a lot of false intel on the phone designed to sow internal conflict within Sha Gang. When the time came, they would have no choice but to watch Zhang Yaxian's punishment unfold, while her real phone sat safely tucked in her undershirt pocket. Karma was still thinking this through, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice came from behind. Karma spun around alertly and thrust hard off the ground, instantly leaping back several meters. But Karma was still caught off guard. The phone in her undershirt pocket had been taken, just like that. This woman had somehow slipped into her undershirt pocket and stolen her phone, without Karma noticing at all, and there was a strong smell of blood and medicine on her. This woman was clearly the same kind of person as her own father. Only then did the homeroom teacher snap to attention and call out "ma'am," but the woman scolded him. "At school, you call me the PTA chairwoman." She then turned to look at Karma. "I hear there's someone here who's been bullying our Yaxian. As a mother, I had to come see her for myself. I hear you've been secretly photographing a classmate, is that right? What a bright future you have ahead of you." Karma asked curiously how she knew the phone was in her undershirt. The woman said it was instinct. Karma immediately shot back. "What a twisted woman, reaching into a young girl's chest without permission. It was you who poured water on my daughter, wasn't it?" The sudden accusation left Karma speechless, and as she turned to leave, she told Karma to be prepared for the consequences of bullying Zhang Yaxian. She would make Karma pay very soon. Watching her walk away, Karma felt an enormous pressure, because her instincts told her that unless she went in with the intent to kill, there was simply no way to win against this woman. This was undeniably the worst possible situation. She had been far too careless. Even if she had tried to grab the phone back by force, she likely would have made the headlines that day for assaulting a parent. And Sha Gang would retaliate at any cost. The punishment ceremony for Zhang Yaxian was clearly just one day away. All Karma could do now was wait, because the phone had already been encrypted to a level of encryption used by national diplomats. The moment any suspicious access was detected, it would automatically wipe all data. Fortunately, all critical data had already been backed up. Meanwhile, Uncle was comforting Zhang Yaxian. He had confirmed with his own shaman that the so-called white shaman was definitely a fraud and a con artist, because there was simply no trace of any spirit on her. Most likely, a water-soluble hallucinogen had been placed in the paper cup. Zhang Yaxian thought back. The white shaman had indeed made her drink a sip of seawater from the cup, and the bruises on her neck must have been self-inflicted during her disoriented state. But Zhang Yaxian felt it was more likely that someone had drugged her while she slept, because no trace of any substance had been found in the cup, and the marks on her neck looked more like someone else had strangled her. Uncle dismissed this possibility, because he had reviewed all the surrounding surveillance footage. There had been absolutely no suspicious individuals during those days. The only suspects were the twin sisters next door, and the internet technician who had been living there for 6 months. So Uncle leaned more toward the theory that the drug was in the cup. As long as the police arrested the white shaman, the truth could be extracted through interrogation. According to your little boyfriend, the white shaman was recommended by Karma, which means they're working together. As long as we interrogate the white shaman, the truth will come to light. Zhang Yaxian immediately grew excited. "I heard from the credit agency that they found out who's behind Karma. Who is it exactly?" Uncle paused for a moment, then slowly said the name Cha Seo-hyun. Zhang Yaxian was stunned. Uncle continued, "The credit agency said Karma has an older brother who defected with her. He had been working as a lackey for people loyal to Assemblyman Cha's faction, but everything seemed to be going smoothly, yet he suddenly showed up here, and the timing was right after Cha Seo-hyun attended a sports promotion event. Karma's story seemed even stranger. She had a reputation at the girls' school for being a chronic braggart, constantly boasting that she and global star Cha Seo-hyun were best friends. Following that lead, he then discovered photos like this." Zhang Yaxian was startled. Although the faces were blurred, anyone who knew Karma could tell at a glance it was her. So based on the current evidence, Cha Seo-hyun Seo-hyun must want us to lose the election. Once we fail to keep our promise, we'd have to hand over the operational rights to that island. That money-obsessed lunatic has had her eye on that island for a long time. Hearing this, Jang Yaxian suddenly understood that madwoman Cha Seo-hyun, to stop the election, deliberately came to disrupt the election proceedings and made it look like it wasn't her doing. Watching Jang Yaxian rant and curse, Uncle remained remarkably calm. He felt that the current conclusions were all false. Seeing Jang Yaxian full of confusion, Uncle began to speak slowly. This is definitely a smokescreen thrown out by Lee Myung-jun, because everything that has happened so far has nothing to do with the election. The only connection is the name Lee Hyena. So this must be Lee Myung-jun seeking revenge for his daughter and deliberately framing Cha Seo-hyun for it. But before Uncle could finish, Jang Yaxian immediately cut him off. From her perspective, this looked more like the result Cha Seo-hyun wanted to see. What kind of father would seek revenge so obviously in the name of his deceased daughter? And Hyena had personally said that Cha Seo-hyun was the one who burned her diary, though she had also kept an English diary. It definitely wouldn't have mentioned anything about the Wuling, because when I was put on trial, the charge was using her as a punching bag. The only people who knew about the Wuling were Chihuahua and Cha Seo-hyun. I called her not long ago and her head is blissfully empty. So this must be that madwoman Cha Seo-hyun disguising herself as Lee Myung-jun's revenge. But just at that moment, Jang Yaxian's mother spoke up and interrupted the two of them. She held up a phone and announced, "Just check it and we'll know. This is Karma's phone." Before Jang Yaxian could react, she pulled Jang Yaxian into a hug and said she would get revenge for her. But right now, she needed to speak with Uncle alone. Seeing the look on her mother's face that left no room for argument, she had no choice but to agree. But before leaving, she stole a glance at the two of them. Once Jang Yaxian was completely gone, the two of them fell silent for a moment. Then, in a split second, they embraced and kissed. She thanked Uncle for taking care of Jang Yaxian all this time. Just then, Uncle's phone suddenly rang. Though the timing of the call was deeply unwelcome, a call from the hacker couldn't be ignored. "I've gotten my hands on the phone. Once the equipment arrives, we can crack it right away, right?" Jang's uncle was about to send his location, but the hacker said it wasn't necessary. A second later, the door suddenly swung open, scaring both of them. It was the equipment sent by the hacker. Without caring at all about their shock, the hacker told Jiang's uncle to give the phone to the two of them. After learning the model of the phone, the hacker was somewhat surprised. This phone is a brand reserved for the top tier of the ultra-wealthy. Not only is it worth over 40 million, the conditions to obtain one are extremely strict. This made it clear that behind that high school girl is someone with both enormous wealth and status. Hearing this, Jiang's uncle was fairly certain that behind Karma was definitely Lee Myung-jun. But what concerned him more at this moment was whether a phone this secure could actually be cracked. The hacker told him to wish them luck, because right now, the number of teams in the world capable of cracking this was only 3. He originally didn't have this capability either, but while helping certain high-level spies launder funds, he had obtained the classified design secrets of the secure phone as the terms of exchange. And the result, after reverse engineering, was the device right in front of them. Jiang's uncle was stunned. This beat-up box looked nothing like the high-tech gadget he had imagined. The hacker was utterly exasperated. "You must have watched too many movies. Even the FBI can't just directly crack the password. They can only use a control terminal to bypass the lock screen. And the device I've brought is of semiconductor-grade craftsmanship. First, the phone needs to be taken apart, but not like a regular phone. The moment the tamper sensor is triggered, the data will self-destruct. So a UV laser must be used to short-circuit the sensor's circuit board, with absolutely no risk of burning the chip. We had already pinpointed the sensor's location using the design schematics, and the outer casing can then be removed smoothly. Next, a precision grinder is used to install nanoprobes onto the exposed circuits. Then, a pulse injector is connected to the circuit using an optical microscope. Although Jiang's uncle couldn't fully follow, it didn't seem as difficult as he'd imagined. When it all came down to it, wasn't it just about having the right equipment? The hacker was completely fed up. This set of equipment alone costs 300 million, but not just anyone can operate it. And my greatest ability isn't hacking. It's digging up scandals and criminal records. Jiang's uncle felt his hair stand on end. Take the 2 semiconductor engineers right in front of you. It was because I caught their disturbing activities on the dark web that they've become my puppets. So you'd better watch how you talk to me. Jiang's uncle hastily said he had only been joking and urged them to get started with the cracking right away. The next step required restarting the phone. What needed to be done was to instantly drop the device's voltage to 0 at the moment the lock screen password program launched, to force it to skip the password verification. But the most difficult part was that the margin of error could not exceed 1/2 billionth of a second. Even I can't guarantee 100% success, so just pray. As the engineer flipped the switch, the phone screen lit up. The next moment, the device displayed the phone's voltage. Under Jiang's uncle's tense anticipation, the phone was successfully cracked. Jiang's mother also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone was eager to see what was on the phone, but to their surprise, it looked just like any ordinary phone. The contacts list was empty, and the chat history with her older brother revealed nothing of major importance. But what angered both of them the most were the photos in Karma's album. It turned out that everyone living on Jang Yaxian's floor was one of Karma's people. The hacker said there was also good news. Karma's email had been successfully cracked. I've already deleted the scheduled videos of Jung Yaxian being bullied, but based on the email usage history, Karma's older brother may have backup copies of the videos. And as for the next step, here's how to break through. Given that both siblings are defectors from the north, they are certainly nothing more than expendable pawns. So right now, as long as we interrogate them, we might be able to obtain the weakness of whoever is pulling the strings, and thereby deal with the mastermind cleanly. Jung's uncle felt the hacker made a lot of sense, and immediately set out to capture the pair of siblings. As Jung's uncle's convoy departed, the surveillance team spotted their movements. From the direction they were heading, it looked like Jung Yaxian's residence, so he immediately ordered the abduction team to call off tomorrow's detention mission. Meanwhile, Jung Yaxian was about ready to explode with rage. It turned out she had been completely played by Karma. Just thinking about how she had been scared to the point of wetting herself, she could practically grind her back molars to dust. She was going to personally tear Karma apart with her own hands. With Uncle's approval, Jung Yaxian immediately sprang into action. A large group of people blocked Karma's path. We've already cracked your phone. So yesterday was the last Halloween of your life. Before you die, keep your eyes wide open, and watch how that con artist brother of yours gets beaten until he wets himself by our Shah gang. You bunch of idiots. I just finished cleaning up and you're walking in here with your shoes on. At this moment, Jung Yaxian was practically giddy with joy, because Shah gang had already completely surrounded the chief. But the way Karma looked at her was like she was staring at a complete fool. When she heard that the other side had only sent 6 people, Karma couldn't hold back a laugh. This left the lackeys behind her completely bewildered. Jung Yaxian also assumed she was putting on a brave front.
Yaxian, you just said 6 people went, right? Are you sure it was only 6?
At the same time the chief made his move, he first used a mop to distract the men's attention, then, without warning, violently kicked a table, snapping one man's shin clean in half. The furious lackeys immediately launched an attack, but the chief simply tilted his head slightly and effortlessly dodged the baseball bat, then slipped behind the man and used a rag to tightly garrote his neck. The tide of battle instantly reversed. The lackeys were momentarily at a loss when the man was completely unconscious. The chief tossed him into the crowd like a piece of garbage. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was instantly pinned underneath. The chief casually picked up the fallen baseball bat. The man with the broken shin still tried to attack, but the chief kicked the table again. Now both his legs were seriously injured. A nearby lackey tried to jump over the table to get revenge, but the chief just stared at him coldly. A second later, a leg of the table was kicked off violently. The man instantly lost his footing, and his head slammed hard into the TV cabinet. The television was also knocked by the impact, and came down firmly on top of him. The chief gave him no chance to catch his breath. By the time he came to, his head was split open. The man who had been pinned underneath stared in disbelief, frantically pushing away his useless companion. He raised a metal rod and prepared to sucker punch the chief, but before he could get close, the chief unleashed an incredibly stylish spinning back kick, sending him flying onto the sofa across the room. When he dazedly opened his eyes, the chief was already standing above him with a baseball bat raised. With a dull crack of shattering bone, the entire room fell into nothing but the sound of desperate gasping. At the same time, Karma said mockingly, "Forgot to mention, my brother is a Special Forces ghost warrior. Little did anyone know this was yet another one of Karma's on-the-spot fabrications. The chief was actually Lee Myung-jun's personal bodyguard. What a bunch of idiots! Even if you all came at once, you'd still be no match for me. And you actually thought you could pull off a Calabash Brothers rescue!" By now, Jung Yaxian and the others were utterly dumbfounded, staring at the chief who had nothing but contempt on his face. The man with both legs shattered nearly ground his back molars to dust. Then he grabbed the culprit responsible for crippling him and hurled him straight at the chief. But by the time the chief steadied himself, the man had already appeared above the chief with the metal rod raised. But the chief's reflexes were just as sharp. He effortlessly blocked the metal rod, and in the next instant sent the man flying out the window. Listening to the screams from outside the window, the lackey who had stayed out of the fight until now finally moved, but the chief simply dropped his stance to dodge the attack, then pushed off the ground and instantly shot back 3 meters. And before the lackey could even react, the chief launched a brutal kick that sent him flying out the window too. All that was left was the yellow-haired one who had been filming everything. He couldn't help but start shaking. "Can you put the phone down now? Your predecessor with the shattered legs was out there giving it everything, and you're just going to sit there holding your phone pretending to be invisible. Did you really think that by not lifting a finger, I'd just let you walk away?" The terrified yellow hair immediately pulled out a small knife and boasted that the people he had killed with that knife could wrap around the earth once. The chief just stared at him blankly. This guy clearly never went to school. Do you know how many people it would take to wrap around the earth? But the chief had no intention of letting him off. using the table to block Yellow Hair's line of sight. The chief appeared like a ghost beneath him and landed a solid strike directly on Yellow Hair's jaw with the bat. Yellow Hair flew backward through the air. The chief looked at him coldly. Seeing that even though he had been beaten to tears, he was still trying to pick up the knife, the chief decided to let him truly understand what despair felt like, then went to close the door. Yellow Hair frantically begged for mercy upon seeing this, but it was already too late. As a series of bone-chilling screams echoed from inside the room, Jiang Yaxian's mind went completely blank. Then the chief's face appeared on the screen. A second later, the call ended. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Hey, Jiang Yaxian, do you know why I'm this calm? Since my brother is special forces. Then take a guess. Could I be a biological weapon created in a laboratory? Looking at Karma standing there talking absolute nonsense, Jiang Yaxian simply couldn't believe it. This girl was actually calling herself a biological weapon manufactured by the North. She didn't believe a single word of this ridiculous nonsense. She immediately ordered Sha Gang's lackeys to make their move. As long as they grabbed this girl, that con artist's brother would have no choice but to show his face. But something bizarre happened. 2 seconds after the order was given, those lackeys, who normally didn't bat an eye at killing, stood completely frozen, as if turned to stone by Medusa. Hey, are you all deaf? What are you all standing around here playing dead for? Then one of the lackeys spoke up. She might actually be a biological weapon. Last time the 6 of us surrounded her and still couldn't hold her down. That kind of superhuman strength is impossible for a normal person. Hearing this, Jiang Yaxian nearly laughed out of sheer fury. She turned and punched the lackey hard in the gut. You bunch of cowards. This girl looks like she's barely 50 kilograms. How could she possibly break free from 6 people? Keep stalling and I'll tell Uncle you're taking money without doing the work. Stop wasting time. Get moving. Karma was equally pumped up at this point. She silently settled into her fighting stance. Her leg muscles coiled to their absolute limit. But just as she was about to unleash carnage, a sharp whistle cut through the air and stopped her mid-motion. Police had materialized out of nowhere. What are a bunch of grown men planning to do to a young woman? Jiang Yaxian was furious at the interruption. Can't you see the tattoos on our necks? Are you tired of living obstructing Sha Gang business? The officer finally noticed the prominent tattoos and quickly smiled apologetically, saying he had just been transferred here and was responding to a public complaint. Since there's nothing going on, I'll be on my way. Jiang Yaxian was confused. Who on earth had called the police? Back at the patrol car, the young officer reported the Shea Gang situation to his senior, but the veteran officer just casually glanced over, then spotted Karma in the distance, and in the next moment, smacked the young officer hard across the face. That girl has been placed under our mandatory protection by order from above. Seeing the handcuffs the veteran officer pulled out, the young man immediately stopped him. If Sha Gang took a grudge against them, it would be very hard to walk away from. The veteran officer snapped at him for being completely brainless. If we're going to die either way, might as well pick the lighter death. When Sha Gang actually comes looking for trouble, we just say we were following orders from above. If that girl ends up beaten to death here on our watch, do you think the fallout from above will be any smaller than Sha Gang? So the veteran officer called out to Jiang Yaxian and required her to come to the police station. Jiang Yaxian felt her lungs might burst with rage. Sir, are you planning to never get promoted in your lifetime? Besides, I had Uncle's approval for this operation. The veteran officer calmly replied that he would confirm with Jiang's uncle at the station. Jiang Yaxian was about ready to explode. She punched the patrol car's side mirror clean off. Mark my words. Today I will make sure every single one of you strips off that uniform. And Karma felt nothing but deflated by the whole thing. Just who on earth had called the police? Meanwhile, inside the police station, Jiang Yaxian demanded to know if the boy was the one who called the police. I'm telling you, are you actually tired of living? How dare you team up with outsiders to report our Sha Gang? The boy was confused about how Jiang Yaxian had figured it out. He had happened to spot Karma being dragged into a construction site on his way home from school, so he had flagged down a passerby and had them call the police. He had used only gestures the entire time without saying a single word, and had done nothing that the ankle monitor could catch on tape. Jiang Yaxian had seen right through his guilty conscience. You didn't say anything yourself, but the word police, spoken by that foreigner, was picked up by voice recognition. And we had already anticipated this possibility, so whenever a police report targeting us appeared, the system automatically checks who the nearest debtor is to the location where the report was sent. And the only unlucky person close enough to the scene today was you and you alone. Does that girl named Karma mean that much to you? Or is it that I've been so focused on tormenting Karma lately that you've been feeling neglected? Then starting today, I'll make sure your grandmother feels every bit of pain she's already been through. Alzheimer's disease will be the mildest of it. After threatening the boy, Jiang Yaxian turned her gaze toward Karma. The sister is a home invader and a secret photography obsessive. The brother is a cult scammer and a violent maniac. Your whole family fits right in at a police station. This is your home. Shut up, you little squirt. Jiang Yaxian was instantly so enraged she started stammering. She hadn't even finished speaking and was interrupted again. Oh my god, which preschooler is in here throwing a tantrum at a police station? Zhang Yaxian wanted to tear him apart on the spot, but her little boyfriend held her back tightly. Just hold it together, Yaxian. You can't take him. So, your girlfriend gets called a preschooler with no education and you don't react at all. And you don't care at all that she's suddenly turned into a creep. Completely ignoring these two clowns, Karma asked the chief if he had come to rescue her. The chief said he was there to turn himself in for the fight. Karma blamed herself. It was because her phone had been taken that things had come to this. The chief told her not to worry about it, and that he had walked into the police station on purpose, instead of carefully hiding and evading Sha Gang's surveillance outside. Better to make a direct frontal move. Karma, do you remember the first lesson you received after being taken in by the chairman? Yes, basic etiquette training and socialization training for dealing with psychiatric cases. And besides that, didn't you also study acting? From what I've observed, your acting skills are excellent, easily on par with Peiduya. Seeing Karma's face full of confusion, the chief slowly leaned in toward Karma's ear and whispered something quietly. Karma's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. Just then, the door to the room swung open. It turned out that Jiang's uncle had heard the news and rushed over. The confrontation between the chief and Jiang's uncle was about to begin.